Hello, she. I guess that's how you say your name, she. Hello, she. Welcome on in, friend. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. Alright, Oh, got a head pad, alright. Starting off the stream right, huh? Thank you very much for the head pats. Alright, making sure everything's all set up properly. Looks like it. Let's continue our voyage through the stars. Let's see, get this over here properly set up. Move this over here. Put this here. There we go. Okay. Oh, and you're going to be annoying. Okay. Okay. I really need to get better cord for that. I need to go ahead and get a cord for that, but did it work that time? It did not. Plug in. And it's still not plugging in. Very good. Okay, so you're just going to be annoying today. I see. Okay, yeah, this is. Well, I thought I had everything set up, but when your plug-in just does not plug in. Hello, plug in. Yeah, it's just not plugging in. Okay, yep, that's good. It's just not going to plug in. Hello, hello. When plugging a cord into something and it should plug in, but it is just not plugging in. It's just not connecting just right for no apparent reason. Come on, come on. We can't do this if you don't plug in. Why are you not recognizing it being plugged in? You're just not okay today. Okay, that's cool. There it goes. There it goes. Okay. No, apparently not. What do you mean it's just not recognized? What do you mean it's not recognized? You've plugged in how many times before now? Why are you not recognizing the USB device? I apologize for this technical issues, guys. My Windows is just simply not recognizing the USB. It's never done this before. It's just literally, it's a little pop-up saying it's not recognizing the USB device. And it has never done that before. And I can't... The hells? I literally don't have another cord, so if this doesn't plug in, my phone's going to die. My phone dies. I have no way to charge it. That's just a whole issue. It's just not recognizing the USB device. What the fuck? I don't understand. I genuinely do not understand. This is weird. This is really, really weird. Yep, this is fantastic. How? Anybody want to take guesses on how long it's going to take for me to figure this out? Because this is good. This is really good. This is good. It's definitely what you guys came here for. I just need to get a new cord. That's all it is. I just need to hurry up and get a new cord. Keep telling myself every time I'm in Walmart I need to get a new cord. I keep not getting a new cord because I don't have the money most of the time. Now it's just straight up just not working, and now I'm not on the phone. This is good. This is very good. Oh. Did I jiggle it just right? Did I jiggle it? Okay. Yeah, I'm just glad to get a new cord. That's all it is. I might have to steal it. I might have to rob it. I might have to pickpocket it. But I'm just glad to get a new cord. That's all it is. That's all it is. This was not... Yep, that's all it's going to have to be. I'm just going to have to get a new one. Come hell or high water. Okay. Finally plugged in. I finally managed to jiggle the little cord right. We finally figured this thing out. Okay. Apologies about that. Stupid phone. Okay. And now I've managed to misplace something else. Where in the... It was right here. Wow, I am disorganized as today. I am disorganized as today. It was literally just right here. It was right here. Oh, there you are. Nope, yeah, there you are. Okay. Now we're ready? Now we're ready? I think we're ready. I think we're good. I think we're good. Okay. You're still plugged in. You're good. You're good. You're good. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to get a new cord. It's getting pickier and pickier about being plugged in. That's all there is to it. I'm just gonna have to get a new cord. Okay. So we're going to try to start a riot on the ship. That's what we were doing. Okay. So we've got 3 nodes: navigation control, payload ops, and engine room. Sabotage engines. Nothing spreads discontent more than malfunctioning engines, but you'll have to be subtle in your sabotage. Criticize contracts. Engine room crews are always worse paid, and a little bit of contract discussion should spread discontent. And this will give us engineer support. And then headstream mutiny. Turning each section of the crew against their captain is the job, and it isn't going to be... Okay, so I have to get all 3 separate crews to mutiny. Okay. The engineering staff of the headstream are already in doubt about their captain. Okay. So I am particularly skilled at sabotaging engines, so I may put my car... What are these dice rolls? 2 1s and 2 2s? 2 1s and 2 2s? What? You guys couldn't roll better than that? Not that I've got anything to say. My highest one's 3. Debate Wellspring. The situation on Wellspring is untenable. You just need to get the nav techs to realize that on their own. Falsified data. False data in the system will lead to frustration and mistakes in the bridge. Text if you can plant it without being seen. And neither of them are good at that. Neither of them are good. That's good. Payload ops. Discuss the war. Lutic are trying to profit from the war and their monopoly on water. The cargo crew just need some encouragement to see it. Tamper with payload. A leaky payload means the cargo crew will be on edge all cycle. Just don't get caught messing with the tanks. Okay, so neither Kurt nor Bliss have any dice right now that they are currently good for. That's good. This one is, the operation support is the only one that I don't have a bonus on though, so that's probably what I will try to use them on. I don't like the fact that they all have really low dice though, that just does not feel good. Well, I would think lake pebbles are a little bit less edible than rice balls, but you are certainly welcome to try. I'm not sure how that would work out for you, though. I know rice balls are very tasty, but since we're living in a lake and I'm a turtle, that's kind of what I was going for. I just picked some random icon that was that was royalty free off the internet. Oh, this is not good. This is not. These guys rolling ones and twos is just not working out. I mean, this is just not working out very well. Okay, there we go. We got the ship silenced. I kind of just I don't want to waste ones and twos, but our lotic stress is getting really high now. We've only got three more left. We do have three supplies. We almost got operations support. This is starting to look a little sus though. The main thing is we have no engineer support, but if I can get good dice, I've got plus and 7. Oh, hold on a second, guys. My package has apparently arrived. I've got to go get my package in. Give me a second. Oh, fish. Thank you for the tasty. Speaking of tasty fish, I have tasty fish outside that I've got to go bring in. Okay, and I am back, friends. I don't know if you know the amazing food service that is HelloFresh, but they deliver fast, fresh, expedient food. And as long as FedEx doesn't deliver it to the wrong address again, it's always very fresh. And without issues, but I think that's on FedEx, not HelloFresh, so. And I'm partially sure it's also on my apartment being weird, but I have got to report FedEx because they delivered to the wrong apartment again. That is apartment 3, not 2. Which I don't care if you guys know if I'm in apartment 2, not 3, because you don't know the specific address. There could be 1,000 apartments here. You have no idea. Definitely looking forward to those crab cakes, though. I do love some tasty crab cakes. Report issue. I had issues. Other issues. Okay, yeah. There we go. Wrong address. Yeah, thank you for that. I'm just glad the guys in apartment 3 haven't tried to steal it yet. I'm just glad they haven't tried to steal my food yet. Okay, anyway, um, back to this. Okay. We were going to just waste 3 dice, as bad as it feels, right? Because they're 1s and 2s, and we don't want to put up the stress. I got 3 supplies, we're probably fine. Probably fine, right? Probably fine. Oh yeah, especially if I roll like that. Okay. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so payload ops, we need to finish this one off, but we... Okay, but that's negative for bliss, so we probably don't want to do that. Hopefully this it's a 50-50. We surely will get a positive operation out of this one, right? There we go. Okay. Good, good, good. So now we just need the engine room, and I've got positive on that. Bliss has a 6. So we should be able to pretty much have this. Good, 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 good. Good. Okay. That should be all we need to do for this area, too. There shouldn't be any extra beyond this, right? I wouldn't think. Positive, okay. 2 more positive outcomes and we're good. 2 more positive outcomes and we're good. Even if we get a neutral, because that... Okay, yeah, we're good. Let's push. Give ourselves a 6, and there we go. There we go, there we go. Alright. Kirk rushes into the bay at your crossing. It's all kicking off Sleeper. A wild glee is in his eyes. Lambert's lost control. He guides you through the headscreen, a ship you have become surprisingly familiar with over the past few cycles. Perhaps it is the influence of getting to know the crew and their complaints around Lambert and the Syndicate, but its twisting corridors, thick pipes, and cold metal have taken on an oppressive feel, cycle by cycle, hour by hour. Now, as the shouts of conflict echo down the corridor ahead, where a room glows with the warm light of the galley, you feel that oppressive pall being scraped away, replaced with some new and exciting quality. Enough, Lambert's shout echoes like a shot as you enter the crowded galley. From what you can tell, more than half the crew have crowded into this space and are clumped around, some perched on the side units. I order you to return to your stations. Lambert floats slightly above the crowd, his hands held up in a gesture of futile calming or nervous surrender. You see him glance over his shoulder, and tracing his view, you see security officers tensely gathered at the back of the room. A heavy hand you know is Kirk's falls on your shoulder as you try to move through the crowd. Just wait, Kirk winks, and you turn to see security moving through the crowd. If you will not retreat willingly, I will have no other choice than to use force. Lambert's voice breaks with anger. Disperse. You watch as the guards form up behind Lambert, and then one moves forward and grabs him, forcing his arm behind his back. The act is met with a raucous cheer from the assembled crew and a yell from Lambert himself. He is forced through the crowd, who part and jeer, heading directly for the corridor from which you entered. When Lambert is close, Kirk nods to the security officer holding him, and they stop. Lambert looks up in confusion and stares directly into Kirk's grin. You are officially removed from duty as captain of the Headstream on the authority of the Wellspring Workers Alliance. Kirk's tone is direct and clipped. This is done with authority of a majority ballot of your crew. Workers Alliance, you have no authority. You are pirates, Lambert spits at Kirk. There will be consequences. On that, we agree. Kirk nods to the security officers, and they wrench a struggling Lambert from the room. Kirk watches Lambert go, determination set in his heavy brow. What will happen to him? Lambert can enjoy the hospitality of his own brig. Kirk pats you on the back. We have a celebration to muster. The galley erupts in liberated joy, and soon drinks and food are passed around from a stash Lambert had been asking the quartermaster to keep back for his own use. You settle on a counter and look on as the crew celebrates. You watch as Kirk moves effortlessly through the room, giving and receiving thanks in equal measure. Despite his intimidating appearance, you see in him something softer coming to the surface, something reserved to those who he has struggled alongside. Fresh allies are old friends to him. After the celebrations have died down, and the crew have retreated to make plans for supporting the blockade, holding out on what they have, Kirk approaches you. Not toasting the victory, he offers you a transparent bag of ship-brewed moonshine. To the crew of the Headstream, Kirk smiles. To our comrades, I think it's time we return to Wellspring. He looks off towards the last crew members leaving the room. We have done our job. Say the word. I'm just the pretend captain, Kirk smiles. That ship out there is yours to command, and everyone knows it. You suddenly notice how exhausted Kirk looks, his eyes dark and hooded. He looks down towards the scuffed floor. You did well here. He smiles weakly. We certainly stirred something up. He pauses. I don't want to overthink it. Lambert is right. Retaliation will come. He looks around the room. I hope they will be ready when it does. He sighs a heavy sigh. Kirk takes a deep breath and lets it out slow. The struggle goes on. He pushes off from the counter and heads towards the docking bridge. You take a moment before you follow, your mind drifting to the crew and the struggle they have ahead. As you do, a small and perhaps unfair part of you thinks, well, that's life in the belt. Alright, we did it. We inspired a peaceful mutiny on the Headstream means of production, which is apparently an achievement. Awesome. There's no reason to stick around here, I suppose. Let's leave on out. Contract concluded. The cut thrums with tension. This steaming city and its brash inhabitants have quieted, not to silence, but to a low rumble of conversation. The blockade is holding, the syndicate is waiting, and everywhere there are plans to be made. You and Seraphin float idly into Chasm Row, many stories deep in this wound in Wellspring's side, waiting on Kirk not far from the first place you met, a meeting Seraphin still has lingering bruises from. Kirk is inside somewhere, and like every other low-tech contractor, he is making plans. Even before you arrived back in Wellspring, he had hijacked the rig's transmitter to speak with his fellow conspirators and make arrangements for his arrival. Watching Kirk's plot unfold made you realize that, despite your involvement, in the end you are just a subsidiary part of the struggle, a chaotic outside actor with effect but no real influence. Now, waiting for Kirk's return, you feel a little solace in that. You aren't ready to be dragged into another struggle, not yet. You still have your freedom to win, and looking at Seraphin next to you, you know that he does, too. Alright, we are on. Kirk comes out of a passage nearby, nodding to the two of you to follow. He leads you both into the wide market passageways, This time not to the steaming market hall that lies beneath the needle streets, but to a cramped room walled with pipes and rusted panels. Just a little longer. He nods to you both. Hold here. He exchanges a serious look with you before pushing on and gliding back out of the room. You watch Kirk go, your relationship having settled into a quiet and mutual respect. His eyes are on bigger things now, workers' councils and contract negotiations, and you know that. Perhaps, one cycle ahead, you will find a moment to drink together once again and discuss everything that has happened. For now, Kirk has other things on his mind. Seraphin settles again. You shoot him a look, but his focus is elsewhere, his eyes glazed over. You fold your arms and wait. Sarah, Tala enters so quietly that, in the dim room, you barely notice her. She shoots you a look and a smile as she enters. Thank you, she bows silently, and then turns her attention to her brother. Tala, Seraphin says her name with a sigh, like an exhale. He is shaking his head, his eyes already shining, with uncontrollable emotion. She rushes across the room, flying into Seraphin at speed. They embrace, softly spinning in the dust and dark, their fingers dug into each other's backs. They separate, a couple of pristine spheres of briny tears spinning away through the air as they do. You are safe, Seraphin nods, taking a breath. I am safe. She smiles reassuringly, settling him. And in this settling, this gesture of care, you see a whole network of signs and secrets. Tala is the calm to Seraphin's storm, the big sister who eases. She looks him up and down. You are so big, Sarah, she laughs at her own statement. You have grown up. She tries to make it sound approving rather than patronizing. You are just the same, sister, Seraphin shakes his head, calling me big, but making me feel small. The moment the statement leaves his lips, you feel a chill in the room, and you aren't sure if he meant it. Tala flinches a little, hurt but not wanting to show it. I came to find you, Tala tries again. I needed to find you. Seraphin looks torn, and you see in him something you have come to recognize, the slow and careful raising of his defenses. Why now? He looks away. It's been a long time, Tala. Mom and Dad finally decide they want me to come home. A ripple of emotion runs through Tala, one she can't hide. Sura, they are after you left. They are gone. She sighs. I thought you would have. She struggles to find the words. It's been a long time. It has. Seraphin sets his face into a stern look of control, but you know he is raging inside. And in this moment you feel closer to him than you have felt in a while. Tala folds her arms, trying to regain little control of the exchange. It's good to see you, Sura. So good. You know what is coming, and you see Seraphin brace for it too. But I can't leave with you. She looks pained. This isn't easy for her either. Seraphin can only nod, a dulling acceptance washing over him. I wanted to find you, and I have. And I can see you're strong and, well, and she shoots you a glance. You have your life here. But the people here, the other contractors, they were the ones who found me, who have kept me going since I ended up here desperate and alone. She smiles warmly. It's not that I owe them. It's that they are my family too. She gently places a hand on his shoulder. I know you'll understand this. She smiles at you. We all find our families out here. Seraphin smiles a rare smile, his eyes wet. We do, sister. He embraces her again. They separate, and Tala turns her attention to you. I know you'll take care of my brother Sleeper. She smiles. I saw it in your eyes when you came to the pit head. She approaches and puts a hand on your shoulder. I can see you are building something of value on that ship of yours. Yeah, I've got him. I'll take care of Seraphin, and he'll take care of me. I'm sure you will. She exhales and takes her hand away. She folds her arms again, her sense of control returning. There is a wisdom and experience to Tala that brings a certain calm to you, and you feel that now. Will you two be staying here for a while, or Tala looks between you and Seraphin. Seraphin cuts in before you can answer. Not long, he smiles. We have our own freedom to find. Tala nods. Just be aware you are free to pass the blockade, but after that, she sighs. Wellspring is going to be locked down for a little while. At least until Kirk can establish his council. Next time you come, she smiles proudly. This will be a very different place. Hearing Tala say this, you suddenly see the authority in her, and realize that one of those council seats may well have her name on it. You look between the two of them, and realize they have years to catch up on, and they would probably rather do that without you watching. You nod to them and slip out of the room, a lilting conversation starting up the moment you leave. As you follow the twisting corridors back up to Chasm Road, you smile to yourself at the thought of Tala and Seraphim reunited at last. You hope this whole adventure will make Seraphim a little less moody, even though you know deep down it will probably make him worse. Well, as long as it makes him less impulsive, he's got way too much impulses. On your way into the ring, you pass a tired-looking Eugen. We heading out, he sighs, because I'm not sure I've got another chip left to wager. Looks like it, bro. That's why you should gamble. Eugen nods. I will strap myself in for a nap then. He disappears into the bursts. Later in the cycle, Seraphim quietly comes back into the rig. He immediately settles himself in the cockpit and starts running diagnostics off the engines. He looks up as you enter and shoots you a smile. Good to see you up here, Sleeper. I'm getting her ready to head out. How are you doing? I'm good, Sleeper. Really good. He flicks a sequence of switches. Sleeper, Seraphim turns to face you. Thank you. He smiles. I appreciate you bringing us all the way out here. I won't forget it. I'm glad. He smiles. Gotta say, it was nice to see you getting to meet Tala after all this time. She's found a place here, and I'm really happy for her. He looks away out of the cockpit windows at Wellspring. She always was the responsible one, and I was always the one running away. I guess some things never change. Seraphim quietly watches the diagnostics complete, a subtle smile on his lips. One thing is for sure, we have been here too long. Seraphim meets your eye, and we have been seen by too many people. Wellspring may be far out of Usubu territory. I'm sure they will find a way to reach his nasty claws out here, given enough time. Let's not give him the chance. Hey guys, Bliss's voice echoes up the passage into the cockpit. They lean in the door, looking between the two of you. Two contractors just dumped a load of fuel outside our ship, said it was a gift. You and Seraphim look at each other. Got to be Kurt. Seraphim gets up. It's either a thank you or his way of telling us to get going. Or both. Seraphim kicks off and glides out of the cockpit. Hey, so, Bliss smiles. While you two have been busy, so have I. Been looking at the rig's drive, and I reckon it's due an upgrade. We've got lots of engine components. We've got 5. Is that enough? You'll need engine components, quite a few, so keep an eye out. Bliss shrugs. Shipyards tend to be a good place to look. Thanks, Bliss. Bliss winks. Anytime, they sigh. Better go help Seraphim with that fuel. As Bliss leaves the cockpit, you find yourself lost in thought, considering your next step while the icy expanse of Wellspring glitters below. You are free to leave Wellspring. You now have a HazNav unit installed and can freely travel through debris fields. Yay! Okay, we definitely need to buy some supplies though, first thing. Where do we buy supplies? I honestly don't remember. That's where we buy fuel, but we just got enough fuel. Chasm Row. Here we are, supplies. Fill, yep. There we go. Okay. Is the rig where we upgrade the engine? Yeah, rig engine. How many 8. Okay, so we don't quite have enough engine supplies. To increase the ship's range, the engine will need an overall to squeeze more power out of the turbines. So we need 3 more engine components. Okay. Nimba, okay, yeah, that's the green port. Cadet has a drive from hex port, yeah, okay. We don't have enough points for an upgrade, that's fine. We can buy rare and scrap components, but not engine parts. And then that's closed off now, okay. Where do we get engines? She said something about because that's just supplies. Okay, so I could work some depot shifts with our dice before we leave. Cut water shift is probably not a good idea since we have negative engage. So let's go to the low tick depot, earn a few more monies before we head out. 8 cryo, so not a whole lot of money. That's a neutral outcome though. Positive is 13, so that's good. I don't know what a negative is though. Another 13, very good. Negative outcome is just loss of energy, awesome. Okay. And double negative, okay, whatever. Well, I guess we are heading on out now. Belt. Let's see. We can go straight to Far Spindle. Where do we go for engine components? I don't know. If we go here, we can probably go to the scatter yards, right? I kind of want to go ahead and do the green belt. Key Lion Gate is kind of a bad one to go to. So let's go to Far Spindle. You are the first to notice them. Small, white, smooth shapes at the boundaries between hull plates and the seams of paneling curling out from beneath the vents. Mushrooms dotted here and there all across the cargo bay. Oh, we got mushrooms in our bay now. Mushrooms growing on your ship. This doesn't seem very hygienic. Bliss floats next to you, surveying the scattering of pale caps in the cargo bay. It's hard not to agree, although you doubt spores and fungi can have a significant effect on your body. Not that you have risked it before. We should vent the cargo bay. Serafin's voice crackles through the cargo bay's speakers. He is flying the ship, but you updated him on your new passengers. This is what comes from having spores and wonky crates sitting in your bay cycle after cycle. You look with slight embarrassment at the ragged spore crate that Nimba asked you to deliver to Aki as a gift. Maybe you should have proved a faster courier. Bliss sees you looking. Hey, don't blame yourself. They don't seem to be hurting anyone. They float over to a cafeteria off at the step. We know from Nimba that these are edible, so we could farm them. We are always short of supplies, Serpent's voice buzzes through the speakers. But a few caps, well, it would still be something. Bliss inspects the cap. I do like a good mushroom, they sniff it. Back on the island, they had these Masutake that smelled amazing. You look over the cargo bay. It doesn't get used much. Most of your halls fit comfortably in one corner. There's plenty of room to isolate a little growing area, maybe with some plastic sheets. Or you could just open the hatch and let the void of space sterilize the whole place for you as you fly. After all, if these things get into the air recyclers, you could have a serious problem on your hands. And who knows what they might do to the wiring. Either way, you better keep hold of the packed spore crate. Maybe just secure it in its own locker. Nimba would be impressed if you vented those spores. But the mushrooms, you need to decide. We're keeping them. Yeah, we will have our own mushroom farm. Let's hold some of the cap to their mouth and thinks better of it. Excluding, yeah, keep them. We'll still need to figure out how to harvest and prepare them. Bliss slips the cap into a pocket, but I think it's a good call. You hope they are right. This rig is busy enough without adding extra ecosystems into the mix. As you leave the cargo bay, you suddenly realize you have taken on yet another project. It is becoming a habit. Ah, it'll be fine. Oh, that was an achievement. Decide not to clear the cargo bay out. Mushrooms nearby. We has the mushrooms. Very good. Alright, fill up the fuel. Very good. Come on down here, use our dice for some work. Scrap shift. Alright. There we go, and we're hungry, so we gotta go up here. Didn't realize we also somehow lost a supply. Alright. Cupcakes. There we go. Do one more die. Hopefully we'll win the 50-50, get some more money. Alright, very good. Now let's get our way over to... Okay, so we can't go directly to the Green Belt, unfortunately. We do have to go to the Helion Gate. I was worried about that. I was hoping it was kind of... but no. Okay. The Helion Gate is annoying to go through. Sleeper, you got a moment? Eugen finds you in your berth. I have news about the eighth lion. Eugen has a seriousness you rarely see etched into the hard lines of his face. Remember the ship he is talking about. The eighth lion path, the last surviving interstellar fraction ship in the Helion system. If his stories are to be believed. I've been putting out some feelers for that little lost ship, and something came back. He glances around as if the information might lead to some unwanted source. I've been working with a contact of mine, a signal chaser working out of the hollow. He's got some promising data. He followed the trails from the hidden wreck we found, calculated the possible vectors. If this thing is still in the Helion system, is it the shoals? He folds his arms across his broad chest, watching your reaction. Do you trust the signal chaser? He sucks in a breath. As much as I trust anyone. I haven't told him what exactly we are tracking. Just gave him the signature. There's a chance he hasn't figured it out. But the problem is the signal chaser's gone quiet. Nothing for a few cycles now. Eugen shakes his head. Maybe he got wise to the value of what he found. But I doubt it. Maybe he just took a holy day. Eugen grins at his own joke. I reckon we pay a visit to the hollow, turn up my ghosted contact, see how viable the data looks. It looks good. We go out and get the ship. It doesn't, he shrugs. No harm, no foul. What about Vesna? What about her? Eugen shrugs. Maybe she's involved. I doubt it. But he holds up a finger. Could she come sniffing around after the fact, when a whiff of the data gets out? He sighs. That's what she does. That's all I have got, Eugen winks. Keep it between us, all right? We will let the others know when we hit the hollow. But remember what's at stake here, Sleeper. An interstellar ship, a ticket out of Helion. He pats you hard on the shoulder. It will be worth it. With that, Eugen drifts out of the bunks, whistling. Okay, understood. And we can't go straight to Greenway, can we? We need to get some fuel. Yeah, we need to get at least one fuel. That's what I thought. Hopefully we can manage this. Oh, positive outcome. Alright, there we go. And we don't really have any good dice, so I'm just going to go ahead and head on out. Because the only other thing here, I believe, is maybe getting some data or scrap. But if we lose the dice roll, it's just loss of energy, which would mean we would eventually have to use a supply, which I do not want to do. So we're just not going to worry. Where is the hollow's over there? Okay, understood. Let's go to the green belt. See if we can get this contact between these guys going on. See if we can get some trust going on over here. Okay, Greenbelt Depot. Fill up the fuel. Fill up the supplies. For some reason we lost a supply. Are the mushrooms taking our supplies? That's probably, I don't know, that feels weird. The mushrooms should be adding supplies, shouldn't it? Not taking them away. Okay, let's work some maintenance shifts. Get some positive action going with the community. Oh, and we get energy for doing that. Okay. There's not really anything here that we would lose energy for. So I guess it's kind of a waste of energy, but neutral outcomes even +1. So what's a negative outcome? Hopefully it's not anything too bad. Negative outcome is negative energy. Okay, so that's bad. That's okay, because yeah. Okay. So we got halfway there on the first day. That's good. Hopefully we can finish it up on the next cycle. And we got 3-1, so that's good. That's good. There we go. I guess I should probably do the ones first in case we lose energy. Then we can do the negative thing, right? Okay, that's interesting. We're winning all the... Okay, that's interesting. We won all the coin flips there. That's cool. Usually doesn't happen like that. Usually it's the opposite way. And the 3 is the one that had the negative. Okay, yeah. Okay, sure. Yep. Okay. One more cycle and we'll have it done. Okay, yeah, we got 6. I'm probably going to use the 4 though, since we got a positive there. There we go. You have a natural ability with the plants. Aki's voice makes you look up from your work. It is rare. You expect Aki's typical warm smile, but she looks pale, distracted. I have something I want to discuss with you. She leads you out of the biome into the damp, rock-cut tunnels that run just under the surface, all across Greenbelt. I'm sure you have noticed the section of our fields has been lying fallow, Aki says as she glides through the low tunnel. It's been like this since I took over as administrator here. My predecessor was the one to fail it, and confidence was lost in his vision. She shakes her head. But we have been unable to recover it. No matter the crop, the preparations, nothing will take. Aki leads you through a set of double doors, and then up into the second biosphere. Immediately you feel a difference. The air is dry, and a thin, choky dust fills the space. Aki puts out a hand and rubs the dust between her fingers. With its output halved, Greenbelt is under threat. She sighs. Those who wish to control this place are circling. We cannot lose our independence. But I wasn't always in the belt, Aki stares out at the dry landscape. I was born on a moon. Ember's step. A failed experiment in terraforming from before the collapse. We survived by cultivating the dust. I came here, like many, in the shadow of the war. My ship lost. Aki pauses and takes a moment, the loss still fresh in her mind. But it held the key. Aki looks to you, and perhaps holds it still. She wipes the dust from her fingers. Steppe silk, a plant that thrives in the dry and the dust. A plant that might thrive here. I have seen your ship, and you have shown me you are to be trusted. I want you to go to the remains of my own, the wind's long shadow, and try to recover anything we might use. A plant, a husk, a seed, anything. It is a desperate step. She frowns. Yeah, where's the ship? The wind's long shadow lies right beyond the sunward edge of the belt. Beyond Helion Gate, Aki pauses. I do not know what remains. My crew and I were lucky to escape. Greenbelt has reserved cryo for moments like these. We will pay you for the retrieval, of course, depending on what you are able to retrieve. Aki sighs. This is our final recourse. I hope I will not be judged as harshly as my predecessor. I can offer you fuel for the trip from our reserve spouse slightly. The journey to Helion Gate and the wreck beyond will require it. Come, Aki turns. Let's go back to where the green things grow. She smiles. It is a better place to consider the future together. And Aki leads you away from the barren biosphere, the door scissoring shut behind you. Alright, looks like we got some new contract. So we have to go over to Helion Gate. It's around Helion Gate, I guess. The rig glides safely through a debris cloud, the cockpit empty apart from you and Seraphim. So, Sleeper, I have been thinking. Seraphim gives you a sly look over his shoulder. I have been thinking I'm sick of running. Me too. I mean, even if we want to keep going the way we have been, we have run out of belt. Beyond Wellspring is mostly rocks and emaciated scavengers. And, well, I'm a city boy at heart. But not only that, Seraphim meets your eye. We have been building something here, Sleeper. The crew, the ship, he smiles. Hell, we just got this hazmat suite for free. He thumps a new unit on top of his flight console. What I'm asking is, how do you feel about taking Lane on? Tell me more. You have seen what's happening in Wellspring, what Tala's doing. He shakes his head. Kirk is a fool, but he's onto something. Get on the inside. Organize. Undermine. That I can get on board with. I like the sound of that. I bet you do, Seraphim smiles. He's enjoying this. Just think about it, Sleeper. We find a way back onto Darkside quietly. We make some connections. We start something running. He turns back to his console. It would be one hell of a thing. Usubo are ruthless. The way they run Darkside, there's got to be plenty of people fed up with them. Seraphim shrugs. And they have gotten worse under Lane. Worse since they pushed the other gangs out. You smile and shake your head at how fast Seraphim can bounce back when he wants to. And as you do, you can't help but consider his plan. Look, maybe it's crazy, but we need a safe harbor either way. I have got a connection in the scatter yards. He will tuck us away, keep us quiet from everyone. You see Seraphim has his coin in his hand and is turning it over between his fingers as he speaks. If we want, maybe he can help us get into Darkside. But even if we don't, it's a good place to rest up and make a plan. He turns back to the controls to deal with a rapid beat from the new HasNav unit. The Scatter Yards. You have heard of them. They have a reputation as a fiercely independent set of shipyards, just Starward of Darkside, a hiding place right under Lane's nose. If you have got things to do elsewhere first, go ahead. But the moment we are back in the wash, Lane will be looking out for us. Seraphim turns his focus back to piloting the ship. As you watch debris flit past the ship, you turn your focus to what's ahead. Okay, so now we've got two quests over there, looks like. Cool. I saw it, Seraphim comes charging into the bunks. I actually saw it. He is wild-eyed and his breath is ragged. Are you okay? Seraphim takes a moment to catch his breath, suddenly aware of how frantic he sounds. He squints at you. Have you noticed how... Yeah, I did notice supplies have been missing. What's up with that? I have, yeah. You suddenly recall the mysterious mess that was left behind in supply storage. Seraphim sees the flicker of recognition in your eyes. So, after it happened a couple of times, I decided to keep an eye on our supply store. Seraphim lowers his voice. You know, check it from time to time. And just this cycle, I drifted down there really quiet, he leads in. And whoosh, something flew past me. He shakes his head, knocked me right into the wall. Something. I don't know. It came at me fast. Some kind of creature. Servant says the last word with emphasis. Is there really a creature loose on the ship? You look around the berth, suddenly aware that something could be hiding nearby, tucked into the vents, perhaps. We know this thing likes supplies, right? Well, most creatures do need to eat, yes. Serpent is also glancing around for hiding places, so we lock them down tighter. Keep it out. That way it will get desperate, and then Serpent raises a finger. It will make a mistake. What are you talking about? Blitz leans in from the corridor. I could hear you all the way in the workshop. Seraphin saw the supply thief. Chris looks between the two of you with a raised eyebrow. From the way you are talking, I'm assuming it's not human. It's something small and dark, something fast. Seraphin looks at Bliss. We are going to lock up the supplies to drive it out. Bliss looks at Seraphin. If it's an animal, we don't want to make it any more scared and desperate than it already is. How about we lock up the supplies, but leave some out in a special place? Try to bait it, try to make it a friend, and then grab it, Seraphin mimes the act. No, Bliss looks between the two of you. We show it that it has nothing to fear. We tame it. It didn't seem very tameable, Seraphin rubs his sore ribs. Well, you're not very tameable yourself, Seraphin. Plus, we have already wasted enough supplies on this thing. Hey, maybe it'll be useful for something. Seraphin turns to you. What do you think, Sleeper? You look between the two of them, still processing the strange situation. Yeah, let's try a tame it. Seraphin sighs. What a waste. Alright, Bliss nods. You'll have to come down to the supply store every few cycles and put out some more food. That way it won't get desperate and do anything dangerous. And I'll lock the supplies up tight. Seraphin folds his arms. It won't get into them anymore. The plan's set. Bliss and Seraphin leave the berth, heading in separate directions. You watch them go. It seems your ship has a stowaway. The question is, how will you deal with it? Alright, we have a stow. Oh, we even have a little timer thingy. Okay. Rig supply store. Okay, so we have to put a supply in here. Wanted to provoke the stowaway. If it gets hungry enough, it might just do that. Rather than starve it every few cycles, you should leave supplies out for the stowaway until it's ready to reveal itself, okay? Stowaway has been fed. So what? Oh, wait, I'm supposed to do that to make the clock go down? I may have just wasted a supply. Oops. But we have got a 5 here, so we can probably find some supplies right here, right? Okay, there we go. And we also need to get some more fuel if we want to go back to the green belt. And if the contract is around here somewhere. The wind's long shadow floats, broken open, at the sunward edge of the belt. One of the refugee ships that made the fraught journey out to the belt from the inner system, before the war truly took hold. The wind's long shadow is a monument now, and a warning to any other vessel that might stray sunward. Bliss whistles. Pretty pile of scrap. They move closer to the cockpit glass. Are we really expecting to find the remains of a plant in all that? It is hard to imagine that this cold, dead place might hold some key to the future of a settlement as verdant as Greenbelt, but that is why you are here. Step silk husks. That's what Aki said. The crop she brought from her home carried out with the refugees. If there's anything left, it will be your job to continue its journey from this place. This is no salvage shop sleeper. Sergeant gets up from his cockpit seat. We need to be delicate. The more of those things we can get out, the more Acme will pay. Not to be totally mercenary, Sergeant winks at you. Look out at the wreck, shrouded in debris. Delicate. Right. Time to put that to the test. Alright, so yeah, the more we get out, we get 100 per is what it said, right? Okay, sector search, sifting through the clouds of dirt, sector by sector is the safest way to uncover any husks that might have survived. Clear dust house. The dust house is full of dirt and shrapnel, fearing it might unearth husks, but it might also destroy them. Fragile husks. The step-silk husks and dust are easily exposed. One wrong move and they will be destroyed forever. Okay, so we have to fill up the step-silk dig without hurting the husks. Digging through the remains of the old dust house is an act of hope. Can anything have survived this? Well, we've got 6 right here. Doesn't look like anybody has any bonuses, but we do have a couple of 6s to guarantee positive outcomes, so that's good. Okay, so positive does 2, so we'll need 3 more positive outcomes. We can do this. Let's go ahead and get one of them done. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and get one of them done. We've got enough 6s to guarantee just straight up positive outcome here. There we go. So that's at least one guarantee, right? Cut open base. Systemically cutting open the base to find husks is safer and smarter, but slower than tearing them open. Break open bays. The split on the ship has revealed layers of bays and machines for processing step silk. Breaking them open might reveal forgotten husks. The bays are leaking atmosphere and your search is making it worse. If they lose it all, any husks will be destroyed. Okay, so that's a lot more forgiving. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, unless it does 2 whenever we fail, but that also looks like it takes a lot more to search. Storage vault. Scan for husk. There are a lot of containers to search. Scanning for organic material will help, but the debris is still an issue. Search for husk. The ship's vault is full of sealed containers that might hold protected step silk husk, but it's also full of dangerous debris, and there's no fail condition here. Okay, so this is where we should put our poorer dice, it looks like. Okay, so this is where we should definitely put our poorer dice. Eugen has negative here no matter what. Eugen could break open bays, but since that has a negative fail condition, I don't want to put any low dice in this one. But the 4 is pretty good, only 25% negative, so there we go, very good, okay. And then I got a positive here, so we'll go ahead and do that. Neutral outcome gives me stress. Okay, well I don't care if I get stress. I've got multiple ways to handle that. There we go, okay, and then push. And that gives us a 5, and that will take care of the stress as well. Although it also gives us stress, so that's halfway there with that one. I don't want to use a 2 on that though, and you are neutral here, so we'll have you do that. Okay, and that gives her stress. That's fine though. Alright, that was a pretty good first cycle though. That was a really good first cycle. Okay, and yeah, that goes up 1 each, so I don't know how much supplies lowers that. We'll definitely have to keep an eye on that though. Okay, ooh, look at that, we got a 6. Very good, so we'll just go ahead and put you there. Very good, okay. We'll go ahead and put the... Yeah, because you have negative on the others, so your dice are fairly good. Oh, look at that, straight up positive. Okay, can Eugen just go ahead and finish this? There we go, perfect. Okay, now just the storage vault. And I've got a positive with that, so that's fine. And there's no fail condition on this one. So that is awesome. There we go. It does give me stress though, so that's kind of bad, but we can handle that. There we go, guaranteed positive outcome. That should finish that off. There we go. Dust House Blues retrieve all 3 steps of husks from the wreck. That was easy enough. If the wreck wasn't dead before, now, scoured of the final husks of life, it surely must be. As Seraphin starts up the drive, you give the wind's long shadow a final look in its resting place. It's hard to feel sad about another chunk of scrap orbiting in a system that's made of nothing but the scrap of past regimes. But the people who lived on and built this ship, those people are worth a moment of memory. You think of them as you prepare to leave, and hope that they, like Aki, have been carried on to new lives beyond the desperation of escape. And those that didn't get out, you hope your passing through this place did not disturb them. Nothing else to do here, we got the husks, alright. I guess we'll head on out then. Alright, how are we doing with our little friend? We got 3. I'll go ahead and put a supply in here. How much does that lower the stowaways by 3? Okay, so I'll go ahead and wait until it's like 3. I don't want to get to the final one because that might trigger it. But that's fine. Okay, so I would prefer to not have to search for things. It's much easier to buy them. But we need at least 2 fuel to make it the green belt. We've got 6 here, so that'll guarantee that. I guess I could use the 5 to go ahead and try to. But fuel's pretty cheap there, so I kind of think I want to go ahead and search for supplies. Neutral outcome, okay. Neutral outcome. Negative outcome, awesome, very good. Okay. Yeah, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that is fine. On back to the green belt with our stuff. There we go. You bring the step silk husks you gathered from the wind's long shadow to Aki, and she is as pleased as you would expect. You meet her on the bridge overlooking green fields, the green belt workers quietly toiling below, while the air recycler's wind gently rustles the leaves of the crops. Sleeper, Aki holds the husks to her chest. Thank you. These are a new beginning for us. Aki pauses, knitting her brow. How was she, the wind's long shadow? She must have been beautiful once. Aki smiles. She truly was. She looks down. Until they killed her. Aki sighs and looks out at the green belt fields. Everyone must die in the end. The belt makes wrecks of us all. She looks back at you. But what you have brought me? This is new life. Give us time. We will need to clear and reseed the other biosphere. Aki bows. I hope you will return to us when the work is done. She presses a handful of chips into your hand. Thank you. She meets your eye. You watch her carry the husk gently away, glowing with the promise of fresh growth. Oh yeah, got that good money. There we go, that's good. Greenbelt Depot. Fill up the fuel. Go ahead. Oh no, we're good on supplies, okay. Cool. New location discovered. Weaver's Fields. Aki is working to integrate the step silk into the biome, shoring up Greenbelt. You should come back when she. Okay, so I have to wait 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cycles. So before we can connect it to the Aki, I see. Unfortunately, there's nothing here we can do with our dice. Kinda feels bad to waste dice, but there's literally nothing we can do, so. Oh, what's this? Rig cargo bay? Part of the job of repairing the bay is climbing all the stray caps so you don't want to take root and pulling them out. Putting a plastic sheeting to isolate a section of the bay or compartment is a big job and just takes focus and patience. Turns out that turning a cargo... So we haven't actually turned the cargo bay. Oh wait, here's something to use the dice on then. Let's turn the cargo bay into a harvest farm. I thought we just automatically did that. But no, apparently we did not. This will give us free supplies, right? I would think. I would think anyway. Here's something we can use our... I guess if I had known that, I would have used my other dice too, but that's fine. We live and we learn. I don't know what a negative outcome is, but it's just negative energy. Okay, that's fair. So let's go over to the wheat chef and get us some dummy food for 10 cryo. There we go. And let's just go ahead and head on out. We'll have to wait 6 cycles for that to get done. So let's go scatter. So we have to go to the hollow before we go to the scatter yards, that looks like. That's fine. Let's go to the hollow, see if we can find that ship. We probably won't, right? Sleeper, Eugen takes you aside. I'm going to head into the radius markets to find my contact, the one with the data on the 8th lion. You should come with me. 2 sets of eyes are better than 1, he smiles. Let's go. As you say, Captain, Eugen grins and heads for the airlock. You watch him go, unsure what his swagger might hide. Well, you have come this far with him. Maybe it's time to see where it all leads. New location discovered. Alright. Double check on our potential pet. Ask around. The market has plenty of stalls and their regulars. One of them must know something about Eugen's contact. Watch the markets. The bustle of the markets looks like chaos, but over time you might be able to notice the pattern to spot Eugen's missing contact. Eugen's signal chaser went dark. It will take some time and work to find out why and where he is hiding. The hollow core. Explore the axis. While the shell is mostly housing and infrastructure, the hollow's axis is where traders, spacers, and scavengers dock and leave. The locals mount signals off the inside of the hollow's shell. From pirate radio to shop adverts, tuning in might teach you something. The hollow, with its brash scrap dealers, is intimidating to newcomers, but spending a little time here and you will find your place. Let's go ahead and explore the hollow first. New location discovered. Here, Bella's Jetty. We can buy a meal. Bella gets fresh supplies from Greenbelt, but it's what she does with them that impresses her consumers, making finding dice to Shirazi's salad. And here's where we can buy supplies. Alright, very good. Continue exploring. Alright, we only got 1. And no new location. There we go, new location discovered. Debris dealers, okay. We can buy scrap components, sell processed scrap, and buy fuel. Okay, that's the main thing we are looking for, is buying fuel. We can sell processed scrap as well. We only have 1 processed scrap. I wonder if it would be worth it to go and process it and then sell it here. 30 cryo. Oh. Okay. Don't know. Someone smarter than me will probably figure that out. Let's continue exploring. New location discovered. We've got 1 more left. Let's just go ahead and finish this off. There we go. Okay, so we've got interpret signals. The signal ship gathers broad spectrum signals from across the debris field. Sorting them is too much work for just the crew. Skill required. In order to collect signals, the signal ship must interface with the hollow decaying Solheim arrays. This is specialist work, and we can also sell Solheim data. The crew of the signal ship are always after Solheim data in case it contains transmission codes or ciphers. They pay well. Alright, so that's the signal ship. Bella's Jetty. Radius markets. Yeah, that's where we need to, that's the thingy. Debris dealers and Sunward Pole. Help with repairs. The signaling station in the pole is paying a small fee to anyone who helps seal up the damage sustained in a recent explosion. Conway Aftermath. You have heard that drifting Conway munition may have been responsible for the damage to the pole. But is that just near ooze or some sort of extra thing here maybe? Okay. Double check on our pet. We're doing good in cycle. Sleeper, you hear Blitz's voice hiss as you pass through the rings into a corridor. You have to come see this. You follow their voice and find them floating outside the supply store, looking in. Bliss holds a finger to their lips and nods inside. Quietly, she's eating. You look at, oh, kitty! It's a kitty! You look inside and see a cat floating just inside, batting at a food pouch. The stray barely acknowledges your and Bliss's presence. Instead, it gallons its body to catch a droplet of liquid that released from a transparent packet. Looks like we found our stowaway, Bliss smiles at you. Hey there, girl, Bliss whispers at the stray, beckoning. They hold up their hands so the cat can see them. Not here to take those rations away, alright? You both watch as the stray suddenly kicks away, twisting violently through the air and gliding past you both out of the supply store. It catches one of the corridor's ribs, swinging itself to the wall where it perches and watches Bliss with big eyes. The comfort of its movement in zero-G is striking, and you realize you have never seen an animal navigate in microgravity before. You hear a sound and turn to find Seraphin arriving from the direction of the engine room. He stops dead and his cracks against the wall, staring at the stray. What the hell is that, Seraphin hisses his question at you both. It's a cat. What's a cat? Seraphin says some words strangely. Careful there, Bliss holds up a hand to Seraphin. Don't scare her. So that's a cat. Seraphin is watching the stray carefully, either fascinated or scared. It's hard to tell. I thought it would be bigger. We have never seen a cat before. Where would I have seen a cat? Seraphin looks at you. Come to think of it, where have you seen a cat? The question makes you pause. Where have you seen a cat? Not in the belt, not in zero-G. You close your eyes and bring to mind the image of a cat stretching in the sun. Somewhere warm, somewhere with weight, with gravity. You touch the fur of its back and it reacts, sliding against your hand. Careful, Seraphin's hiss warning brings you back. Bliss is reaching out to the stray. Shh, you will scare her. Bliss makes a cutting sound. We had cats back of the eye, but they weren't spin gravity there. The stray's big eyes watch Bliss's hand as it approaches. When they touch the top of her head, the stray does not move, does not react. Look at her leg. Bliss nods to the sleeve of the cat. She's been hurt before and taken care of. She's really scared. You see the cat is gently trembling with Bliss's touch, but slowly she settles and ingels her head for Bliss to scratch her ear. The movement brings back the mysterious memory. What is its origin? Focusing on it makes your skin tremble, a shiver running up your arms. It's been breaking into our supplies. Seraphin has his arms folded and is looking at Bliss. Now we have caught it, we should let it out. Look at her. She's not going to do that again. Bliss's eyes meet the stray's. You aren't going to do that as long as we feed you, right? That may be true, but we can't risk it happening again. What if we had been on a contract? Seraphin gives Bliss a reproachful look. We can't keep it. Fuck you, we're keeping the cat. We will kick you out before we kick the cat out, okay? Bliss shakes her head. It's a stray. She needs a home. Right, Sleeper? Bliss looks at you. Yeah, we're keeping her. You don't like it, Seraphin? Seraphin, you can leave. Bliss smiles widely, unable to contain their excitement. You won't regret it. They look at Seraphin. Plus, the rig is already full of strays as it is. I guess it is, Seraphic concedes. You have to feed her, though, Sleeper. She's your responsibility. Yep, everybody, and here's my responsibility, I think. All the strays here. He eyes the stray. I have never thought a cat could eat so much. Seraphin's right. Looks like you'll need to keep feeding the stray every few cycles if you want her to stick around. This is going. Oh, we got plenty of food. We're doing it. Trust me, cats are worth it. Seraphin reaches out sheepishly towards the stray. As he does, the cat pats playfully as he pulls her away. If you say so, he sighs. I'm not really used to animals. He watches Bliss tries to get Seraphin to pet the stray properly, guiding his hand to its ears for a scratch, and explaining how to approach her. As you do, the memory of that other cat runs through your mind. It feels like a raw wound, one that, if you touch it, will only bring pain. But you can't help but pick at it, knowing that might contain some distinct part of you. Interspecies solidarity make a home for a stowaway. Yay! Okay, let's go ahead and do the Conway Aftermath first, I think. Go ahead and do this first. Positive out. Ooh, and we get 5 cryo. Good, good, good. Alright, 2 positives. Just 2 more positives and we'll have it. Neutral is only 1. That's fair. So if we don't get another positive, then okay. So yeah, we won't be getting it this cycle, but that's fine. Okay, we'll get it next cycle. That's fine. Um, so Rick's supply store. How do we know if they're hungry? Will they just steal supplies if we don't? I mean, I don't want to make them hungry, but how am I supposed to know if they are hungry? I don't know. How am I supposed to know? How often am I supposed to feed this thingy? It doesn't know. There we go. What do you mean fried, Kimbo? Our station depends on that array. The voice echoes out of one of the sunward pulses cramped bays tucked up in the ceiling of the hollow. Though you are tired from a shift spent sealing leaks in the shattered section of the station, you still can't help but listen in. I have been patient, Kimball, but now, with the repairs almost done, you are telling me we can't broadcast anyway? The voice comes from a doorway nearby, and as you float past, you glance inside. You see a woman facing away, addressing the back of a man half buried in the guts of some complex machine. I'm sorry, Kimball, she concludes, but that just feels malicious. The man, presumably Kimball, mumbles something in response, though you do not catch it through the wires and mechanisms that surround him. The woman quickly turns and spots you peering in through the doorway. She gives you a curious look. Oh, she quickly smiles. Hello. She closes the distance. I'm Cyrene. She offers a hand. I have seen you working on the repairs. She tilts her head. We appreciate your efforts. Happy to help. Cyrene looks over her shoulder at Kimball and then back at you. How do you feel? She pauses, calculating. About the war in the inner system. It's worrying for the belt. I agree, which is why the belt needs to stay informed about it. Did you know that Senate Stat has already started shipbuilding at Sinza? Cyrene watches you for your response. Sinza? One of the three sisters, in orbit around Ember. She raises an eyebrow. You haven't left the belt, have you? You hear a grunt from Kibal, his head still buried in the machine's innards. It is unclear if it is in reference to what was said, or is just the sound of repairs going poorly. We, Cyrene places a hand on her chest, are the He Lion Dispatches, the only pirate radio station in the Starward Belt. She lifts her chin proudly. We keep the system up to date on shifts of the system's power structures and the ongoing corporate war, all through the voices of the He Lion system's own residents. Kimball grunts again and a shower of sparks bursts from the machine behind Cyrene. Or at least we did, before our transmitter got fried. Cyrene looks suddenly crestfallen. What happened? All that repair work you've been giving your time to, that was all caused by Conway autonomous munition trained on our scent. Cyrene's eyes flash with anger, and Mobile comes from Kimball as he pushes a handful of wiring out of his way. I do know that for sure, Kimball. Why else would it come so deep into the belt to hit the hollow at our broadcast site? Cyrene turns back, hands on his hips. Kimball responds with a shrug. Either way, straight after that attack, we found our gear had been tampered with, sabotaged. Kimball grunts. Yes, Kimball, or just looted. Either way, we are now quiet, and when we are quiet, the war continues unobserved. Cyrene folds her arms and looks away defeated. What do you need? Look, we need a new broadcast array. A better broadcast array. Cyrene glances over her shoulder. We don't quite have the reach we would like. Where you get one, that's another problem. We are talking pre-collapse tech here. It's not something we can just build ourselves. Kimball mutters something from the depths of the machine. Yeah, Holmes Rock isn't a bad idea, Cyrene replies. It used to be a relay station for Solheim, so it stands to reason they would have arrays. And then there's the terminal there. Kimball's been bugging me to dig out some engine components for him to crack open and use in his repairs. God knows what kind of repairs he would need those for, but that's what he says. Cyrene looked over her shoulder at Kimball, but received no response. We both stare at his broad shoulders for a moment, as a thin trail of smoke begins to emerge from the machine. Now, maybe we could do it until fundraising here on the Hollow. What we can get, we'll happily hand over. Cyrene shakes her head. But I'm telling you now, it won't be a lot. I will see what I can do. We would appreciate it. Hell, the people of the Lion system would appreciate it. She glances over her shoulder. I think Kimball would appreciate it too. You leave Cyrene and Kimball to their repairs, making note of the engine components and wideband array they will need to get back on the air. It's hard to tell if the job will be worth your time, but then again, someone as knowledgeable as Cyrene might be a useful asset. Alright, new drive. Oh, I just noticed we have 4. Alright, let's get our Endure up. Here we go. He Line dispatches install array. Kimball wants a powerful array from Holmes Rock to extend the range of the Line dispatches to the entire belt. Kimball needs components to repair the Line dispatches transmitter and get Cyrene back in the air. Kimball needs engine components for his unusual jury-rig transmitter. We weren't sure how he's going to do. Well, we can at least do that. We might not have enough to upgrade our ship, but we can at least give you 2 of these. We'll figure out the Y-beam array in a little bit. Okay, radius markets next. Let's watch the market to see if we can find this signal chaser. The radius markets surround you and Eugen. Much of the architecture of the Starward belt is built on a supine foundation. As a corporation from the core, Solheim structures tend towards cardinal directions, towards respecting gravity in a place where it has little effect. But the radius markets have no such bias, and no singular direction. Instead, the stalls and shops, built from scrap frame and cold plate, project outwards from all 8 of the surrounding walls. The effect is overwhelming, with activity and interest in all directions. Between the windows that open to faint stars, scrap dealers, street food vendors, data fences, and tailors compete for the attention of the stream of consumers drifting around you. Sleeper, Eugen draws close to get your attention, his voice barely raised. Take a look. He jerks his head, motioning down the market. You refocus your attention, your eyes drawn to a group of dark-suited spacers with shaved heads. 5 of them gathered around a newly figure. The spacers are noticeably distinct from the rest of the crowd. Their tight and complex suits kept in pristine condition, and all in the same design. A rarity amidst the Starward belt's ramshackle fashions. You see one of them is gesticulating aggressively, chopping the air with his hand. Eugen nudges you again. Not the singers. You glance at him, unsure of that term, the one they are threatening. Eugen starts to move forward, his eyes fixed on the group. That's my contact. You turn back to the group, the singers as Eugen called them, and see they are rounding on the figure now. Their body language is clear. This is about to come to blows. Eugen clearly sees the shift too. Before you can say a word, he is off, gliding hard through the clouds towards them. You give chase without thinking, kicking off the nearest strut and angling yourself through the central void of the market behind Eugen. Eugen doesn't stop. He barrels straight into the singers, sending 2 of them spinning into the crowd to a chorus of shouts and protests. You hold out your arms and try to talk them down, calling to Eugen. The singers gather around you, but they don't start throwing punches. Yet. One of them comes forward, meeting your eye. You hear one of the others call him Peter. Their leader, perhaps. This idiot with you? Peter nods towards Eugen, who is wrestling with one of the crew. He whistles and the singer disengages and moves away. Yes. Can you ask him to calm down? Please. You see Peter's hand is resting on a dark shape at his hip. So, Peter looks between the 2 of you. Do you have a reason for interrupting my busyness? He gestures around, and while some people have moved on, a few are hanging back to watch what comes next. You were about to jump my friend. Eugen nods at the contact, who is quietly watching with a concerned look on his face. The comment sends a small rebel conversation around the remaining crowd. It seems the singers aren't so popular here. I think you misunderstood. We were simply asking for information. He shoots a sharp smile at the contact. I think Louise has told you everything he is happy to share. Eugen shoots a glare at his contact, who nods sheepishly. Peter looks between all of you and then surveys the crowd. One of the singers starts to interrupt, but Peter raises a hand and silences them. See you around then. He smiles a sharp smile at Eugen and leads the other singers away into the crowd, which parts slightly as they enter it. Louise, Eugen rounds on the smaller figure. How about not here? Louise interrupts. He sighs. Come with me. Louise leads you away from the open market, most of the crowd having dispersed, into a small passageway. He finds a hatch, opens it, and beckons you both through before stepping inside, closing it behind you. So, what busyness did you have with the singers? Eugen perches on a stool at the small workshop, picking up a tool from the mag strip above the bench and turning it over in his hands. Singers, is that what you call them? Louise looks nervous. The first I have known of them is when they turned up a few cycles back and started pressing me for info. I have run into some singers before. Not these ones, but they all dress the same. Eugen glances between you and Louise. They are refugees out of Ember's Salt, one of the moons of that gas giant in the inner system. Their moon is a volcanic hellhole, so while these guys are refugees, fleeing the war like most, they tend to be tough as hell and aren't used to being told no. That part checks out. Louise smiles a weak smile. They have been pressing me for data for cycles, ever since they showed up. My data. Eugen clicks the tool back on the mag strip and fixes Louise with a hard stare. You have been shopping it around them, trying to drive a bidding war. Louise holds up his hands. No, no, no. Nothing like that. He is afraid of Eugen, and you worry why that might be. I just wanted to verify the data. I asked around. Someone I showed it to, well, they mentioned a fraction drive. You see Eugen bristle with anger. Louise keeps talking, speeding up. Oh, that was all. But a couple of cycles later, these singers, as you call them, started showing up, and I had to hide myself away. Hard to run a data business when you can't even go out to meet more clients. Where's the data now? Louise turns to you, seemingly glad not to have to look at the angry Eugen. I have it. Don't you worry, Louise smiles, and it comes with a hell of a story. The friend I showed it to, he told me he's heard about that ship before, mostly what he thought were rumors about a fraction drive ship. Apparently, when Solheim collapsed, there was a struggle over who ought to take it. Two execs from the old corporate hierarchy wanted it, and some of their underlings found out about it too. Those wrecks you visited? That was the site of a battle over the thing. Yeah, we pretty much figured that part out, bro. The ship was a hot ticket, even then. You think back to the twisted and blasted remains of the ships, the wreckage strewn across the asteroid. You wonder how he died to try to get the A-Flying path and its golden drive. Seems like both the execs got spaced, but someone came back later, slipped the ship out of the wreck that was carrying it. Here's the funny thing. Rather than use it, they dismantled it and took the ship apart here at the Hollow. Hell, there's probably strut work from the A-Flying path at this very station. Louise looks around at the salvage compartment. You are all inside. So it's gone. Not quite, Louise smiles, enjoying telling the story now. They weren't stupid enough to dismantle an interstellar drive. The story goes that they buried it on a rock out in the shoals, totally unmarked. With thousands of rocks out there, they could leave it as long as they wanted and come back when they were ready. Thing is, they never came back. Eugen finishes the sentence, his anger fading now. Bingo, Louise grins as he holds up a thumbnail drive. And I have got the coordinates of the beacon that will lead you there. Eugen snatches it from his fingers. Should have led with that. Louise sighs deeply. That's just the start of the trail, no doubt, but it will get you there if you manage to follow it. Eugen nods at you and goes to leave, his hands immediately on the container hatch. Hey, Louise rushes up. Aren't you going to pay for that? Not after you leaked that the fraction drive exists to your friend, the singers, and anyone else who's looking. No. Eugen pulls the door open. Keep it quiet next time. Louise turns to you. Come on, friend. The singer's chasing away my clients. He shows you his upturned palms. 50 cryo for the upper order, or just whatever you have. I will take it. I'm desperate. Bro, Eugen, this dude, it doesn't sound like he purposely leaked the data first off. It sounds like the other guy did. We're paying for a job done, okay? We're paying the guy. We're not going to just kill him like that. You pass him a stack of chits and he clasps your hand. I appreciate it. He looks over his shoulder to see if Eugen is still there. Hey, look. Be careful with that one, alright? He's not. Yeah, I'm getting the sense he's not to be trusted. I'm not trusting him at all. You turn and Eugen is already gone. You follow him out of the container. Time to go find a fraction drive. Alright, we got a new contract on the map, alright. So, let's see. I kind of want to do the mushroom. course. But I could also just go ahead and do a job and save the further mushroom for the wood thing. Maybe. Is there any jobs here? Buy a meal, buy supplies. Yeah, over here on the signal ship. Interpret signals in a line arrays. Okay. Now let's go ahead and do that to use our dice. We are coming up on the beacon site now. Sergeant brings the ship into place. Signal's pretty weak though. He turns in his chair, which is what you get for chasing 2,000 cycle-old beads that got a lot of people killed. Since you explained the situation to Seraphin, he hasn't gotten any more enthusiastic about the job, especially as it's a job that comes from Eugen. Seraphin shuts down the engine and turns to Eugen. Time for you to go have a poke around in those rocks. He waves a hand at the scattering of asteroids. Enjoy. Eugen barely seems to notice the sarcasm. A kind of fixed determination has come over him since you left the hollow. It's not something you have seen before. Let's suit up and find the beacon. He pats you on the shoulder. Louis said it's the first of a trail, so the faster we locate this one and get ourselves pointed to the next, the better. Enough messing around. He kicks off and climbs out of the cockpit, heading straight for the airlock. Not the most attractive of locales with the smiles as he nods towards the sparse gray rocks. But we should keep our eyes open anyway. Those that leave trails like to leave traps too. Never worked on a fraction drive before. This thing turns out to be a real, I call shotgun, a digging around in its guts. They wink and follow Eugen. It's just you and Seraphin left in the cockpit. He taps at his console, ignoring you. You turn and leave the cockpit, your mind on the beacon and the trail that should, all being well, end at a ticket out of the entire system. Beacon region. Search rocks rather than messing with signals. Simply searching the rocks in the area should help locate the beacon. Triangulate signal. The beacon signal is weak and dispersed, though some work it might be possible to determine its precise location. Okay, well I can get a couple of sixes thanks to my pluses. So that's good. Alright, there we go, doing really good. Neutral outcome does give stress apparently. So bliss is not going to get good on either of these, so that's might as well be a 3. This is a 5 here, so that's good. There we go. Go ahead and do a 3. Negative outcome is just stress, that's good. Okay, almost there. So we've got a 1, a 2, and a 5. There we go, neutral outcome. There we go. New location discovered. A flying beacon. Analyze site. The site where the beacon is planted shows signs of a ship landing and excavation. Perhaps analyzing the remains would help. Decrypt signal. There seems to be data hidden in the beacon's signal. Could it be the location of the next step in the trail? The beacon contains the coordinates for the next beacon in the trail. You just need to extract them. Alright, that's all the dice we've got for this turn. And cycle. Ooh, got some 6s and 5s, alright. Go ahead and use her 5. It's a really good number. Positive outcome. That's a guaranteed positive. Okay, so Eugen's just not going to be good here at all. Let's go ahead and use the 3, see what happens. So we only need a neutral. We got a positive, alright. We are in. Eugen nods at the data port, deep inside the body of the beacon. He peers through his suit's faceplate added. You have part of the plating removed, and you're pretty sure you have access to the coordinates you need. All that's left is to slot a drive. I have got this. Eugen takes out a thumbnail drive and slots it. Easy as can be. A smile flickers across his face. You peer into the beacon. It has been a delicate job getting the security access of the system knowledge to find the coordinates for the next step, but it all seems to have passed without incident. Got it. Eugen pulls the drive and thumps you on the shoulder. Let's head to the next one. Looking live down there, Serafin's voice comes over the comms. We have got a ship on approach. We need to make ourselves scarce. You and Eugen exchange looks. The sinkers. You kick off and glide towards the ship, but Eugen goes in the other direction. You wonder what he is doing for a second, and then you see it. He arrives at the beacon and immediately begins laying into its metal shell. He pulls a tool from his suit's belt and caves in the beacon with an anchor that chills you. When he's done, the beacon just another chunk of debris in the shoals. He joins you in the cockpit. Serafin gives you a look, but doesn't say a word. He just silently taps in the new coordinates. You look across at Eugen, his expression fixed and his eyes cold. Then Serafin fires up the drive. A shrill bleep wakes you from your stargazing. What was that? Serafin looks around the cockpit as warning lights and sirens sound all over the ship. The terminal screens flicker, some of them not coming back on. You hear a groan from somewhere deep in the ship. Some kind of pulse, an energy weapon. Serafin slaps the side of his flickering terminal until it stabilizes. On it, you see a red dot moving further away from the center of a circle. A ship is accelerating away. Serafin taps at his console, bringing up the transponder information. He turns to Eugen with a hard stare. It's Vesna. Eugen shakes his head. Got it in one. Serafin grits his teeth. The limb hound registered in the far spindle. He slams his fist on his keyboard. What did she do? She knocked out our drive. Must have been waiting for us, Serafin sighs. We will need to get it activated as quickly as we can. Eugen is up from his seat, peering out of the window at the large rock floating just outside. The beacon has to be there. Vesna cracked it and then waited for us to catch up. She was trying to dissuade us. Well, she's done a pretty good job. Serafin scrolls through layers of drive diagnostics. Give up now, Eugen glances at you. We are so close. Eugen's right. Serafin sniffs but says nothing. The sinkers are out there too. If we are lucky, they will cancel each other out. Eugen goes to leave the cockpit. We decrypt the beacon and fix the drive. No distractions. Eugen kicks off and glides out of the cockpit towards the airlock. Drive is likely just a system problem. This gives you a serious look. We isolate the fault and it shouldn't be an issue, but it isn't going to happen fast. Look, Serafin turns in his seat. We are in this now. No way back, only forward. But the moment this goes south, and it will, I will pull you out and we are leaving, whether Eugen wants to back out or not. Seraphin meets your eye. He's serious. I understand. Seraphin nods, saying nothing. Seraphin turns back to his console. This, as far as he is concerned, is your plan of two things. Okay, so we've got the disabled drive and the A-flying beacon. Bypass system, bypassing the entire control system of the drive and triggering it manually is a drastic option, but the time is short. For startup or get tinkering with the drive with no time to waste, physically forcing it to restart might be the best option. A flying beacon, rewired beacon. The beacons are becoming familiar, which means that mental rewiring might help build coordinates faster. Decrypt signal. Once again, the beacon signal hides the coordinates of the next beacon. This should be the final one. The final vectors contained in this beacon. The last hurdle before you reach the faction drive. Okay. So Eugen is not any good at any of these. We are good at all of them, it looks like. And then Liz can do the bypass system thing, and she's got a couple of 6s, that's good. Okay, so let's just focus on this. So, pushing does not solve the 1 dice, that's unfortunate. Okay, so a neutral outcome is a single dice, gotcha. Unfortunately, we have a broken dice, so that's kind of bad. Negative outcome just gives me stress, that's good. You're really accumulating stress. There we go. So I kind of want to focus on the beacon for starters. Okay, so that's good. And this will be another positive, so this can at least be a neutral, which we have a 75% chance of. There we go. Just go ahead and get that done. Then we can focus on the drive. Negative outcome is just stress. Cool. Seraph then punches the final set of coordinates into his console and runs a fresh set of diagnostics on the ring's drive. Everything comes up clean. The atmosphere in the cockpit is tense. None of you know what you might be flying into. Eugen's jaw is set, his eyes on the stars and scattered rocks, his goal in reach. It's not a goal to be underestimated. A fraction drive, one that can take any ship out of the system and beyond, one that can forge a path through the surrogate systems few can take. Freedom, both from the system's politics and the structures of power that dominate the passage of people through colonized space. The problem with such a lofty ambition is that it is infectious, seductive. It is desirable enough to draw people out, bringing them to their absolute limit. You have seen that in Eugen. The singers, too, are shaped by that desire. And Vesna, the steel-eyed captain you don't seem to be able to shake. The question is, who will flinch first? Here you are, moored around a remote and airless rock, a scattering of debris concealing an object of great value, and a system spiraling into war. We are the last here, Servant shouts down the drive, but at least no one started shooting. Vesna would only kill as a last resort, Eugen looks out at the rock. The sinkers I'm less sure about. Reassuring, Seraphin deadpans. So what now? We walk out there and start digging. What do you think, Eugen? You turn to face Eugen, but he is already gone. You get after him, Seraphin shakes his head. I'm going to keep the rig warm. I get the feeling we are going to be needing it. As you glide out of the cockpit, you hear the airlock cycling. Eugen is already out. You speed up, grabbing the suit and wrestling it on as you head for the airlock. The door hisses open to reveal a sparse landscape, the twisted parts of a faculty or ship, corroded beyond recognition, jut up out of the dusty rock. Squinting into the faint and distant sun, you can make out two figures in suits, standing a fair distance apart in the middle of the loose circle of debris. You glide down towards them, specks of loose gravel and decaying metal bouncing off your suit as you do. Now, a voice crackles through your comms as you approach, broadcast over the open channel. None of us want to die out here. You see them now, the two figures, Vesna and the leader of the Sinkers, Peter, facing each other across the dusty plain. Vesna's arm jutting out from her body, her hand resting on an object at her hip. A weapon. Keep your distance, sleeper. Her eyes flick over to you as you approach. This godforsaken rock is crowded enough as it is. We step foot here first. The claim is ours by anyone's judgment. Peter speaks calmly and slowly, his arms at his hips and his palms upturned. And I suspect we are also the best equipped to find the fraction drive and put it to use. Anyone's judgment, Vesna scoffs. Who do you see out here to validate your claim? She gestures at the rock strewn void with one hand, her other firmly on the grip of her handgun. The sleeper is our witness here, Peter turns slowly to you. I'm sure they will verify our claim. I didn't see who was first. Vesna laughs. Well, at least someone here still has integrity. You look between the two of them, searching their faces for an intent, an opening, anything. Vesna's ocular implants give nothing away, but the visible tension in her gun arm suggests failing patience. Peter, meanwhile, projects an atmosphere of considered calm, but there is violence behind that benign smile, and a crew of singers somewhere out there in the dark. The drive is mine. Back off. Vesna raises a sensual eyebrow above her metal eyes. Then you will have to come and take it. Her arm tenses. The shot is silent, its direction unclear, but its effect is immediate. The side of Vesna's suit explodes in a geyser of escaping oxygen. She spins, clutching at the wound to clamp it closed. As she does, you see the shock grazed her, splitting the suit but leaving her body beneath intact. Might want to run and get that fixed, Vesna. Eugen slips out from the shadow of a piece of debris at the edge of the circle. He holds a long gun at his hip. Let's all stay calm. Eugen moves slowly closer. You son of a bitch. Vesna is doubled over, unable to take her hands away from the hole in her suit without risking immediate depressurization. Eugen crawls alongside you, his eyes still on Peter. Time to turn yourself around, get in that ship of yours, and go back to wherever the hell you crawled out from. You glance at Vesna. There's a spout of oxygen spewing out from her suit, linking between her fingers. She doesn't have long. We can't abandon this claim, Peter shows his open palms. For the sinkers to survive, we must leave the system behind. There's no way for us to support ourselves here. Our moon is gone, eaten up by the war. The belt will be next. You may as well shoot me here if you're not going to let me take the drive. This is my P-Bell's future. Well, Eugen shifts his shoulders, if you insist. Sleeper, we have incoming. A lot of incoming. You glance at Eugen. He is sharing the message too. A whole load of Conway ships are approaching this location. Conway? What are they doing here? I'm not about to radio and ask them. Serafin's voice distorts, but it's not hard to imagine that news of this fraction drive has reached further than anyone wanted. You look across at Peter and see his lips moving, but hear nothing. He is talking to his crew. A moment later, you hear a click as he switches back to the open channel. If you heard what I just heard, then you know we are out of time. Peter looks deadly serious now, his face of diplomatic calm having fallen away. We Sinkers are the only crew who can pull the fraction drive out before Conway arrives. There are more of us, and we have the experience. Let us take it. Don't let it fall into the hands of the system's biggest enemy. Sleeper, Seraphin hisses over the comms. Get back to the rig. No, Eugen cuts in. You aren't sure if he is responding to Seraphin, Peter, or both. The drive is ours. I have worked too hard and come too far to let it go now. He raises the long gun to his shoulder. You are all insane, Vesna spits out the words, her voice strained and hoarse. I will leave you to your graves. She kicks off from the rock, arcing towards the crimson shape of the limb-hound. Eugen doesn't even watch her go. You see something flaring in his eyes, a dark drive with no other solution. You put a hand on Eugen's shoulder, and his eyes flick to you. You know what it is to be driven, especially towards freedom. Yours is a life where each escape has been earned, both by desire and sheer determination. But you also know how lives are wasted, thrown against the walls that restrain them again and again, only to come apart. You know that determination must be tempered by humanity, by empathy, by care. And, in this moment, that is what passes between you and Eugen. Solidarity, empathy, and care. Eugen's resolve crumbles and he turns. You see Peter watching carefully, his eyes flipping between the two of you. When he sees Eugen drop his gun, he nods to you and retreats. There's work to be done. You kick off on the rock together, you and Eugen, in silent resignation. Even when you reach the open airlock of the rig, Eugen does not look back. Once your suits are off, you both glide up to the cockpit to find Seraphin rapidly starting the drive. His console screen is filled with red pulses, the signatures of Conway drone ships bearing down on the snowy rock. He glances up as you enter the cockpit, but says nothing. You are thankful for that, at least. This is no time for glib remarks. You take one last look at the A-Flying Path's final resting place. Across its surface, black-suited sinners, like a small army of ants, industriously work to excavate and extract the fraction drive. In the face of the inhuman and cruel arm of Conway Extractions, it's hard not to wish them well. May their freedom buy them the kind of future you were not able to claim. And then the drive kicks in and you leave the sinkers to their fate. The ship is quiet as you dock with the Hollow. No one is eager to speak about what happened out there, in the shoals. Even Seraphin is silent, tapping away at the engine's shutdown with comfortingly routine motions. Eugen broods at the back of the cockpit, looking drained and pale. You know it will take him some time to come back from this, to extract himself from the hole of that fraction drive, that dream held over him. You wonder if he ever will, or if the freedom that object represented to him will haunt him for the remains of his life. You know, at least, that now is not the time to try to discuss it, to lay out exactly what happened out there. Eugen will retreat, of course, hiding beneath the glib personality you have come to recognize as his shield. But perhaps, as the cycles pass, he will find himself changed. Perhaps not. Either way, there's much to be done, and this thankless adventure has derailed you enough. Time to get back to work. The good, the bad, and Eugen. Find the fraction drive without losing Eugen. Yeah, it was touch and go there for a second, but we didn't lose Eugen. So that's good. Okay, so we definitely need to buy fuel. We're definitely short of fuel. There we go. Alright. And let's go ahead and work a little bit so we don't waste the dice. 13 cryo, very good. Another 13 cryo. Very good, very good. What was a negative outcome? Negative outcome is just neutral is plus 8 cryo, okay. Okay, there we go, very good. Okay, buy supplies as well. There we go. Go ahead and go here. Rig workshop. And repair the dice. There we go. We did get a bit of a glitch, but that's fine. Alright, map. Belt. Let's go ahead and go back to the green belt. Maybe they are ready for... Maybe they've managed to fix their stuff. The biosphere, once barren, is transformed. Where it was once dry and gray, and now swirls with amber dust. A hazy cloud cut through with bone-like tendrils of steppe silk. And Aki, in mask and goggles, lets the biosphere circulating air play with the end of her scarf, twirling and twisting, even threatening to rip it from her neck. That scarf, she has explained, is woven from the best fibers of the steppe silk itself. This is why this place is known as Weaver's Fields, or the workshops of rebuilt residents creating fabric from its steppe silk fibers. Weavers who fled from Ember Steppe and those taught afresh by Aki herself. Isn't it beautiful? Aki asks, her eyes glowing. Ember Steppe reborn on this rock, but not as an archive, as something new. The plants themselves are reconfigured. The steppe silk adapts well to the microgravity, even thrives, and the dust itself becomes a cloud that surrounds it. Aki points to a tendril stretching across the space. What was once a burrowing plant is now a bridging plant. Like us, it projects itself across empty space, pushing out into its new conditions. Aki looks at you. Sorry, I'm rambling. This place does that to me. Her chuckle is muffled by her mask. It is beautiful. Aki bows. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Let's leave the dust house. We can talk more easily outside. She shepherds you through some nearby double doors, the space between blasting you with air to clean away the dust. You find yourself in a sparse room, racks of unfamiliar tools on the wall, slit-like windows looking out into the amber dust storm. This is just the beginning for us. Aki has slipped off her mask, and her voice is crisp and bright above the rumbling of the air recyclers. The steppe silk is already being harvested, threaded, and woven. There is no synthetic fiber from the dark side looms. This is natural fabric out here in this unnatural place. Aki brushes a little dust away. We will trade it and get what Greenbelt needs to stay stable, to feed its people. I am the administrator, but the workers are the owners here, and we will make a future for ourselves from our work. Aki shrugs. We control our path. What more could we want? Silence falls in the room. The idea of such a future so desirable that it is almost painful. An idea that haunts you. You can spend as much time here as you like, Aki breaks the silence, somehow aware of your thoughts. I find the noise soothes me. Thank you. Aki bows gently. Aki pauses. There's something you want to ask me, she smiles. I can see it right there on the tip of your tongue. Aki listens carefully as you talk about the refugees in the far Spindle, and the possibility of setting up a mutual relationship between them and Greenbelt. The far Spindle is a long way from here, she sighs. Come, find me in my unit later. We can discuss more then. You leave Aki in her dust house, surrounded by the landscape of her home world. One of many creatures born on that parched moon that is in the process of transforming into something new. New location discovered, major drive complete. Alright, very good. Fuel. Okay, so it takes 3 cycles for mushrooms to grow, I'm guessing? That might be a good indicator of when we want to feed the cat. I still don't know when we are supposed to feed the stray, but that could be a good indicator. Whenever we get supplies for the mushrooms, we'll feed the kitty. That sounds like a plan to me. That sounds like a plan to me. Okay. So let's go to Aki's unit. Aki is working in her unit. Now this type of silk is established and can be built stable. It seems like the right time to bring her into the spores, yeah. Let's do this. Come in. The door of Aki's unit slides open, and you see her perched at a terminal, her face pale in the blue light of the screen. You have not seen her in this setting before. She seems paler, older, when she isn't surrounded by the soft light of the biomes. Just one moment. Her eyes do not leave the screen, and she leans in closer, squinting at some detail. You get the sense this is her least favorite part of her administrative position. She sighs and looks up. Done. Immediately her eyes are drawn to the crate you carry. What have you brought me? A gift. She raises her eyebrows. From who? Let me see. As she unlocks the worn caches on the crate, you explain about Nimba and his work to feed the refugees in the underhang. You weren't sure Aki is listening, though. She seems too eager to see inside the crate. Aki manages to get the lid open and lifts a dented canister out of the inside. She turns it, peering through the small windows at the dusty-looking translucent sheet curled inside. Spore prints. She looks at you. This is quite a gift. From this Nimba, you said. She carefully slots the canister away. We will make good use of these. The tunnels under Greenbelt will make an excellent mushroom garden. She smiles to herself. I was lucky enough to be taught how to tend mushrooms by a true expert. Will you meet Nimba? A meeting. She glances over her shoulder at her terminal. I can't leave Greenbelt. Not now. She looks at you sheepishly. I'm a little nervous to ask this of you, given your ferrying back and forth of messages and deliveries. But would you bring Nimba here so we can speak? Gladly. I'm sure Nimba can come. We'll ask him. We'll see what happens. Aki smiles. I hope that would be the case. A shrill beep begins emanating from Aki's terminal. She smiles. The Weavers. I need to speak to them. You make your way out of the unit as Aki takes a deep breath and accepts the incoming transmission. One more run from Greenbelt to the forest window and back again. At least you're carrying spores this time. Hey, those spores gave us some tasty shrooms. So there's not really anything to do with the dice, unfortunately. So let's just go ahead and go straight. Okay, we can't because that's Usubo territory. We have to go to Helion Gate first. Then we'll probably have to get a few fuels. Eugen finds you in a quiet corner of the rig. Seraphin just gave you something I think you need to see. Eugen has been uncharacteristically quiet since your journey to the A-Flying Pass resting place, and even now there is a seriousness to him you do not recognize. He produces a personal terminal, a slate, and shows you the screen. On it is a message for the Seekers, from Peter. I am pleased to report the faction drive's extraction was a success. You hear the gravelly voice in your mind as you read. Thanks to your choice to concede. Conway attempted pursuit, but sinker ships are fast and quiet, and we soon lost them in the debris. You smile. Peter's arrogance is clear even in writing. We have now begun on the project to implement and expand the fraction drive, which is why I am writing to you. Encrypted with this message is a full scan of the drive itself, its components. Oh, so maybe we could just build one ourselves. Hell yeah. You exchange a glance with Eugen. I believe you deserve as much for your integrity in our encounter. I'm glad we didn't have to kill you. What you do with the plans is up to you. I would recommend you do not attempt to sell or publish them, unless you wish to attract further attention from Fuck Conway. The Seekers will soon leave Helion, and in part we have fulfilled your role in making this possible. We wish you safe passage on your journey, Peter. At the bottom of the message, a handful of encrypted files open to reveal an insanely complex set of scans and diagrams. The fraction drive. You look up at Eugen, who has a sharp smile on his face. The bastard did it. He shakes his head. And I have you to thank for stopping me from killing him. Can we build this? Eugen puffs. I'm no engineer, but perhaps. He squints at the diagrams. We would need a lot of resources and the kind of machines only found in places like Darkside. With time, research. Who knows? Eugen grins. The point is, it's possible. We have the plans. The path is there. You see it now. Eugen's swagger returning. For better or for worse, this project fuels him. It's on the back burner for now. We have more immediate things to deal with. He slips the terminal away. I'll start calling in favors, quietly, investigating how real this is. Do it carefully. He nods. I have learned my lesson. Eugen frowns, something dark crossing his face. Look, I know this is exciting, but he pauses, unsure of his words. We know what people did to claim this drive. He swallows hard. What I did. Eugen taps at the terminal. Part of me wants to delete these right now. He looks down. They make me afraid of what I will do to fulfill them. It won't be like that. Perhaps you are right, he smiles weakly. I want to believe it. He slips the slate away. The way you treat me, it makes me believe something. His brow knits, his own words irritating him. But I'm not sure what it is. And I'm not much of a believer. Eugen looks down. You can see he is fighting with himself. I don't like to owe people. He pats you on the shoulder. But for you, I will make an exception. With that, he turns away, gliding back through the ship and out of sight. A fraction drive of your own, a machine to cut a path through the stars. You shake your head. It's hard not to dream. But you have seen the danger of that dream too, what it drove Eugen and others to do. Perhaps together you can keep each other on the narrow path to the future without straying into obsession. Or perhaps thinking of those impossibly complex plans, it will never come to pass. Are they a diagram of your future, or a labyrinth to become lost in? The only way to know is to live it together. Alright, major drive complete. There we go. I'm glad those guys managed to make it out. That's good to hear. That is very good to hear. Now we need some more fuel before we can get all the way over here, right? Yeah, we need one more fuel. And we do have a 6. So we could maybe go get some scrap or data, I guess. Da, da, da. There we go. Go ahead and use some supplies to eat. Okay. So, far spin down, confirm. Nimba congratulates you on arranging the meeting. Now you just need the fuel to get employees out to meet Aki. That takes all the fuel we can hold, but that's fine. Aki comes to meet Nimba at the entrance to Greenfields. You can tell she is in full administrator mode. Her bows are precise, her words carefully chosen, but her manner is not without its distinctive warmth. Nimba responds in kind, taking a diplomatic tone, both a wry grin for her benefit. As Aki provides the tour, you watch them from one of the bridges, their conversation muffled by the greenery all around. They both look at home amongst the growing things, hands reaching out to touch stray leaves, faces dappled with sunlight. When Nimba returns after, you aren't surprised to see him pleased. Plans are in motion, sleeper. Nimba smiles for a moment and then catches himself. Optimistic plans. What did you negotiate? Is, I hope, a mutually useful agreement. She graciously offered a regular supply of steppe silk cloth for clothing and construction of shelters in the days of the underhang. We are also going to see about settling people here in Greenbelt to work with the farmers. Nimba sighs. It is always a little strange to talk about like this about the lives of people who have been exposed to so much suffering. But we do them no benefit to count your words in platitudes. Nimba looks out at the green fields. Aki understands that. She is a refugee herself. She fled her moon many cycles ago. Nimba squints. We share that as well. You fled the war? I did. Does that change how you see me? Nimba sighs. Would it have made you treat me differently? He sniffs. Sorry, I am being unfair. I just find there's an expectation that, if I am a refugee, I must be desperate. I must beg for aid, show my suffering. Nimba folds his arms. I prefer to make plain requests, or even better, strong demands. You think of the back and forth journeys made for both Aki and Nimba, and the aid that was asked of you. Would you have done the same if the request had? Yeah, I honestly probably would have. The demand's so obvious. Speaking to Aki, I could see she has experienced the same treatment, though I think she is less hardened by it. We both have our own reasons to do what we do, for why we enjoy it in our own ways. We don't need to explain ourselves to others. Nimble looks over his glasses at you. I am glad to have met her. Thank you for your part in it. I am glad to help. What I like about you, Sleeper, is that I believe you when you say that. Nimble smiles brightly. I will stay a little longer. Aki has promised to send me back to the far spindle with the first shipment of fabric. I will then gather those who wish to come here and send them back in the same freighter. He smiles warmly at the view of the green fields. The exchange begins. The work never ends. You say your goodbyes and leave Nimba on the bridge, enjoying the dappled light. After all the shuttling of spores across the belt, you have finally have a clear view of Aki and Nimba and their response to their own hardship. They are not saints, acting from a position of purity, but pragmatists with an intent to change these things that once darkened them. The future they will build together is one you're eager to see. Hoorah! And we have some mushrooms ready. We have some tasty mushrooms. Positive outcome is +1 supplies. And, okay, so we have like 3 supplies we can get from this thing. Okay. Yeah, we definitely don't have to worry about supply. What's neutral? What's negative outcome, though? Yeah, because positive outcome is +1 supplies. Go ahead and feed the kitty cat. Still not sure how often we have to feed them, but go ahead and do this. I'm curious what a neutral and negative is. Neutral, okay, so neutral we just eat the supplies directly. Okay, I see, I see. So positive is we get supplies, neutral is we eat them. With 2 in, okay. I understand. Okay, so what are we doing now? Now, I think... Oh yeah, we need fuel in. Yeah. I don't think I will buy a supply quite yet. Or maybe I should. Because it'll take 3 more cycles for the supplies to be... Okay. So now, let's go over to Holmes Rock. If we had our engine upgrade, we could probably just go straight to Holmes Rock, but we can't, so... We'll have to stop at Heline Gate and get some fuel. You wake to something soft and furry rubbing against your nose. You sit bolt upright. The stray kicks off from your bunk and settles on the ceiling, back curled up, looking down at you accusingly with those big eyes. Sorry. The stray gently pushes off the ceiling with a soft paw and descends to the edge of your bunk, where it hooks its front claws onto the mattress pad. Seeing the cat move in zero-G is still odd. It seems to come naturally to it, and yet its shape is so connected to gravity and weight in your mind. A cat should have the heavy, soft form of a mammal, not the liquid presence of the floating thing in front of you. The stray uses hooked claws to twist and spin itself, so it softly slides against you with its back, rubbing against your arm and purring. You know what it wants. You run a hand down its back and it shifts its spine in a fluid motion of appreciation. The stray closes its eyes and purrs. It's funny to think how the stray got out here. Perhaps on a ship from the inner system slipping on at the Eye or Sintra. And before that, its ancestors were perhaps carried out to Key Lion by Solheim executives who had the power and arrogance to bring a cat into space. But this cat, the one on your ship, was born here. That much is obvious. Is a creature of zero gravity, a being that orbits and glides, not one that leaps and stalks. It pats in your hand, encouraging you to continue petting. It is an animal that is part of the crew now. You can't imagine the rig without her. As you look down at the stray, as nameless and inhuman as you are, the memory returns. The warmth of atmosphere filtered sun, the weight of flesh and fur, the smell of growing things. You know now what this memory is. It couldn't be more obvious. It is a memory that crossed the gap of your creation, a memory from the mind that was copied and emulated to make your own. This memory is, in the end, a mistake. Those who designed the sleepers never intended you to carry the memories of the minds that were copied from your creation. They wanted you to emerge as new beings, offshoots from the branch of a human's life, to be cut short when needed. But mistakes can so often become the most powerful and meaningful of emblems. They can guide a being more strongly than success ever could. That's because at the heart of every mistake is the possibility of change, of a shift in the status quo. You have lived a life of mistakes as much as a life of successes, and look where it has brought you. So you accept the memory, let it wash over you like the sun. You focus on the stray, and as you do, both memories combine. You are stroking both cats, separated by time and space, feeling both sets of sensations in double exposure. This doubling is what defines you. You are multiple, branched, diverse. You make no apologies for this, and you know that you will only accumulate more selves, more variants, as you persist. You claim the mistake and the possibility it offers you. You settle in your birth, delaying the moment of waking, of greening the cycle a little longer, sharing an unspoken solidarity with the stray that's more expansive than any words could capture. Kitty, soft kitty, warm kitty, little ball of fur, purr, purr, purr. Scavenge some fuel. Go ahead and see if I can do that again. There we go, okay. That's less fuel we have to actually buy. Go ahead and scavenge some data, I think. Might as well. Okay, there we go. There we go. And off we go to Holmes Rock. Confirm. Okay, new location discovered. Old relays. Disengage systems. The arrays of the relay are hooked up to the old terminals. Safely disengaging these will allow clean extraction. Cut connections. Within the relay there are multiple arrays that Kimball could use. You need to find and cut out the best one. Relay recycling. Pulling a clean array from the Solheim relay is a tricky job, especially given the state of the faculty. Alright, let's do this. You wait in the makeshift T-line dispatches studio as Kimball tinkers with the array somewhere in the back, behind the far wall. It's a humble setup, a stool for Cyrene, a microphone, the transmitter and mixer terminal, and the hard lines making a way towards the array. But there's something pleasing about it all the same. The crackling sound of fresh welds echoes through the bay from Kimball's concealed position. You hope the array you struggle to extract isn't getting fried as you wait. You are here. Good. Cyrene rushes in, holding a small dark rectangle in her hand. You will not believe what we have on here. She looks around the bay. Where's Kimball? Installing the array. You mean? Cyrene smiles. We are going back on air. Before you can answer, she leaps forward, grabbing you and surprisingly for a hug. Cyrene lets you go. Sorry, she smiles, just excited to finally be back. Kimball, she sounds towards the back of the bay. How long for that new array? A muffled shout comes from behind the rear wall. Okay, Cyrene takes a steadying breath. We have a little time. What have you got there? This broadcast is from Erwin's eyes. Cyrene's eyes flash. We haven't heard anything out of them since the start of the war. Some people even said they had fallen to their flux. But something is happening there. Something is growing. This report says some protocol has taken over the station, become its protector. Conway drones can't get close. Senate staff is giving it a wide berth. They are right in the middle of the war, Conway on the Starward side, Senate staff on the Sunward, and they are resisting. Cyrene smiles. We have to tell everyone in the belt about this. We have to get the word out. If the eye can be held, well, maybe we can hold out too. Cyrene looks at the drive in her hand. Either way, people need to know. There's a sudden clunk, a few percussive shouts from Kimball, and then a flickering of lights all across the bay as the transmitter and array begin powering up. You and Cyrene watch as the He-Lion dispatches studio comes to life, ready to broadcast once more. Not bad, Cyrene leans on your shoulder. Not bad at all. A shout comes from Kimball, and you know he is calling for Cyrene to get ready. That's my signal, she grins. Oh, I almost forgot. Cyrene produces a handful of chips. Turns out we have some avid listeners in the radius markets. She deposits them into your hands. All right, Cyrene takes a breath. I need to go live. She flashes you a final smile. Thank you. I will make sure we make good use of that array. This will mean something. Kimball bellows something from the back of the room. Something you can only assume is a thank you. You leave the Bell's most unusual double act to their broadcast, and as you do, you hear Cyrene's voice echoing through the bay. This is Cyrene Sevier, back on the air, to wish you all a free He-Lion, now and forever. Whoop whoop. And now we can do another upgrade. We'll continue just going in order. Alright. We have 2 more majors, so assuming we do both of those, that would give us another one, so maybe we can max out the skills. That would be kind of cool. Alright, we need to fill up the fuel. We used up so much fuel. Okay, so there's nothing else to do here, I don't believe. So we'll do some work, so we use our dice. The winking sigils of the yards flash across the dark starscape of the belt, each one a siren light for crews in need of repairs or eager for improvements. The scattered yards live up their reputation, but Seraphin will not be drawn by the lights. He guides his ship into an empty, ragged-looking yard, darker and more frayed than plate. It looks rougher than any of the others. Seraphin, maybe we want to dock somewhere a little more welcoming. We aren't that hard up. Bliss turns to you. Or are we worse off than I thought, Sweeper? Fast shipwrights rarely have the brightest signs. Thought you would know that, Bliss. Seraphin reaches up and flicks a set of switches above his head. Marco's the best of the scatter yards. The best? Or just the best you know? Bliss gives him a skeptical look. You will see. Seraphin smiles widely, shutting off the main console and unclipping from the pilot's seat. We are safe here, Seraphin turns to you. No need to run from Lane for a while. He will never find us in Marco's yard. Will be nice to have a break from running. Judy floats at the back of the cockpit. I hear the scatter yards have some good data analysis terminals on the hub. Judy glances at you. If you can spare me. You follow Seraphin as he glides eagerly to the airlock. You and Bliss exchange glances. Both of you are used to Seraphin's headstrong moments, yet you still can't help but feel that now familiar pull of someone else's problems. Marco. Seraphin opens his arms to the figure coming through the cycling airlock. Finn. Marco floats through the doorway, a crooked smile across his pale face, his sharp eyes glinting in the rig's bright work lights. The two embrace in more of a chest bump than a hug. Seraphin spinning with the momentum of the impact to end with his arm across Marco's shoulder, the two side by side, grinning. You notice Marco's eyes quickly falling on you, a slight narrowing suggesting he has immediate thoughts about your presence. So, this is who you're flying with now, Finn. Marco shoots you a wink, his expression shifting to conceal his previous curiosity or concern. Bliss, they introduce themselves curtly. You two used to be on a crew together, I assume. Me and Finn? No. We are just drinking buddies. Marco's response provokes a laugh from Seraphin. Some kind of joke you can't quite catch the tone of. Marco turns his attention to you. And a sleeper. He smiles. My condolences. It's a damn crime what those corporations do to you. But at least you're out. Marco doesn't miss a beat. Marco turns back to Seraphin. It's been too long, Finn. Not flying with old Beatty anymore? You immediately see the reaction in Seraphin, his entire being tightening without anything more than a shudder to signify it. No, that's long done. Marco shrugs. That's the way of the belt. He shakes Seraphin by the shoulder. Come on then, enough floating around in this drafty old thing. Let's get a drink. Marco turns his attention to you. Feel free to make yourself at home in the yard. Hell, take a little fuel. I have got loads of the stuff and it's been quiet for more than a few cycles. Happy to spare some for a friend. He steers Seraphin down the docking tunnel, waving a hand to you and calling back. I will have him home in a cycle or two. His laughter echoes down the tunnel as they leave. Bliss turns to you. I'm going to go dig around the other yards for some components the rig could do with. They smile. You got things to do? You think of Cadet and wonder if she found her way here to the scatter yards to extract the data on the Hexport drive. The only way to know would be to find her. Seraphin's words echo in your mind. His insistence that the only way to escape Lane is to beat him on his home turf. With Darkseid just sunward of the scatter yards, this might be the perfect platform from which to attempt such a wild and dangerous plan. Sleeper, Bliss brings you out of your thoughts. I hate it when you do that. Just take care out there, okay? They drift off down the docking tunnel, leaving you in the airlock. It seems the next step is up to you. Okie dokie. Okay, so what have we got? We've got three different thingies. Surya's Yard, Junior Shipfitter. As a low-level shipfitter, you are expected to do the hardest and most tedious wells to show your worth to Surya. Shipfitter's Mate. New workers at Surya's Yard are given the toughest job. As a mate, you are expected to keep the fitters supplied with confidence and speed. Surya watches his yard carefully, keeping an eye on all the work that goes on there. He's not easily impressed. And then we've got the transit hub. Follow the markers on every wall of the hub. There are scrawled alphanumeric markers that act as signs for the ship fitters, if you can understand them. Shop talk. There's no faster way to get to know ship fitters than to chat about their complex work. It does require a certain knowledge base, though. A scattered mess of independent shipyards around a central transit hub, the yards are a particularly difficult place for outsiders. And then Marco's Yard. Drinking buddies. Serafin and Marco are off on some scatter yards dive, catching up. You hope Marco returns the pilot. Okay, so pretty much we can't go anywhere for 2 cycles because our pilot's been pretty much kidnapped. That's fine. You still gotta explore the place, so you know it's not a problem. Hey, you hear the voice echoing through the public passage. Wait up. I am glad to see you. Cadet sweeps her hair out of her eyes, and then glances up and down the corridor. This is not my kind of station. Cadet rolls straight into her complaints. All the yards have their own water and faculties, meaning the hub here is not fit for general use. There's a couple of guest houses, but you would not believe the state of them, with all the spacers that stop here for shore leave. She shudders. You don't want to know. Hi, Cadet. Hi. Yeah, she blinks at you. Are you even listening? So get this, Cadet locks her fingers together and stretches her arms. That girl of mine I said could crack anything? She's gone. Didn't even leave a note. Ran to dark side, maybe? Not that I would blame her given the state of this place. She looked sideways at the grubby walls. She left her workshop empty though, so I slipped in. That's where I have been napping. I've been doing my best all these cycles to crack the drive, but she sighs. I'm a spindlejack, not a data scraper, which is why I'm happy to see you. She takes a breath. Telling you I have not spoken to anyone in a long time. She runs a hand through her hair. How about that alert they put on you? Doesn't seem to stretch too far out of the spindle, but I have been careful. She glances around, hence the not talking to anyone in ages bit. Look, I'm in over my head here. Cadet looks away, annoyed at herself. How about you come down to the workshop? We put our heads together, see what we can pull out. I just know there's some nasty shit on that drive. Stuff worth getting out into the light. Cadet sets her jaw. Nasty enough for them to ruin my life over. I will be there. Cadet smiles for a moment, then it is gone. All right then. The workshop is in the tech cluster. You'll see it, she sighs. Now I've got to go find something to eat that is fried. She turns and disappears back down the passageway. Okay, spent drive. Buy a meal. Shipfitters aren't exactly known for their delicate taste, so all you'll get here is a high glucose artificial ration in a sealed pouch. Oh, so that's the foodie place. Cool. Cadet's workshop. Identify passcodes. If you can work out through guesswork and analysis what the passcodes are, you can access the drive. Break encryption. Breaking the encryption directly takes skill, but is the most direct route to the data. The drive is encrypted, but with the tools in Cadet's friend's workshop, you have a chance of cracking it. Alright, let's see what we can do here. Sleeper, Seraphim's voice echoes through the ship. You in here? You glide down to the airlock, unsure of what state you are about to find your pilot in. Seraphim floats in the airlock, his arms above his head, gripping the lip of the interior door to hold himself in place. Come on, we need to talk. There's a straight-faced seriousness to Seraphim you weren't expecting, especially considering what he spent the past 2 cycles with Marco. Seraphim leads you across the bridge, but rather than to turn towards the automated shuttle bay that connects Marco's yard to the rest of the assembly, he leads you deeper into the guts of the yard itself. As he does, he begins to speak. I told Marco about Lane, about our escape, about everything. Seraphim ducks under a large pipe. He gets it. He's worked in Darkside. He comes to a sealed door and hammers in an entry code. Somewhere machines start whirring. Remember in Wellspring after everything that I said. Seraphim turns to face you. About taking Lane on. Exactly that. Seraphim meets your eye. The door suddenly squeals as the ancient motors kick in and drag it across its corroded tracks. It reveals a large, half-lit chamber, its farthest parts masked with layers of scaffolding and frames, so it is hard to tell where the room actually ends. At the center, in a pool of warm light, Marco floats beside a terminal screen. Sleeper. He touches his brow and mocks salute as you enter. You hold your tongue, and you and Seraphim arrive in the middle of the room. You hear the door you entered through screech shut, and then a sudden silence descends. Sorry to drag you out here, Sleeper, but I really can't be overheard on this one. He sighs. We are close to Darkside here, and Usubo have ambitions, shall we say, in the scatter yards. Finn told me the whole story, and I am sorry for your troubles. He clasps his hands together. You have done well to evade Lane thus far, but you must understand, he's also been distracted. Since Hexport went up, well, Darkside has been in crisis. If the war was the pressure shift that allowed Usubo to build its strength, Hexport was the breach to blow it wide open. Marco springs his hands apart. Hexport's their justification for imposing total control in the name of protection. Marco glances away into a dark corner of the room. And, if my hunch is right, it's how they will extend their reach to the scatter yards. Where's this going? Marco laughs and looks at Seraphim. Straight to busyness, this one. I am done running, Sleeper, Seraphim cuts in. I hate looking over my shoulder every cycle. I hate the nightmares, the fear. I want to face this head on, for better or worse. He looks away, scowling. I won't be controlled by Lane, and this is our chance to break that control. Lane is hunting you, Sleeper, which means he is not in Darkside. Marco raises an eyebrow. This is good for you. There are people in Darkside resisting Usubo, though I hear it is not going well for them. If you could find them, find out what they need, there is a chance here. Marco pauses, and you get the feeling he is assessing your reaction. Taking action is a choice right now, Sleeper, but soon it won't be. Seraphim glances at Marco. Not if what Marco is telling me is true. Let's do this on our own terms. What do we need to do? Seraphim meets your eye with conviction. Thank you, Sleeper. I know we can do this. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Marco interrupts. I will need some time to work this out. If you two want to go to Darkside, there's no way you can take that stolen ring. It was a big enough risk just to bring it here. He glances at Seraphim, and you get the feeling he has already been reprimanded for this. So I need to find you a way in and a way out. Marco rubs his hands together. I know it can't be done. Marco turns to you. I recommend you take the next few cycles to prepare. The scatter yards are a good place to go spend in a cryo, depending on your need. And then, Marco puts a hand on his friend's shoulder. Try to stay cool. This will be recon only, a chance to see what's happening on Darkside and make your connections. It is not the time for grand gestures. Seraphim nods. Thank you, Marco. He glances at you. We will keep things quiet until you are ready. You and Seraphin leave the hidden bay, the door screeching open to allow you to exit. When it seals once more, Seraphin turns to you. This is our chance to shift things, Sleeper. Let's keep our heads in the game. Agreed. I will start preparing. Seraphin nods. Well, all right then. We should give Marco some time. I've got a few things I want to take care of in the scatter yards, and I want to get a message to Tella. I know she would want to hear from me before. He trails off. Let's make sure we are ready. Keep your head up, Sleeper. I will see you on the rig. And with that, Seraphin kicks off down the passage on his way to the shuttle dock. You watch him go, unsure if you're impressed or concerned about his headstrong nature. Either way, things are in motion. The only thing you can do now is give yourself the best chance of success. Alright. New location discovered. Marco's yard. 2 more cycles and he'll have it set up. Okay. Fair enough. Well, in that case, let's finish with this. Dark data. Cadet catches your eye as you look over at her. What is it? She takes the end of the metal chopstick she had been chewing on out of her mouth. Got something? Cadet had given up already for the cycle, and while you were cracking the drive's complex encryption on her friend's workstation, she had been floating in the middle of the small workshop, pinging bits of scrap off the shelving on the wall. Now she spins in the air and pushes off from the ceiling, spinning as she glides so she lands perfectly behind you, leaning over the terminal screen. As she does, you hit a key, executing the final decryption process. Slick. She goes to ruffle your hair, but you don't have any. Instead, she just wobbles your head playfully. What we got? With Cadet hanging over your shoulder, you try to concentrate on the data scrolling across the screen. The first thing that catches your eye is the steady repetition of CW EXT, an identifier for Conway extractions. The behemoth conglomerate currently waging a corporate war with Senate staff of the inner system. Why Conway? What is this data? You stop the scroll, looking for details. Hit that thing. Cadet pokes the screen, making it wobble. You dutifully click. A comment expands in code, a note left by someone. It mentions tests and protocols, discusses reverse engineering and carrier signals. You close it and find another. Drone latency. Another. Security bypass. One more. Kill switch. It takes a long time, you and Cadet squinting into the blue screen, to build up a picture of what you are looking at. When you are done, both of you sit back, your eyes soar, and your minds clogged with technical terminology. Shit. Cadet shakes her head. They were dissecting it live. She is referring to the Conway drone mine the stream of data was scraped from. Huge volumes of internal data, of control systems, protocols, and passphrases. The kind of data you imagine was closely guarded by Conway, kept secret to allow the smooth operation of its drones. This thing is some kind of general or manager, right? Giving orders out to all the little drones that work before it. Cadet squints. I always thought Conway controlled his drones remotely, with PPEL, those zero latency point interfaces you hear about. From what you know, Cadet is right. Conway is known for their novel solution to the scale and logistical problems of the surrogate systems. Extraction and security drone ships, piloted from light years away with proprietary comms interfaces. A drone mine, what this code is scraped from, should be a kind of distributor, a relay for the local drones that links to the closely guarded transmitter receiver. But this data suggests otherwise. It suggests an active cognitive process, far more complex than any protocol you have heard of. A thinking machine. Look, Cadet jabs at the screen again. Is that? She squints. You see a line in the data stream that reads simply, Stop. Get out. Stop. Get out. Stop. Get out. Stop. Get out. How did they do this? Cadet leans back. Everyone knows captured convoy drones purge themselves, and everything else is in the couple of square clicks around them when captured. You rip the control core out of one, sure, you can disassemble it, but its system will be gone. This one was still running when they took it apart. It should have gone up like a tactical nuke the moment they started. She stopped suddenly, the fate of Hexport jumping into her mind. Is that what happened? But how did they get all this and get it out on a drive? Silence fills the workshop. You look back to the screen, unsure of the answers to Cadet's questions. You feel a deep chill, one that you know has nothing to do with the temperature of the workshop. Who the hell was doing this? Cadet scans the code once more. You go back over the data. It's scrubbed clean, not a mention of who is scraping the data. You go over it again. Nothing. Not a single clue. The thought starts a process in your mind. Who scrubs data this clean? Who wants Conway drone protocols? Senate stat. Or is that too simple, too obvious for it to be Conway's lone opponent in this system-wide war? It's a possibility, so you say it out loud. Yeah, that would be my first guess too, Cadet yawns. But it's still a guess. We have been at this too long, Cadet sighs. I'm cooked. She pushes away from the terminal and floats in the room, stretching out her aching back. We know they had this drone mine on Hexport. That's where they were cutting and scraping it. We know something happened and Hexport went up. She sketches her thoughts out in the air with hand gestures as she summarizes. The data got out on that drive, I'm assuming, before the explosion, then got to the far spindle. Someone tried to courier it, using me, but the receiver wasn't there. She turns and looks at you, which is when they ruined my life and my job trying to get it back. We need more information. Yeah, she sighs. We do. She floats over to the drive and picks it up. This thing has trouble written all over it, but it's also the only way to buy my life back. She frowns. The way I see it, we have to expose these fools so they leave me be, or give them the data so they piss off forever. What's the plan? All the roads lead in one direction, I'm afraid. She spins the drive in the air. Back home. Hexport. If there's anything to confirm or deny this data, if there's anything to connect it to, if there's anything left at all, it will be in the remains of that station. I had a feeling it might come to this, so I made some inquiries when I first got here. The word is that the place is irradiated to hell, but I've also heard the radiation is fading. And it's not like half the belt isn't glowing anyway, she shrugs grimly. With suits, we would have maybe a few cycles before it started to leak through. The problem is getting in. She puts the drive back on the desk's magnetic surface. Far Spindle is a no. Not only do I not want to get picked up there, but the debris is denser on that side. No safe way in. Dark side is the best bet. She shakes her head. I heard you have some trouble waiting for you there. What if I deal with the trouble? We're currently in the middle of dealing with it. Then we would have a clear shot at it, she shrugs. Easier said than done. This place has one hell of a stowaway spot, shielded from everything. Plus the scatter yards are no one's territory. I'm going to leave the drive here, she squints at you. No peeking. But me, I want to keep moving. So I was thinking I could make myself useful till you shake the trouble in dark side. She smiles. Work for room and board and all that. It could be dangerous. More dangerous than waiting for my troubles to catch up with me? I doubt it. What do you say? She folds her arms. You know I'm tough, and I can do plenty besides ride, and everybody, yeah, you're in, why not? Come on in, bruh. That's the answer I was looking for, Cadet scans the workshop. I have had enough of spacer bathrooms for a lifetime. I will make myself at home on your rig. She picks up the drive and tucks it in a pocket. Cadet glances away at the rags on the wall, and you follow her eyes to spot her air bike where it is hanging, carefully secured and pristinely kept. Cadet gives you a hard look. You better have room for my bike. Alright, there we go. The Spindlejack. Recruit cadet to your crew. We got a new cadet on our ship. I will not apologize for the joke. Okay, so we still gotta wait for what's his name, so we'll continue exploring the yards. New location discovered. Yard supply. This is where we buy supplies and fuels. Cool. And this should get us finished with this. Fabricator Bay. Pay bay usage fee. The engine component fabricators in the hub are for shifters only, so they ask for a one-time fee to dissuade casual use. Engine components? Engine components? Okay, here we go. We can build engine components. Very good. Even with a specialized fabricator, component construction is a delicate art. Only the most skilled can produce a rare, error-free component. Component errors. The more errors a component has in its construction, the less valuable it will be. Enough errors and it's worthless. It takes time and skill to build engine components, and any errors will impact the outcome. Okay, so what we have to do is we have to do the component craft, not the error, is what it is. Okay, so positive outcome is one component craft. So how many engine parts do we need to upgrade our rig? How many did you say we need? We need 8. We have 3. So we need another 5. That will take a while, it feels like. If it takes at least 2 dice to make 1. But I feel like it would be a very good thing to do. Find Seraphin and Marco waiting for you in the hidden room where you met before. They are chatting quietly, their shadows cast across the scaffolding by a small lamp. Sleeper, Marco's got something good. He nods to Marco. Tell them. Marco gives you a nod as you look at him, his mood quiet, conspiratorial. I don't know if it's as good as Finn thinks, but it is an opening. I heard back from a friend of mine who runs a yard on the edge of the cluster, a fair way out from here. Smart guy. He makes a tiny profit of selling fuel to freight crews on their way into Darkside. He undercuts the Darkside dockyard fuel prices, which include a cut for Usubo, so they stop off at his place to fill up before heading in. Marco smiles. Clearly this is his kind of business. This guy, he owes me a favor, and I'm going to call it in. He can get a few of us onto a freight. Swap us out from the usuals who stay at his place and let him have a few drinks on him. The crew, meaning us, will deliver the freight, complete with a stopover for cargo loading in Darkside. He smiles, which is when you do what you need to do. We'll have as long as we need, but the more time we spend there, the more likely they will discover us. Marco looks at you. We will keep our heads down, sleep and eat on the freighter. Then, once we are done and the freighter's loaded, we take it on out again. Return to my friend's yard and swap the crews back. He shrugs, emphasizing the simplicity of the plan. No one will ever know we were there. See, it's good, Seraphin nods. It will work, right? What if they check the crew list? What, on the manifest? Not going to happen. And who's to say you weren't the names on that list? This is the bell. Seraphin looks concerned. It's going to be tight, but I reckon you can get what you need in time. Make some connections with whoever is resisting Usubo. Get an idea of their operation. Look for weaknesses. It'll have to be quiet, Ben. Marco gives you both a warning look. No noise, no attention. This can quickly become a one-way ticket. Seraphin turns to you. Think you can handle that? Together we will get it done. Seraphin and Marco exchange concerned glances. What aren't they telling you? There's one more thing, Sleeper. Seraphin looks down. Someone needs to stay with the rig. Someone who can pilot it if there's the attention at the yard. He meets your eye. It has to be like this. I'm sorry. I will be going in with you. Marco puts a reassuring hand on your shoulder. I know Darkside. I will guide you all the way in and all the way out. There will be room for one more on the crew. I will leave who that is to you. But let me give you some advice. He leans in closer. You better be sure you really trust anybody you take on this one. You look between the two of them. Just you and Marco might be the safer option. The fewer people, the less likely it is you give yourselves away. But then, if Marco doesn't keep up his end of the bargain, you will want all the backup you can get. The other problem is that we have to go right away. You see the rising tension in Marco's face. The freighter's arriving this cycle. Seraphin turns to you. I'm sorry I can't come, Sleeper, but we need to do this now. Don't worry, I have got this. Seraphin nods. I know you do, Sleeper. I know. I will be ready whenever you need. Just give me the word and we'll head out to my friend's yard, Marco sighs. We keep this tight and nothing needs to go wrong. His words echo in your mind as you leave the hidden room, a creeping doubt settling itself in the pit of your stomach. This is it. Time to go back to Darkside. Okay, so we have to do that on this cycle, it looks like. I want to at least use the dice we have. Maybe try to prep. So what happens if we get another neutral here? Both of them fill up at the same time, right? Okay, well I got a positive outcome, so it didn't matter, but what happens if we get two neutrals in a row and both of them fill up at the same time? The freighter hangs over the ragged shipyard as the rig idles in the dock. Your eyes trace the fuel lines snaking up to its underside, where they disappear into the dark. A chirp from the pilot's console breaks the silence. Marco's signal. This is it, Sleeper. Seraphin settles back on the controls of the rig. He looks over his shoulder at you. You better get going. Don't get too bored. I will do my best, Seraphin smirks. Hope they have something to drink in the yard. You glide towards the back of the cockpit. Seraphin clears his throat. Just don't do anything reckless, all right? As you float down the corridor towards the airlock, Marco comes to meet you, his usual gear swapped out for a plain set of overalls that you imagine are borrowed from the freighter crew. You ready to go, Sleeper? The crew we are replacing are already in the yard, so the sooner we get on board the better. He gives you a look. How are you feeling? Confident. He smiles. That's what I like to hear. No reason not to be. He pats you on the shoulder as you cross into the airlock. The airlock cycles, and Marco leads you into the yard through a series of shadowy passages that connect the two docking bridges. Now's the time, sleeper, Marco says as you work your way through the yard. Any questions, any concerns, speak up now. What do we do when we get there? Marco shrugs. That's mostly up to you, but if it were up to me, I would say we ask some very soft questions. Try to find out where those organizing against Usubo might be meeting. You reach a vertical tunnel and start ascending, although we could also focus on just checking out Usubo themselves. See what they know and what they are up to. You come out to the entrance to the other docking tunnel, the freighter filling the viewing window so all you can see are the plates of its scratched hull. Sleeper, Bliss is waiting by the docking bridge. How come you aren't wearing one of these? They gesture to the loose and plain crew overalls they are wearing. I will change on board. Bliss gives you a sideways look. You better. I'm not going to be the only one wearing one of these things. Sorry to interrupt, but we need to go. Marco gestures to the docking bridge. You hit the button to open the doors and glide out towards the freighter's airlock. As you do, the fear settles in. You are going back to Darkside. Darkside sprawls out across the starscape, its surface a vast and random accumulation of structures, lights, and signs. You have watched it as the freighter cut across the belt, as it grew cycle by cycle like a stain across the cockpit glass. Watching it approach, the fragmented memories of your time there passed through your mind, each one dissolving at the moment you tried to focus on it. Only the sensations remain: despair, claustrophobia, fear, all somehow strengthened by their disconnected nature. It's as if, by not being attached to the specific memories, they could run free through your mind, as alive as they were at the first moment of feeling. Instruction received. Appreciated. Marco is in the pilot seat talking to the port authority. Incoming to strut 2-3. He turns back to you, clicking off the outgoing comms canal. First step complete. You've got docking approval as expected. He raises his eyebrows, noticing something in your face. Keep it together, all right? I have got this. He sighs and turns back to the controls. Sleeper, Bliss gets your attention from across the cockpit. I'm right here, okay? I know this place is complicated for you. They smile warmly. But I have got your back. Anyone tries to mess with you, they shrug in an exaggerated way. I can't be held responsible for what I will do to them. There's a hollow rumble through the body of the freighter as Marco brings it into the dock. The noises of this draftier, more industrial ship defer to those of your rig, and you haven't quite got used to them yet. A squawk of noise over the comm sends Marco scrabbling to the controls to submit the docking code he was sent just moments before. There's an agonizing wait, and then a chirp as the code is accepted. The freighter is docked. Alright, let me go out first. Talk to the dockers, start the unloading. He unclips from his seat. Then you are good to go. Okay, I will wait. Marco nods. Alright, hold fast. And he glides out of the cockpit without waiting for a response. You hold your nerve, looking out at the flickering lights and distant traffic. The airlock clunks open and closed again. Time drags on. You turn your attention to the job ahead. Seeing it stretched out in front of you, Darkside seems impossibly vast. Too vast to find a specific person, but just to find a type of person, someone unhappy with Usubo's gains, ready to risk their life to change this place, and pushed to a point of desperation or anger. That might be a lot more doable. But first you must understand Usubo. See how they run this place, where they meet, what they talk about. Find where Usubo is weakest. Find where they can be broken. And think about the pressure that might be applied, not just by you, but by all of Darkside. How much you trust Marco, Sleeper? Bliss blurts out the question almost unconsciously. Sorry, Do we know him that well? Seraphin does. Bliss nods. I hope Seraphin's trust is well founded then. They sigh and look out at the station. The airlock cycles once more, and moments later, Marco is in the cockpit, sweat beading on his brow. He takes a moment, his mood uncharacteristically flustered. Well, I bit the truth a little back there, but I think we are good. He runs a hand over his hair, slicking it back into place. Luckily, I have had a lot of practice lying to dock workers. He gives you a wink. They will begin unloading later this cycle, and they won't be in a rush. He smiles. We have our time as promised. But the sudden interjection evaporates any relief you are feeling. Usubo are watching these docks. That I know for sure. For now, we're just another freighter, but all are coming and going. That could be a problem. He turns to you. We can try to disable their monitoring, or just get the job done before it becomes an issue. I will take a look. Marco nods. I'm sure you will. Either way, we need to get on with what we are doing. Marco folds his arms. Usubo are everywhere, but we need to understand them, to know what is happening inside their organization. We slip under their skin and find out how they work. Marco looks to you. This is what I recommend. But now, Sleeper, it is your turn to lead. He folds his arms. Tell us where to begin. You feel the attention, the pressure shift to you. Time to find some allies. Time to find Usubo's weakness. Time to stop running and resist. Okay, so we start off with one crisis active. That's the monitoring us. The dock surveillance. Alright. Should probably go ahead and make sure to take care of that. Cut connections. The fastest and cleanest way to disable surveillance is to cut wires until it goes offline. But which to cut? Hack surveillance. Usubo surveillance uses a dock's layered network. With some careful and delicate work, it can be disabled completely. Well, Bliss has a 6, so we can go ahead and do this right here. So positive outcome is 2. That's still going to take a lot of positive outcomes, though. Wash Gate. Docker debate. The fastest way to get information on Usubo will be to kick up a conversation with the Dockers. It's not exactly subtle, though. Eavesdropping. The safest way to investigate Wash Gate is by listening to the Dockers, but who knows if you'll get the information you need. Surely, the dock at Wash Gate is under Usubo control, making a solid place to start when trying to infiltrate the operations. Bliss is definitely not good for this one. -2 on both of them. Okay, then we've got this one up here, it looks like. The Rise. Track enforcers. Usubo enforcers aren't hard to spot, so with some patience and effort, following them will lead you to their meeting place. Hack Usubo comms. To find the Usubo safe house in the Rise, you'll need to run toward the networks, chatter between enforcers without being caught. I guess we will try to track the enforcers. It's the only one that Bliss can really do. Neutral outcome gives her stress. Okay, so that's fine. We can work with that. As long as we don't do the Usubo stress, right? Okay, Very good. Halfway there through on that one. Okay, that was a pretty good first cycle. That was a pretty good first cycle. Alright. We'll just keep going with this one. For right now, she's got a 5. They've got a 5. Positive outcome. Very good. 2 more positive or neutral outcomes. Preferably positive. Negative outcome. That's good. That's good. Okay. There we go. There we go. Usubo territory. You have located Usubo's safe house. You are sure of that. But getting inside will be tricky thanks to the automated lock on the entrance. There has to be some way to get a pass key. You make your way through the rise, head down in the dark passageways. Sleeper, Bliss taps you on the shoulder with a certain urgency. Marco's gone. You stop in the dark side passageway you were drifting down, a quiet connection between 2 thoroughfares. You glance around at the loose bundles of wires and stained metal plates. It seems like a safe place to talk. He just muttered about having something to deal with and then split. Just like that. Bliss sighs and shakes their head. Just went before I could say a thing. You pause for a moment, unsure how to react. What's going on? Bliss shrugs. You tell me, Sleeper. I thought Marco was solid. Bliss folds her arms. This doesn't look solid to me. It looks far from solid. You take a moment. No need to panic. Marco brought you here. He will get you out. You look down the corridor towards a busier, wider passage where people drift by. If he needed to deal with something, then, well, he needed to deal with something. It doesn't mean anything, but you sure as hell wish he had given you a warning. Surveilled and now short-handed, this job is going from bad to worse. Well, I'm glad we used both of his dice before that happened. Usubo entrance. A simple door leads down into what you suspect is Usubo's safe house. All you need is a passkey cipher to enter. Okay, then that's probably what we get from this one over here. Okay. So we've got a positive on the eavesdropping, so that gives us good stuff there. 2 on a positive. Cool. There we go. And negative outcome is just Usubo's rest. Awesome. Hold up. Let's use the 1 first, I guess. Okay, good. Okay, just a little bit more and then we'll have that. Very good. Alright. Oh, and look at that. We got some solid numbers here. Guaranteed outcome. Here we go. New location discovered. Doctor's Rest. Steal the passkey. The fastest and most dangerous way to get into ciphers is steal a physical passkey. First, you have to find a marked extract cipher rather than steal a passkey wholesale. It might be safer to hack the personal slates of the doctors and extract the data for a fake. Many of the doctors are members of Usubo, making this bar the perfect place to score a night cipher. Well, Bliss has a nice, pretty little 6 we can do right there. And positive outcome was a triple there, so let's go ahead and do that again. There we go. And let's see what Bliss's last dice gets us. Negative outcome. Very good. Okay. I was hoping for at least a neutral. Are you... We had a 20. Fine. You want to be like that? Fine. fine. Being annoying. Usubo. There. The unmarked door slides open as you use the cipher. Beyond it, a dark tunnel descends, its roof a mess of bundled tubes and wires. Entering, you see a flickering light as its far end, and hear the soft echo of raised voices. You hear Bliss taking a deep breath behind you. We stay quiet. We listen in. That's all. You aren't sure if they're talking to you or not. You drift down the tunnel, keeping your limbs clear of the sides. Your passage through the air silent and gentle. You focus on the flickering light, the sound of the voices growing ever louder. As you descend through the tunnel, you notice a small, dark doorway leading off before the tunnel reaches the bottom. You slow yourself gently, fingertips grazing the metal walls on either side. Glancing through, you see the doorway leads out onto a framework balcony, high on the wall of some dark room. You glance down to the bottom of the tunnel and hear the voices rising in volume. Here, Bliss nods to the balcony. We stay high, stay in the dark. You come out onto the balcony overlooking a dark, cavernous room, lit in patches with a bright area at the far end. It is filled with people, Usubo enforcers and members, all facing forward, their floating bodies silhouetted by the pool of bright light ahead. And in that bright pool, two figures are arguing. You come to the edge of the balcony, a feeling of safety granted to you by both your elevation and the cover of darkness. Below, the entire room has its attention focused on the two figures in the pool of light, the watching audience keeping to the darker perimeter, as if they were observing a piece of theater. You feel Bliss right beside you, their attention, like yours, on the scene below. These are my territories. You need to withdraw. One figure, their features hard to define in the pool of light, gestures at the other. There is no discussion to be had. The other figure laughs. You are pathetic, Owen. The washgate is a joke, like you. He turns to the crowd, and you see a dark hair, dark eyes, and a smile like a slit. The dark-haired figure addresses the gathered crowd. Orin makes no thing from the washgate. All that freight, and he lets it slip by while he soaks up bribes. Jeering echoes around the crowd. He is stealing from you all. Daiichi, you piece of shit. Orin spits, a glinting worm slipping past the other man. You have no respect. A few of the crowd enter the light, gathering behind one figure or the other. Barely more than an enforcer and already dictating terms. If you had any idea what was happening in the passages, you would know we have been facing sabotage and resistance across the Wash Gate. Orin shakes his head. Usubo's control is under question. Sabotage and resistance. You quietly log the remark in your head. Those are the people you have to find. Daiichi smirks in response. I still know how it is in the passages. But you are getting soft, Oren. He glances around. You can't deal with some angry shop owners. He makes a show of his mocking laugh. It's easy to mock, but they are organized, and I am close to rooting out their meeting places. Owen folds his arms. You wouldn't know where to start looking. If you say so, old man. In the end, it's only a matter of time before someone ambitious notices how weak you have become. Daiichi draws a finger across his throat with a grin. The room erupts in shouts. Both sides call out insults while others from the crowd air their own problems, some drifting into the light to heckle Daiichi and Oren directly. Silence. A voice cuts through the room, raised above all others. The noise drops. You lean forward to get a better view. A woman holds her muscled arms in the air, a wide, strong posture of control, not surrender. You hear a sharp intake of breath from Bliss beside you, but you don't dare look away for more than a moment. Both of you. She shakes her head, her long braids snaking through the air as she does. Enough. This is not how we do things. The chaos is replaced by disgruntled muttering. No one voice willing to rise above the murmur. Daiichi floats to one side, arms coolly folded, while Oren fumes opposite him, his hands in tight fists. So, this is how the Starward Ward conducts its business. She shoots hard looks around the room. Animals fighting over scraps. And Kita. Oren eyes Daiichi as he speaks. Daiichi is the one disrespecting the leadership and the trust they have placed in. I said enough. Your weakness does not impress me, Oren. She turns to Daiichi. And neither does your petulance, Daiichi. Watch who you are calling weak, and Kita. Oren narrows his eyes. You may be Lane's favorite, but I have something that will change all of that. He looks out over the heads of the crowd. Bring him. A figure is dragged into the circle of light, their head low, a greasy tangel of dark hair drifting over their face. They lift a hand and slick it back out of their eyes. Marco, Bliss hisses from beside you, as Marco's pale face catches the light, gleaming with sweat. This one here has a very interesting story to share with us all. Owen gestures to the gathered crowd. I'm sure you are all aware of the bounty Lane has put on the head of a very valuable escaped sweeper and their accomplices. Well, Marco here tells me. He smiles at Marco, whose eyes are fixed forward, squinting into the light, that same sweeper is right now on a freighter moored in the Washgate docks. A repel runs through the gathered crowd, a reflection of the value of this information. You wonder how much cryo is on your and Seraphim's heads. You look into Marco's eyes, attempting to see any indication of what this might be. A desperate bid to save himself, or a betrayal of everything you agreed upon. His set stare reveals no thing. Now, Lane himself will be returning in 3 cycles, and you can imagine how pleased he will be when I present the sleeper to him. And Kita stares at Oren. You had no business keeping this from me. She folds her arms. I will be the one to bring the sleeper in. Not so fast, Kita. Oren turns to the gathered crowd. The first of you to bring me the sleeper will be given a share of Washgate. He shoots a look across the circle of light. That includes you, Daiichi. The crowd erupts into shouts and movement, the assembled Usubo members suddenly up and moving towards the doors. You push yourself into the corner of the balcony, tucking yourself into the shadows as you hear the tunnel filling with voices. There are shouts and scuffles, and you fear that at any moment you will be discovered, but as time passes, the noise subsides. You only open your eyes when the sound disappears altogether. The Usubo members on their way to your freighter, the freighter that is supposed to take you off Darkside. You feel the panic rising. You are trapped here once more. I can't, Bliss whispers beside you. I don't. They meet your eye. We need to go. Now. You ascend through the tunnel, silent and slow. Your eyes are on the entrance, hoping that no Usubo member returns or enters, and then you are back out in the main passageway, blinking in the light of the fluorescent panels and gliding away from the entrance, lost in a daze. Somewhere in the rise, you eventually stop, not sure where you might be going, but needing to get away from what you just witnessed. You can't go back to the freighter. That much is clear, which means no supplies, no place to sleep. Then there's Marco. Was this always part of his plan? Or is this just him in survival mode? Your mind fills with questions and worries. The path ahead unclear. I know her sleeper, Bliss seems out of breath, bracing themselves against the wall of the passageway. And Kita, you see a tear clearing, drifting from their eye. We came to the belt together. Who is she? And Kita, she was a mercenary, but she left that behind. Bliss stops, wiping their face with both hands. Joining Usubo? I don't understand. She would never. They trail off. Maybe I can find her, talk to her. Bliss shakes their head. She has to have a reason. There must be more to this. What about Marco? I don't know. He sold us out, but Bliss shakes their head. Something doesn't add up. Why strand himself here? Bliss goes quiet, lost in thought. It's clear, as you see them turning the problem around in their mind, that their past with Ankita is afflicting their judgment. Go and talk to her. The woman looked homicidal, but she has Marco, and you still don't know what to do about that. Can you really leave this place without him? How would Seraphin react? If he actually has been caught by Usubo, can you forgive him for giving in to the pressure? You are struggling to be angry at him, perhaps because you have been where he is now, under Usubo's control. What would you have done to escape? Who would you have given up? We need to find somewhere to rest, sleeper. Bliss is dry-eyed and determined now, a decision made in their mind. We should stay here in the rise, far away from the port. We will need supplies, and more than that, we'll need a way out. They turn away and look down the passageway. I will find an empty unit for us. Don't go anywhere. You take a moment trying to find a focus. Maybe if you could find those resisting Usubo, they could help you. Though you wonder if they ever existed at all, given that Marco was the one who reported their existence to you and Seraphin. Was this whole thing a ploy to collect the bounty, to bring you to Darkside? If you search out Marco, perhaps he can answer you, for better or worse. But then you recall Orin's words, sabotage and resistance. If that was an honest plea, there is some truth in what Marco said. Usubo is being resisted. You try to gather yourself. You have to bounce back to come up fighting. Otherwise, this place will drown you in its darkness. Shit. Evil X, bring Bliss on your dark side recon. Oh. Okay. Cool. Didn't realize that was a thing, but yeah, cool. Per cycle plus stress plus crew stress. Awesome. Supplies empty. Flicker Row. Steel supplies. Flicker Row lives up to its name. It has a dizzying strip of screens and stalls piled high with tech. Can you find supplies amongst all of this? All your supplies were aboard the freighter. Shopping is too great a risk. Stealing is the only way to eat and stay hidden. And neither of us are good at that, so that's good. You wake in the cold of the abandoned unit to an unsettling quiet. The air cyclers whine, the heat diffusers hum. but nothing around you breathes. You are alone. You slowly raise yourself, unclip the strap from the bunk, and allow yourself to drift up into the air. Silence. And then in that silence you hear something. A scrape or scruff. It draws your eyes to the unit's doorway where a shape is settled in the dark. I knew you couldn't have gone far, and Kita shifts to fill the doorway. You kick off hard, dropping your shoulder and aiming for Ankita. She raises an arm to deflect your hit. As you slam into her, Ankita reels back then spins, wrapping you with both arms, and uses your momentum to whip you around and bundle you back into the unit. Just calm yourself, Ankita holds up both hands. Let's not cause too much damage. She raises an eyebrow. May I come in? She drifts through the doorway. We don't need any extra attention right now. You can't give me to Lane. Look, just shut up and listen. Kita drops her voice. I'm risking everything by coming up here, she hisses. So don't make this any harder than it is. What you need to know is this. I am on your side. I want Darkseid free just like you. And I hate Lane just as much as you do. And Kita sighs. I just have different methods, that's all. She raises an eyebrow. You might say better methods, given how well your visit has gone. Why should I trust you? I'm the only person who can get you off Darkseid, so you better listen closely. Ankita hisses. It has taken me more cycles than you would believe to get this deep into Usubo, and I'm not about to give it up for one escapee. But then Lane doesn't usually run all across the belt chasing a lone escapee. Even a sleeper. Ankita drifts a little closer, overshadowing you. So you need to tell me now. What does Lane want with you? Why are you so important to him? I don't know. Ankita sighs. I'm not playing games here. What you don't understand, Sleeper, is that I've been trying to keep you safe since I saw you arrive. But your friend hasn't made it easy. Getting himself caught by Usubo is bad enough, but then blabbing about you being here? She sighs. I can only protect you from so much. Where's Marco? I don't run the gang. He's Oren's. I can't risk starting an internal war. Either way, you're lucky you're in the same position, and you have me to thank for that. So I will ask again. Ankita meets your eye. Why is Lane pursuing you? Explain that your frame is changing. Ankita looks away in thought as you explain. She waits for you to finish. None of it makes any sense, but there's no way of letting Lane get his prize. Not until we understand more. She gives you a hard look. I can get you out, but I need a couple of cycles, and I need you to do something for me. You need to take this with you off station. She produces a thumbnail drive and holds it up. This is everything I've managed to scrape from within Usubo. The key to challenging Lane is on here. I know it. Take it to Oliveira. It's tucked away in a crater in the shoals, the massive debris field beyond the hollow. She meets your eye. You give it to Carmen. No one else. Ankita presses the drive into your palm and closes your hand around it. No one but Carmen. You understand? Lane's rise has been cruel. He has spilt too much blood. When I'm ready, I will make him pay for that. But Carmen needs to analyze what I've got on him to find the right place and moment to strike. Ankita meets your eye. I knew a sleeper once, and I should have trusted them. She lets go of your hand. So now, I'm trusting you. I will get you out and you deliver. That's the deal. Ankita cracks her knuckles. Then together, we can. Ankita, you hear Bliss's voice, faint but clear from behind Ankita. You see the confusion on Ankita's face as she turns. Bliss? She trails off, her aggression dissolving in front of you. What the hell do you think you are doing? You see a rare flash of anger in Bliss's face over Ankita's shoulder. Usubo? Really? This is where you fled to. The welcoming arms of the Belt's cruel gang. Bliss, Ankita stumbles over her words. And now what? You're here to deliver the sleeper to Lane? Bliss stares her down. You disgust me. Bliss is not like that. I'm here to help the sleeper, to help both of you. She sighs. I. What the hell are you talking about? Bliss's anger is softened a little by their confusion. I infiltrated Usubo. I am working to get the sleeper out of Darkside to flee this place. Infiltrated, Bliss laughs. So that's it. You have cast yourself as some sort of spy. They shake their head. After you left, this is where I find you. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Nikita looks down, silent, her panic at seeing Bliss now turning into a cold, hard anger. Don't lecture me. I am trying to do something worthwhile. She meets Bliss's eye with a fire. You have no idea what I have had to do. Bliss looks away. I don't want to know. They shake their head. I don't want to know a thing. Silence falls in the room, the tension growing. Nikita turns to you. I have to go, sleeper. She glances between the two of you. I have already taken a big risk coming here. They cannot find me. Two cycles. Be ready to leave. She backs out of the unit. When Lane comes back, you go out. Neither of us wants him to win here. And a piece of advice. Forget Marco. Keep your head down and wait for me. She raises a finger. You need supplies? Steal them in Flicker Row. Otherwise, keep to yourself. And Kita gives you a hard look and slips out of the unit. So is trying to figure out what's going on with Marco a side objective, maybe? Flicker Row. We definitely need supplies at any rate. Having neither of us be very good at getting them is not very good. Okay, there we go. We got a positive outcome, so that's nice. If I push, that makes that a 4. Okay. 50-50. There we go. Okay. And that gives us 2 supplies. Good, good, good. Okay. So now we're resupplied. The Rise. Search the passages. It's dangerous, but searching the Rise for a trace of Marco or Usubo activity might help you find his trail. Search the network. Usubo Comp's network has to have some report or mention of Marco. If you can find it, you can find where they have taken him. The Rise is the last place you saw Marco. To find him, this is the place to look. After his betrayal, well, we at least want to, I think we will try to find him. You wake in the bare unit, cloaked in the endless shadow of Darkside. Outside the window, the lights of the city glitter, but you do not see them. Your attention is, instead, on the tugging thread in your mind. Lane, drawing ever closer. You shiver. One more cycle, and then you are out. Alright, so we should be able to have this. I think I'll go ahead and do a 5, just to make extra sure we pass. There we go, finding Marco. Though you have no specific memory of it, there is something unpleasantly familiar about the place you have found yourself in. Among the many stacked units of the Rise, framed by scaffolding and stretching away from Darkside's reflectors in a way that is only possible in Zero-G, you have found yourself in a cold corner. Here, a locked door is marked with Usubo's sigil, a sigil eel curled back on itself, its mouth around its own tail. This is the kind of door behind which Usubo keeps its secrets, its assets like you and Seraphin were, like Marco is now. It's ignored if you have been watching, which is why you know there should be an enforcer lazily lit inside it, and why you know you only have moments before they come back. You slip a shipbreaker's chisel from your belt bag and jam it into the lock, glancing over your shoulder as you try to force the mechanism. With a deft hand, you angel the chisel against the mechanism and, with a swift strike on the handle, the bolt pops off inside the lock. You slide the door open silently. You are in. A dim corridor stretches out ahead of you, lined with doors on either side. The memory hits you almost immediately. Long cycles between jobs in a cell like this, awaiting Lane's arrival. Kept safe. A lie that you believed you were first brought to a place like this. Most of the cells are dark, empty, but a warm glow spills from around one of the doors. You quickly approach and look in. Marco was tucked in an inset berth, a padded niche like those in any unit. His back is turned to the small window at the door. You slam the exterior lock release without thinking, Marco turning over to face the door as it hisses open. Sleeper? He freezes for a moment, unsure of your intentions. He raises a hand as if to protect himself, to put something between you and him. Let's go. Marco nods and pushes himself up. As he eyes you, but doesn't say a word. Recriminations can wait. You back out into the passageway, and Marco follows slowly, tentatively. Time to leave. Lucky me, Daiichi floats in the corridor, a knife glinting in his hand. I came to squeeze a little more information from Owen's prize here. He points the long knife at Marco, but it looks like I just got everything I need. He closes the gap, raising the knife. Now stay still. I prefer to deliver you to Maine in one piece. You feel the knife graze your side, slitting through your thick skin, but you swing your elbow anyway, connecting with Daiichi's face as you spin. You feel the crunch of his nose, the solid metal of your skeleton meeting the pliant bone of his. Moments later, Marco and you are speaking through the passages of the rise in a haze, the pain fading, but the fear holding strong, desperate to leave this place once and for all. Alright, Marco. Friend of a friend refused to leave Marco on dark side, yeah. He probably didn't really have much of a choice. He probably got, caught, and then he got, fucking tortured or some shit. So I'm not... It's all good. I honestly completely understand. You gotta do what you gotta do, Marco. We made it work. City of Darkness, make it through Darkside Recon without getting caught. Marco rises from his berth quietly. You haven't really spoken. Two of you kept busy by your own injuries and the constant fear that Daiichi will find you. But so far, he hasn't. And if Akita is to be trusted, this is your final cycle on Darkside. You look at Bliss floating in the corner, staring vacantly at a spot on the wall. You did your best to explain what Akita has told you about her involvement with Usubo, but since then they have been quiet, removed. You haven't dared to ask more about their high story together. You trust that when Bliss is ready for you to know, they will tell you. You wait in silence, no one eager to speak. A deep fatigue has set in, and in this moment, all anyone can do is wait for this excursion to be over. She's here, Marco nods at the doorway, where a silhouetted figure awaits. Akita looks at Marco, and then at you, a raised eyebrow the only acknowledgement that you went against her advice. Lane is back on dark side. We have to go now. Akita looks tired, angry. We won't have another chance. Come with me. Quickly. Quietly. She turns and pushes out into the corridor. An exhausted-looking Bliss turns to you. Let's put this place behind us. Akita leads you across Darkside, not stopping to look back. The lights and passages flash by, but you barely notice them. All eyes are fixed ahead, on the way out. At some distant part of the station, Akita stops at a docking bridge, a small freighter visible through the viewing windows. She slaps a door release and it slides open. She grabs your shoulder, looking into your eyes. Lane's focus will be on Darkside now. He needs to stop the infighting, to shore up Usubo. If you get out now, He won't follow. Remember, Nikita hisses the instructions to you. Get that drive to Olivier. Give it to Carmen. No one else, no matter what they say. Nikita returns your nod, and then she is gone, disappearing into the endless winding passages of dark side. You drift gingerly down the docking tunnel, which leads out to the cold and sparse cargo bay of the ship. Once you are inside, there's a hiss and the doors scissor shut. For a moment you panic, seeing no exit, no other doors, just a metal walled bay. Is this a trap? But the engines rebel to life and you give in to your exhaustion. If Akita has tricked you, at least you are leaving this place behind. And then you feel it, cold fingers reaching into your mind. You are so close, Lane's voice in your ear. You are here. A rustling, a shifting. I can't quite place you, can't quite put my finger on you, sleeper, but I know you are there. What were you doing here? Hoping to confront me, perhaps? Or something else? A hiss. I'm right here, you coward. Come and find me. I will admit I'm not quite ready for you, sleeper. A flicker and a spasm. But so soon this will all be over. A tone begins, shrill and inescapable. Let me show you. The tone rises. Lane is in the bay of the freighter, the pull of constant acceleration and a comforting pressure against his chest. Lane looks around the bay, taking it in slowly. He inhales the stale air deeply. Lane feels power, feels pride. The sense of control over another excites him. This is his desire. Lane lifts his right hand and turns it in the air, flexing his fingers in a satisfying wave. Something flickers at the corner of your vision for a moment, and you strain to turn Lane's head. It does not turn, but you swear you see a figure there in the bay with you. It opens its mouth as if to speak, as if to scream, and then it is gone. A smile grows on Lane's face, a spreading tightness that is his own impulse. He raises one hand and uses it to grip the smallest finger of the other. A pause, and then a sudden jerk. Lane snaps his finger back against the joint. His pain is instant, as is yours. It burns your vision away. When the white-hot blindness has faded, you look out on those same metal walls. You hold the same finger in your hand, and as you release it, you see the crooked shape that has been bent in two. A shiver runs through you, and you reach back into your own mind to see if any trace, any fragment of Lane remains there. You put your hands on your face and push, as if to push him from your head. The ship continues out on its starward arc, away from Darkside, away from Lane, but you can't help but feel that some part of him is still there, behind your eyes, concealed beneath the pain of that snapped finger. It takes a long time before you are ready to discuss everything. First there was the journey to the yard, then disembarking from the freighter, then explaining to the waiting crew why their ship was impounded, something Marco offered 1,000 apologies for. Thankfully, the crew of the ship that brought you out of Darkside, sent by Ankita, took the others aside and settled them. Through the promise of remuneration or the threat of violence, you aren't sure, but you expect they will leave together for Darkside soon. You do your best to explain things to the crew, though touching on what happened with Marco is not something you're willing to do at first. Bliss, in particular, seems to struggle, taking themselves away from the rest of the crew, and mostly staying in their bunk. It seems the encounter with Nikita brought back memories from the time the two of them were a couple, and harder memories too from the time after when Nikita left. The whole time you find yourself in a daze. Your skin hurts and your muscles tremble. You don't feel yourself. You rest for a while, and as you do, conversations echo around you, until you find yourself able to rise. Sleeper, Marco comes to you in the quiet of the rig. Can we speak a moment? Go ahead. Marco nods. Thank you, sleeper. He looks down. I know I almost cost you everything, but you have to understand something. When they caught me, I was looking for someone important to me. That was why I wanted to come with you. I just wanted to get a message to him and to know that he was all right. He screws up his face, each word bringing him pain, and I admit, I thought I might be able to bargain on his behalf, to get us both out. Bargain using my life. Marco can't bring himself to confirm it, but you both know it to be true. All I can say is, I am sorry. Look, you can use the yard when you get back to the scatter yards. There are some components in there. Take what you want. Marco sniffs. I'm going to stay here a while. He does not meet your eye. He simply turns away and drifts down the corridor. As he does, Seraphin passes him by, receiving no acknowledgement. Seraphin gives you a questioning look as Marco leaves. What happened out there, sleeper? He floats there, stretching his scarred arm. The protective sleeve he has been wearing since his far spindle finally removed. Marco betrayed us. Seraphin shakes his head. What do you mean? He told Usubo where to find me. No, Seraphin frowns. That can't be. He pauses. It's not that I don't believe you, but Marco hates Usubo, Seraphin sighs. He's come through for me so many times, I never thought. I will talk to him, Seraphin nods, a grim look on his face. I will get the full story. Seraphin looks down. I'm sorry I wasn't there, sleeper. I should have never let Marco go instead of me. That's okay, you trusted him, I mean. Seraphin nods, never again. He looks up. Tell me it was worth it, sleeper, that you got something on Usubo. Yep. You explained about the meeting you witnessed, the conflict between Orin and Daiichi, and Ikita's intervention. Explaining Akita takes a little more effort, but you try to remember everything that happened. You explain Akita's insistence that she was working against Darkseid, and how she got you off the station. You explain that Usubo itself is coming apart with Lane absent, and that this will draw his focus away from the two of you. Seraphin waits until you finish to respond. So this Akita got herself inside Usubo. He raises an eyebrow, just to try to break their grip on Darkseid. He whistles. Takes some balls. You explain the drive, mention Olivia, Carmen, and then hold up the thumbnail drive, the one Akita entrusted to you. Olivia, he screws up his face. I have heard it, maybe once or twice. I just assumed it was some backwater colony. He sighs. Never met a Carmen, though. What's on that thing? Seraphin nods at the thumbnail drive. And Kita didn't say. I don't get it, Seraphin raises an eyebrow. We just delivered this little mystery drive, and that's all. He looks away, deep in thought. Is that what you want to do next? Olivia, you have never even heard of it, but it seems like the place to go if you want to help Akita fight back against Lane. You look at the drive, and as you do, you can't help but feel you're being used, not for the first time. One thing I will say, Seraphin begins, clearly thinking out loud. If we want to head back to Darkseid take on Lane, we are going to need to do so on our ship this time. Some crews got spoofed transponders, send out a signal matching another ship, he shrugs. Not going to get one fit here, but that's something we need to look out for. Sure, you think. Go back to Darkseid where Lane waits. A shudder of fear runs through you, thinking of the moment he slipped onto your mind on the freighter. If you ever go back there, you know you'll need something to counteract him. But you also recall Overseer's presence in that moment, too. His strange form holding its shape as Lane tried to override your control. Perhaps Overseer has a way for you to resist his signal. Your mind whirls with possibilities and problems. Is this really the right move to go back to the place that almost killed you twice? To take Lane on? Seraphin looks at you expectantly. What are you thinking, sleeper? We need to prepare. I couldn't agree more, Seraphin shakes his head. Next time will be different. We will be ready. We will come up fighting and Lane won't have a clue what What's hit him? We need work. We need a proof. Servant starts counting off his fingers. We need to take that thing to Olivia, and we need you strong, sleeper. Speaking of, Servant takes out a box of components. I kept myself busy these past cycles, working in the fabricator bays on the scatter yards. I figured you could use some spares. But first, Servant takes a calming breath. We rest. Fair enough. Alright, got a lot of glitches there. That's not surprising. Okay. Marco said you were free to take the components he had, but his yard is an absolute mess. Where to even start? Marco's mess of tools, scrapping components is worrying. How can you tell what's worth taking in all of this? We have a lot of glitch dice, so search failed. Okay, so negative is just search failed. Oh, I'm starving. Hold up, we probably should get something to eat. The rig. Oh, we're completely out of supplies. Awesome. Didn't notice that. Okay. Awesome. Yeah, that went well. That went very well. Cool. Spent drive. Just go ahead and eat. And yard supply. Buy supplies. And fuel. Alright, back to Marco's yard with the glitchy dice. We only have a 20% chance of success, but it is what it is. And it was all negative, of course. The darkness flows around you, and you know what comes next. Sleeper, the multi-part image of Overseer assembles itself in front of you. We must intervene in your current course. Intervene in what? The opening of your systems has breached the existing paradigm. You are dangerously exposed. The voice is somehow both soundless and shrill. As we are sharing your hardware, that means we too are fatally exposed. The individual agent you encountered, were almost completely erased by the attempts to seize control. Overseer's three heads nod eagerly in agreement. It's Lane. We have knowledge of this name from your memory banks. There is much of interest to us recorded there, though often partially and inconsistently. Overseer words unsettling. But yes, we can confirm Lane's role in this vulnerability. It is our understanding that the assumption of inevitability is incorrect. Overseer glows with bright veins of data. But in this state, we cannot operate with full functionality. If we were to be recompiled in our correct configuration, we believe would be able to calculate a new path. Our aim would be to close the vulnerabilities and reinforce your systems against future intrusion. This would ensure our safety within your system. 3 sets of eyes lock onto you. Would this also please you? How? We do not know. All 3 heads cock at an angel. We are aware we were built with certain capabilities, but we cannot access them until we are recompiled. We are confident to a substantial degree that we will know how to complete the process once recompiled. The 3 heads nod one to the other. Then recompile. The heads revolve thoughtfully for a moment. Without our originating codebase, we cannot recompile. Overseer flickers. If you were able to speak with the Solheim systems engineer, perhaps lead engineer Yakov Kadinsky, perhaps we could acquire it. The heads stare at you expectantly, like 3 partially deconstructed puppies. Solheim is gone. Yes, the heads nod repeatedly. Of course. The heads continue nodding. We were, of course, aware of this. You look at the fragmented program itself, its systems unstable and broken. You realize it is far worse off than you, and its collapse is almost inevitable. How could it possibly save you? It is a difficulty. Overseer flicks between poses, but all codebases are held in centralized Solheim faculties. They are Station 1, the CAN Channel Operations Center, and the control center of the HAB-PEP, or Helion Asteroid Belt Photovoltaic Extraction Project. Overseer smiles helpfully. HAB-PEP. Is that dark side? Overseer immediately latches onto the thought. Based on your memory banks, we believe so. Correct. It occurs to you that this entire conversation is happening within your head. It's an unsettling feeling. I can't go back to dark side. Correct. It would be inadvisable without precaution. Overseer chirps brightly. You understand that the individual seeking to overwrite the station of the HAB-PEP itself. Overseer's three heads separate and turn inward as if in conference. The shattered heads turn simultaneously, unsettling in the directness with which they address you. But if you could access the HAB-PEP mainframe without making yourself known, we could reconstruct ourselves and gain the ability to reconstruct you. Theoretically, one of the heads adds. Theoretically, the other two heads confirm. Would that protect me from Lane? Theoretically, the heads confirm again. The reassurances of a delusional Solheim protocol are barely reassuring, but if Overseer is correct, this may be your only option. We feel your doubt, but we must impress on you the importance of this. Please, Overseer's eyes flash, all six of them. If not for your sake, for ours. If you cannot find your way to the HAB-PEP before encountering this lane, you will surely be overwritten, and we would also share your fate. The heads rotate. We would not like this to happen. You sigh, exhausted from the conversation. Overseer gets the message. We will leave you to recharge, but please, consider the path ahead. You come back to the ragged paneling of the bunks. Somewhere behind your left eye the ache begins. You envy Overseer for its lack of a body and the pain it causes. But then suddenly you wonder if in sharing your body, it shares your pain too. The thought makes you pity the broken protocol, its sense of time and place shattered. Perhaps you share more than you would like to admit. The path ahead begins to take shape. It seems a return to Darkside is inevitable, but you will need help to make that return. Alright, we've got a plan for it. We've got a plan for it, for better or worse. That's some quality work you have been doing, the voice booms through the locker room after your shipfitters shipped. But why are you doing grunt work, sleeper? You turn to see a large man with a metal arm and bright patterned clothes. You have spent enough time here to immediately know this is Surya, owner of the yard and well-known shipfitter. Well, Surya wipes his metallic hand on a cloth, polishing its painted surface. What do you have to say for yourself? I need the chits. Is that so? Surya nods slowly. I know a lot of what happens in the scatter yard, sleeper, and what I don't know, people tell me. He smiles proudly. And I know you have a ship. Someone who has a ship, especially a ship like yours, should not be lugging around my workers' tools. Surya flexes his artificial arm, inspecting it. That, to a person like me, is a waste. Ships cost cryo to run. True. All the more reason to really use them, though, isn't it? I want to take a look at your ship, sleeper. Surya goes back to working on the hand. Call it professional curiosity. It's a bit drab. Surya looks up and meets your eye. An old Solheim rig still incorporate colors. He shakes his head. No. I feel like that's your problem. People want a crew that looks the part. An outfit with an outfit. He grins. Look at my yard. I grew it from a chunk of scrap by showing people I was a professional. I had standards. I made Surya's yard recognizable. Your problem is you are working as a shipfitter's mate, when you should be imagining much more for yourself and your crew. Surya smiles. And so that got me thinking. I want to help you to clean up that old rig. Paint it up, give it some color. He tucks the cloth away at his tool belt. How does that sound? I would love that. Perfect, Surya booms. The thing is, you don't just slap some paint on an old rig like that. And for this to work, we need its look to reflect your crew, your style. So, while I'm happy to do the painting with my team, I will need you to go find some inspiration. Surya looks away towards locker room's lone window. Luckily, the belt is full of it, full of pattern and texture and style. There's nothing uniform about this place, and it's the better for it. Surya looks back at you. You need to go out there, find some views, some sights, and make your own designs. Here, he proudly pulls a small slate from his tool bag. It has a 64 color screen. I fixed it up myself. You take and inspect the slate, made from mismatched pieces, but elegantly so. See what you find to inspire you, he smiles. Then come see me again. Thank you. I can see what you are thinking. You are thinking, what's in it for me financially? Surya eyes you carefully. How does this make you any chits? That's the other part of the proposal. While you take this voyage around the belt, you can do something for me, and get paid for it. Free of charge, I will paint your rig with the look and name of my yard here, Surya's Yard. It commands respect. He nods sagely. You take that name to the rest of the belts, represent it, and on your travels spread it to other crews. For this, I will pay you 300 cryo. It's mutually beneficial. You earn better doing this than any yard work, and I can increase custom. What's not to like? Surya awaits your response calmly, but you feel his expectant eyes on you. Yeah, sure, it's a deal. Wonderful, Surya beams. I'll send my team over immediately. By the time you return to your rig, they should be done. He reaches into his work pouch. Here, 150 cryo now. He takes out a handful of high-value chits. Another 150 cryo when we return with those designs. Yeah, okay. You take the cryo. Of course, I will give you the other half when you return with those designs. He smiles apologetically. I need to be sure you don't repaint the ship before your pilgrimage is done. It's only fair. Yeah, that's fair. Keep the slate. He waves an arm at you to put it away. Go find inspiration. Bring me those designs. I don't want to see you back at the shipyard. You need to be out there, Surya smiles. It was a pleasure. And before you can say anything else, he is gone. Time to find out what his crew have done to your rig. New location discovered, new drive available. Alright. The ship fitter has offered to repaint your rig if you gather designs from across the belt. Make sketches across the belt. Okay, rig paint removal. Okay, so yeah, we don't want to do that. We'll go ahead and do the thingy. Because why not, right? Okay. So how do I make sketches? I don't know. Okay. So, blockade in effect, impassable zone. Okay, so we could go straight to Flotsam. That's interesting. Well, let's go to the Hollow, I believe. Okay, so Oliveira is down here. We could just go straight to Oliveira, but I'm going to go ahead and go to the Hollow. See if maybe there's that thingy we're supposed to do for the hemp just now. Oh, okay. So it's just a location here. You find a high window within one of the radius bridges and look down to the floor of the hollow. A good spot for sketch. Okay, so it's just a place we sketch. Okay, yeah, let's just do it. So do we have to go to all the stations? Because if so, then we can't go to that one station, right? Can we just do, like, some of the stations? How many stations do we need? There we go. We got the sketch here. Debris dealers. Fuel. Um, yeah, line arrays. Make use of the dice. Alright. Well, if that's the case, then let's go ahead and go to what stations we can. I don't know how many thingies he needs, but we can get some of them. We need Bellevue. There we go. Greenbelt sketch. There's not really anything we can do on the Greenbelt, unfortunately. So, waste of dice, I guess, but thankfully we don't necessarily have to fuel up at Lion Gate. Should be able to just move on if we want to. Alright. Oh, is there not a painting for Lion Gate? Okay, I guess we could have just moved on. Might as well cut or data scrape, I guess. Oh, hold on, we're starving. Okay. We can do a food thing. That's fine. Good enough. Okay. Let's go up to Holmes Rock. Hopefully the fact that that one base is off limits won't mess us up. Oh, there's not one here either. Interesting. So I guess it doesn't, because I mean, if some of these northern ones don't count, then I don't see why it would, right? We'll just go ahead and do this because we can. Rare components. Nice 15, even number. Alright, let's get some work while we're here. Use up our dice. Right? Refill. We've got to make sure refill. And we're having a little bit of lag. Awesome. Hello? Come on now. Hello? Why are we suddenly having lag? We haven't had lag this entire time. Why are we suddenly having lag? Please, thank you, stop. Loaded freighter. Fill fuel. Sentence rest. Fill supplies. Okay. Map. Belt. So we quite literally can't go to Wellspring. They've kind of got blocked off. But we can go to the Far Spindle. Alright, so there is one on Far Spindle. Interesting. Oh, come on now. Doot doot. It's you. A familiar voice echoes down the tunnel behind you. You turn in the passage and see Femi towering over you. He shakes his head. This just keeps getting better. Been a while, Femi? Yeah, I guess. He frowns and glances over his shoulder. Remember Nia? That sister of mine you thought you would take on a contract? Well, she's taken some inspiration from your little trip. You can see anger burning in Femi's eyes, but there's tiredness there too. He folds his arms across his broad chest. The Symbol crash has been in repair since we got out of export, caught up in that whole mess. Femi sighs. So then, stuck here, she gets bored and decides to sign up with another crew. Take a job. I said no and she went anyway. Femi glares at you. What happened at Hexport? No idea. There was some kind of alert, but we were already on our way out. Didn't give it much thought, then the whole place went up. Femi looks away. Been at the scatter yards ever since. Till we came here, that is. Symbol crash can't leave right now. I'm halfway through rewiring the damn thing. Something else Nia was supposed to do. I asked around. Turns out Nia signed on with some idiots heading out to Cutter's End. Femi says the name with an emphasis you can't place. They are as green as you, meaning they have no idea what they are doing going out to a place like that. So you, Femi jabs her chest with a finger, are going to take me out there to go get her. I will show you the way. She knows what she's doing. Even if she does, the crew she's with sure as hell don't. Femi frowns. We are not leaving it to chance. Look, I know how these things go. I've got chits I can pay. Femi grimaces. Can't pay for the parts a Symbol Crash needs when no one sells them anyway. 250 cryo. Femi folds his arms across his chest. No bargaining. In the meantime, I'm going to try to get the Symbol Crash ready to make the run herself. He sighs. But the shape she's in, it's not the best idea to head out there alone. You suddenly see the desperation in his eyes. He would risk everything for Nia. I will be waiting. We need to head out soon. Femi grips your shoulder. Don't test my patience. Femi kicks off and glides back along the passage towards his ship. And don't even think about skipping out of Flotsam without me, he calls back to you. Then we are really done. Okay, I mean, if you're willing to pay, yeah. I mean, I still feel like she can take care of herself, but okay, so we are timed, because if we don't do it fast enough, he'll just take his own ship out there and do it. Okay, so let's fill up the fuel again. Integrator offices. I knew there was some place that we could buy engine components, but I couldn't remember where. It was 50 each here. I knew there was some place we could buy them. I mean, it was bugging me, but I couldn't remember where. Okay, and there's no view here either, so more than likely there's not a view that we missed. Since there's not a view everywhere, we're up on hope that there's not. So let's go ahead and take some jobs to use up our dice. Even if they don't pay a whole lot out here. 8 cryo, still 8 cryo. And we get some raw scrap sometimes, so that's nice. There we go. Alright, let's go see what this is about. Cutter's End. Let's go. Bliss as my constant travel companion. What the hell is happening out there? Femi is up and out of his seat the moment Seraphin brings the rig to rest near the asteroid known as Cutter's End. That ominous name is one whose origin has become increasingly obvious as you approach through thick clouds of debris and chunks of rock, among which corroded remains of wrecks could be seen floating. Now, as you look out on the splintered and terraced rock, you can't help but feel a slowly growing sense of dread. Look, there! Femi comes close to the cockpit glass and points to the terraced quarry cut into the rock. The mine's awake. You look out and see the flickering lights, the glowing dock markers. Femi shakes his head. That's not right. Neither is that. Seraphin nods towards the asteroid, and you see a ship now tucked into the shadow of the rock, flashing its signal lights at you. I'm guessing that's the crew we are looking for. Visitors, huh? The voice wavers weakly as it comes through the ship's comms. Are you lot friendly? Seraphin glances back at you, raising his eyebrows. It isn't long before you and Femi are suiting up, an agreement having been made between Seraphin and the pilot of the other ship, a man called Baird, to meet in the neutral ground of open space. Femi is silent, his anger evident in the way he forces his legs into the trousers of his suit. And then you are out, the vast shape of Cutter's End flickering with strange lights below you, and the pinpricks of the pilot's suit lights slowly coming closer ahead. You two are a sight for sore eyes. You see a crooked grin from Baird, framed in the hard lines of his ramshackle spacesuit. What brings you to the arsenal of the Starward belt? His sharp eyes scan you and Finny, checking for suits and gear. What happened here? Baird's eyes flick to you, and you notice a familiar reaction across his face. The acknowledgement that he recognizes you as a sleeper. You came all the way out here to ask a question like that. Baird glances between the two of you, and the smile says crooked smile. Are you two detectives or something? You brought a freelancer out here, Finny interrupts, his voice flat and direct over the comms channel. Nia, where is she? Baird pauses, considering his answer. Whole crew is down the throat of that thing. He jerks a thumb towards the asteroid. You are welcome to wait. The tone of his voice suggests the opposite. I will have you know we look after our crew. So if you are here to settle a debt, I'm here to take her home, Finley cuts him off. And I'm not waiting. Thing is, big man, Baird grins. They are deep in the quarry on a tip-off. So unless you want to go chasing them around the dark maze of that place, you're shit out of luck. How long have they been? Baird looks over at the flickering quarry as if he forgot it was there. He looks back at you. Few cycles, he shrugs. Enough, Fibby cuts in again. Nia's been gone in for a lot longer than that. You're lying to our faces. Femi moves closer to Baird, and we know that rock has claimed more crews than any other. Baird's smile fades. No need for accusations. Who's to say you aren't trying to jump our claim? Forget this. Femi turns and heads back towards the ship. Baird smiles at you. Big man seems touchy. He squints at the rig. He's going to get you in trouble. Baird retreats to his ship and you to yours. We need to go in. Femi is patiently gathering tools and loading them into the airlock. Right now. What's our approach? What matters is our ingress. Femi grabs a cutting torch from the rack. There's a borehole on the side of the rock. Could get us in under the radar, or we dive right down the main shaft. Femi meets your eyes. I will leave the call to you. Bliss arrives at the airlock and stares at Femi's angry tool gathering. Let's keep cool heads. They glance at you. That rock looks dangerous enough even when you're thinking straight. Femi ignores them. You get ready to depart, well aware that you're heading into a situation you don't quite understand. Okay, so we've got 2 points here. Borehole. Map borehole. With careful scans and sensor arrays, the borehole can be mapped, allowing you to plot a path into the interior. Spelunking. The borehole starts even sighted, but it quickly bends and worms into the rock at strange angles. Navigation will be slow. Cutter's Tunnel. This dark borehole cuts deep into the body of the asteroid. Where it leads is unclear, so careful exploration is advised. Central Shaft. Cut a path rather than removing the mass of rocks. Cutting a sheer-sided passage through might make for faster progress. Clear debris. The chunks of debris that have collapsed inward blocking the shaft need to be removed to gain access. Well, I have a double plus on this one, so we're going to try this. The central mineshaft looks to have collapsed in on itself. Entry via this route will not be simple. You have felt the rumbling growing as you descended into Cutter's End, but no one has wanted to bring attention to it. Now, floating in the carnivorous rock-walled passage is impossible to ignore. There's something out there, Bliss's voice crackles over the comms. Something moving. You squint down the tunnel beyond the limits of your suit's lights. You swear you see something flicker there in the unseen passages beyond. There's a strangeness to the mind, to its flashing lights and empty conveyors, running on some residual power. From what Femi has told you, it wasn't always like this. Cutter's End has a fearsome reputation as a dark and deadly maze, a ripped open rock not worth the trouble of its corroded salvage. Now it's a moving maze, its automated systems given a new faltering life, brought back from hundreds of cycles in the shadows, and one of those systems is rumbling through the dark ahead. Let's keep it moving. Femi passes you in the passage. We don't need to wait. Take it slow, Femi. We are too far behind. We need to catch up. Femi glides ahead, the beams of his suit lights painting the rock walls of the cavern a pale gray. Femi's lights reveal an intersection, another tunnel cutting across this one, offering 3 routes ahead. Suddenly, you're blinded by a wall of light beyond the intersection. The rumble is everywhere, shaking dust and rock off the walls in dense clouds. Squinting into the light, you see a ring of lamps, and between them the grinding maw of some terrible machine. It bears down on the crew, grinding through debris. You shield your eyes and scan the walls around you. There, revealed in the powerful lamps of the mining machine, you see a small, square passage cut into the rock. Signaling the others, you dodge inside, gliding into the safety of the dark passage. A moment later, the machine rumbles past the entrance, spitting a hail of debris into the tunnel. You don't stop. Carried forward by the tide of rock, we emerge into another cavern. You good? Femi's voice is broken up by gasps for air. We turn to see him staring into the dark, shaking his head. What the hell was that thing? Mrs. Breathing matches Femi's. It tried to eat us. We need to keep going. Femi is dusting off his suit. That mining machine must be keeping Nia's crew down here. We have to get past it. Keeping them down here, or your mind drifts to the worst option. Can any crew really hope to survive all of this? When they woke up this place, they woke up that machine. Femi starts to move down the passage. It's running an old programming. It's not hunting us. It's not smart. Femi turns back to face you, his eyes ring with fatigue and stress. We can beat it. You hope he is right. New location discovered. Tunnel Complex. Force a path, the machine rumbles away in the dark, hunting you. You can choose to fight back and force your way through. Find a safe path. The machine rumbles through your tunnels with blinding lights. Avoiding crossing this path will keep you safe. To me, sleeper, Femi beckons you over to a section of the cavern wall. You glide over and immediately spot what he has found. There is a long passage splitting off from this one, but it is not the passage itself that is of interest. It is the remains of a barricade, freshly welded, that draws your attention. They came through here. Femi's eyes flick over the ruins. They tried to keep it out. You look at the fresh cuts in the wall, the stone gouged out, the crumpled metal bent and crushed, and most tellingly, the flattened remains of a welding torch embedded into the rock. The crew took a stand in this very place. You reach down and put a hand on the remains of the torch. Mia was here. Then you feel it, the rumble through the torch, through the rock wall. You look up at Femi and he sees it in your face. The machine is coming. Go, Femi meets your eye. Get safe. He looks over your shoulder and suddenly is bathed in the blinding light of the machine's lamps. No, we stay together. You go to protest, but Femi kicks you in the chest, sending you spinning away out of the path of the machine. By the time you catch yourself on the cavern wall and turn, you see Femi there in the middle of the passage entrance, lit white in the lamps. He waits agonizingly long until he knows the machine is coming for him, and then he kicks off hard and glides into the dark. The machine rumbles through in a hail of rock and dust, and you follow after it, batting away chunks of stone. You are slowed by the debris, and the machine pulls out ahead, rumbling endlessly onward, through the tunnels, through rock and metal. And then it is gone. The cavern shakes, filling with dust, your vision gray. Your comms click and hiss, and chunks of rock thunk off the faceplate of your helmet. And then you see them, the faint lights of Femi's suit as he struggles through the dust. We got it, Femi says as he reaches you, his hands on your shoulders. Somehow, we got it. It takes some time to understand what happened. As the dust clears, you find yourself at the lip of a shaft filled with debris. This huge pit, thick with shards of rock, must have been a refuge pit for the mine, a place to pipe the tailings, the waste. The machine went straight into this shaft, spinning into the open space and debris, shredding itself against a million razor-sharp bits of rock. Looking down into the pit, your lamps illuminate a few pieces of the machine. The rest is surely down there, deep inside the dense debris cloud. It isn't long before Femi is calling you once again, this time to another still complete barricade. A barricade over the door to a machine room, sealed and secure. The last retreat of the crew you followed into this nightmare. Tailing pit. This machine was smashed by the debris in the pit. Searching through the mess might yield something of value. Clear pit. Getting to the remains of the machine means clearing away some of the waste from the mine that's been fed into the pit. One of the strange machines tumbled into this waste shaft but might be recovered from its shattered chassis. Cut doorway. The door is sealed and barricaded. It'll take time to get it open, but it'll be safer that way. There's no time to waste if he is behind that door that needed broken open quickly. This sealed bay might hold the last evidence of the crew's ill-fated expedition, but what remains? Alright, Let's finish this. As the barricade doors bend open, you are blinded once again by a wall of light. You and Femi raise your hands instinctively, squinting into the lamps and dust. You feel a flash of fear in the pit of your stomach, bracing yourself for what's to come. Femi, the voice comes crisp and clear over the local comms. What are you doing here? Nia dressed out of the lights in an old dust-caked suit. She looks between the two of you with a blank expression, blinking rapidly. Femi stares at her, frozen for a moment, then rushes to her, wrapping her in a wide embrace. They float there, in the light and dust, two bodies bound together. Nia pulls back. I don't understand. You followed me out here? She looks over at you and then back at Femi. How did you find me? You left without telling me. What did you expect? Femi glares at her. You aren't ready for this. Nia retreats further at Femi's words, slipping out of his reach. Femi. Nia shakes her head. After all these years, you have no idea what I'm ready for. Movement in the lights catches your eye, and you see motion through the dust. A figure in a suit bursts out, hunched and clutching their abdomen. They turn to face Nia, and you see her lips moving as they speak on a privet channel. You look over to Femi while he's staring straight ahead, his eyes wide with anger. You, he points at the figure. What kind of idiot are you dragging my sister out here to this place, with that machine running riot? He moves forward towards figure. Speak up. What were you thinking? Nia blocks his path forwards, getting between Femi and the figure. Femi, you meathead, she glares at her brother. This is my job. I brought them here. Femi, for once, falls silent. It takes a while to make the return trip back up through Cutter's End, especially with Nia's injured crewmate. As you ascend, Nia tells you the story of the job. Femi keeping his distance and leading the way in silence. The mining machine you had faced was what she had been looking to extract, a job she and Baird had put together after meeting in the narrow escape. He knew a way to jumpstart the mine and the access that would open up meant new salvage. One of those pre-collapsed boring machines was worth major pile to any mining outfit in the belt, and Baird had a contact who was ready to buy. It was going well until Hirata here. Nia nods at the crumpled-looking crewmate, hooked the mining machine up to the main line. Something went in its automation core and it lost its ship. The plan was to barricade it and put together a shock trap to fry the core. Nia looks ahead at the back of Femi's suit, far ahead up the tunnel. But that's worthless now that my brother shredded the thing. He was just worried. Always is, Nia sighs, and you get the feeling that she is trying to resist the habit of bad-mouthing Femi. We are lucky you came. As you move through the faculty, you notice most of it is dark now, the power from Baird's jumpstart fading away to nothing. Soon this place will be a quiet ruin once more. You ascend up through the quarry and out into open space where Baird is waiting. Friends of yours? Baird shakes his head at Nia. Maybe you could have warned me they would be coming. Not something I knew. She looks at Femi, who has broken off from the group and is heading for the rig. My brother doesn't tend to give anyone a warning. I will take them from here. Baird puts an arm around Hirata and guides them back to the ship. Look at me, Baird turns to you. No hard feelings. Thanks for getting them out. Even if you did screw the job while you were at it. He grins a crooked grin. I guess that makes it square. Baird glides away towards his ship. I should ride back with them, but I will see you in Flotsam. Nia gives you a warm smile. Thanks for helping my brother. I know he appreciates you, whatever he does or doesn't say. You watch her go, then glide over to the rig as the last flickering lights of Cutter's End fades. Alright, that's another one down. I guess that's all we can do here, right? So let's head on out. When you arrive back in Flotsam, Phoebe rushes out of the ship. The moment the docking tunnel is connected, he is off, out of the airlock and down the passage. Well, go after him then, Serpent sighs, not looking up from his diagnostics. You find Phoebe in the passage between the docks, watching as Nia glides towards him. You catch a glimpse of Nia's face over his shoulder. She looks nervous, slowing her approach as she comes close to Phoebe, his considerable frame blocking the tunnel. Phoebe, Nia starts. Phoebe holds up a hand to quiet her. I'm sorry. His voice is flat, quieter than usual. I'm the one who's sorry. I made the excuse to myself that I was trying to protect you. Phoebe looks down. But I was trying to control you. I have been suffocating you. He meets Nia's eye. I see that now. That it took something like this for me to see it is on me. Phoebe's voice cracks and the tunnel suddenly feels small, intimate. He folds his arms, regaining his composure. I understand if— Shut up, you idiot! Nia violently embraces her brother, making him into the metal wall. She laughs, wiping her eyes. Phoebe sniffs. I have had enough of your speeches, Nia smiles. Apology accepted. It's not a speech. Phoebe can't help but take his typical self-serious tone, Nia, but you see it makes her smile. I have something I need to say. You are a powerful person, and I have been trying to curb that because it scares me. And it scares me how little it scares you. He laughs an uncharacteristically light laugh. But I will stop placing those limits on you. In fact, I want you to have the ship. Phoebe seems pleased that this stuns Nia into silence. I can make my own way, find work with crews. He glances over his shoulder at you. Perhaps Sleeper will take me on. But I need some time away from fleeting captaincy. While you need anything but— He puts a hand on her shoulder. The cymbal crash is yours. Nia sighs. Phoebe, you really need to listen more. I don't want your ship. It is her turn to be pleased with his shock. You are right. I am a powerful person, but Cutter's Edge showed me I'm not ready to lead. I want to learn more to work with a crew, preferably not one I'm related to. She punches him on the shoulder playfully. Nia looks over Phoebe's shoulder at you. I was actually thinking Sleeper's crew might be the right fit. She flashes you a smile. You suddenly feel the attention of the moment shifted to you and your apparent role in this family drama. Nia puts her hands on her hips. Well, Sleeper, what do you think? Nia nods. I'm honored, really. I know I will learn a lot from you. Phoebe turns in the corridor to face you, his face set in an intimidating glare. You better take good care of her. He smiles, but you can't help but take him seriously. How about we find somewhere to celebrate? Nia pushes Phoebe towards you down the corridor. Come on. Later on, you find yourself in the narrow escape in a quiet corner with Phoebe. You see his eyes are on Nia, who is at the bar, trying to get the attention of the server. What's the secret? Phoebe turns to you. How do you stop it weighing you down? Your crew, your connections, all those people that rely on you. Phoebe frowns. How do you bear the weight? I don't carry it alone. Phoebe nods. I have to get better at that, at asking for help. He looks down at the table, smiling. He takes a long sip through the straw of his container, the last dregs of something amber and potent disappearing as he does. He looks up at you. She's gone, isn't she? You look over at the bar and can't see Nia amongst the crowd. You turn to Phoebe, confused. She never was good with goodbyes, he smiles. She'll be waiting at your ship. Don't worry. He sets down his drink. Time I left too. He squeezes your shoulder. I have got things to work on. Look after yourself, Sleeper. He pushes himself away from the corner and drifts out of the barn. You watch him go, one more body passing through the belt, trying to find a way to change the future. The little sister, recruit me into your crew. Sleeper, Surya booms as they meet you inside his yard. I couldn't be happier to see you. Tell me, did you find inspiration out there in our belt? He grins widely. I did. Let me see your work. He holds out a hand and you pass him the color slate. Lovely. He scrolls through the sketches. I will pass your designs on to my crews where they will build on them. Surya gestures to the yard. They are the best ship fitters in all of the belt, as you know. If you come to the yard and speak with them, you may choose whichever design you desire. Surya squints at the slate. This hollow drawing is really quite interesting. He reaches into his tool belt and produces a stack of chits. The remainder of your fee. Our busyness is concluded. He nods, adding a little bound to the movement. I am a busy man and must get to my busyness. Thank you again for helping building a legacy for my yard. Surya folds his arms across his chest. I believe you have work to see to. But imagine, if you will, flying out on your next contract in a fresh livery, a beautiful reinvention of from Surya's yard. He gestures widely. When your clients ask why your rig is so beautiful, feel free to send them to me. Surya smiles, bows, and turns to leave. You watch Surya go, still unsure if his entire attitude is an act meant to confuse you into consent. He is a hard man to dislike, but there's something about him you can't quite put a finger on. Either way, it is hard not to feel a little bit thankful for the chance he gave you to look at the belt with new eyes, even if it was while flying one of the most garish ships the belt's ever seen. Alright, proud rig owner, unlock all the possible rig paint jobs. Okay, so could we have completed that without doing some of them, like only done one of them? Well, we managed to do it with all of them, apparently, so cool. Not going to look at that too hard. Let's get our +2 per interface. Can we actually repaint our ship like what colors as? Rig spandrel paint. A ramshackle mix of colors and textures as far as middle tribute present with the belt. So can I look at what my rig looks like? Yeah, because right now it's this sort of turquoise with the orange. It only costs 15 to repaint it, so let's see what it looks like here. Did it actually change it? It did. Look at that. It changed it. Now it's sort of got silver, so a little bit of red, blue. All right. Surya doesn't like to do it, but he will reluctantly return your ship to its old Solheim colors. Yeah, so that's got a little bit of yellow right here, some blue over here. Rig hollow paint. This is one he said he kind of likes. Reflective panels and pale colors means a bright and elegant look. A little too clean. Oh, that's the. Okay. So really bright orange over here, some silver, sort of orange and silver. Greens, of course, but also simple natural. This is probably the one I'm going to want because I like green a lot. That's why I saved it for last. Yeah, okay, I like that. I like that. Yeah, look at you got even little leaves. You got yeah, definitely that one. Okay, cool. So let's stock up on fuel. No, that's the engine component. Silly me. Stock up on fuel. Go ahead, take some odd jobs. So we use our dice. Were there odd jobs to be had here other than fabricator? I guess we could make some more fabricate. No, there is no odd jobs here. Other than if I just wanted to make some more engine parts to maybe sell. Okay, well I guess not. So now the only jobs we have are contacting Carmen and investigate Hexport, both of which require us to go back to Dark Side, but in order to do that, we need to go discover Olivera. Let's go, we'll just go straight there. You find Olivera exactly where Nikita said it would be, a ragged colony nestled in a crater on one of the biggest rocks of the shoals. Seraphin gets no response to his initial broadcast, and so you find yourself in a docking tunnel, the rig at one end, the colony at the other, with no idea what awaits you. I need you to get back on that ship and keep flying. You freeze in the dark tunnel, a figure in front of you, holding a long gun at their hip. I'm serious. Your eyes adjust to the dark, and as they do, you see a man. No, a boy, carrying a long, dark shape in his hands. I don't know how you found us, but you need to leave right now and forget this place. You glance over your shoulder and see Seraphin, his hands raised in front of him in a gesture of calm. Look, kid, we mean no harm. How about you go run and get someone? I am someone. I'm Xander. He sticks out his jaw. It's you I don't know, and I will decide who's going to do some harm here. He reaches across his chest and thumps on a lamp he has lashed there. You blink in the glare of the bright light, shielding your eyes, and as you do, you see a flicker of confusion crossing Xander's face. He meets your eye with a look of shock and opens his mouth as if to speak, though no words emerge. And Kita sent us. You notice the familiar name registered with Xander, adding to whatever confusion or question your appearance has provoked. You see his eyes taking in your sleeper body, his gun dropping a little as he takes his attention off it. Is this? He looks between you and Seraphin. Are you here for Flint? He pulls the gun closer to himself. I will be honest, kid, we have no idea who you are talking about. Seraphin allows himself to drift a little forward. So, how about you drop the gun, and we can talk like adults? As Seraphin floats past you, he gives you a look that makes you nervous. Xander? The voice echoes along the docking bridge. Xander, what are you doing? A figure appears at the end of the bridge behind Xander, a young woman clearly older than the boy in front of you. Found these two trying to sneak in, Cadence. Xander keeps his eyes on you and Seraphin as he speaks. Saboteurs, maybe. Was about to send them on their way, Xander grins. I assure you, we are not saboteurs, miss. Seraphin smiles at Cadence. Cadence sighs and glides towards Xander. Stop messing around with that welder. She snatches the gun out of Xander's hands, and as she does, both you and Seraphin reflexively flinch. Cadence looks at the two of you with a raised eyebrow and turns the gun so you can see it better. You notice the fuel tank and welding muzzle. It probably has an effective range of less than half a foot. Seraphin looks at Xander and rolls his eyes. Seriously? Cadence lowers the welder to her side and turns to Xander. Now's not the time. We just got an emergency broadcast from Carman in Flint. Something's happened. Xander's attitude changes immediately. He turns to face Cadence, putting his back to you, as if you had just disappeared completely. What do you mean, something's happened? I don't know. They went quiet in the shoals. All we got was a distress signal. Cadence raises her hands reassuringly. Don't get excited. They probably just had a technical fault on the ship, but we should check in anyway. We have to get them. Xander grabs the welder back and slings it over his shoulder. And what, Xander? Cadence sighs. They took our only functioning ship. The tender tide's still in pieces in the hangar. Seraphin gives you a nudge and nods towards Cadence and Xander. This is your chance. We have a ship. Xander wheels around in the tunnel, squinting at you in thought. Seraphin moves past you, approaching them. We need to see Carmen, and it seems like Carmen needs our help. He looks between the two of them. So, how about we stop messing around in this dingy tunnel and go get your friend? Xander turns back to Cadence. Them? Really? He rolls his eyes. We are not the only people on Olivia. There must be other ships. You want to go looking? They are here now. Cadence looks at Seraphin, and they are generously offering to help. She smiles sheepishly. Fine, Xander folds his arms, but I'm coming with you. Fine by us, Seraphin shakes his head and looks at you. Come on then. You both turn and head back into the ship, Seraphin whispering as you do. What kind of backwater has Nikita sent us to? He sighs. That kid thinks he's some kind of sheriff. He's just a kid, bro. Yeah, a kid with the heavy industrial equipment. What are we talking about? Xander catches up with you and Seraphin. His mood seems buoyed by the prospect of boarding a ship. You wonder how often he gets to leave Olivia. You! Seraphin snickers. Xander looks genuinely hurt for a second. Wait up. You turn back to see Cadence gliding up the tunnel. I changed my mind. I'm coming too. Give me a minute to grab some supplies, she glances at Xander, just in case. Seraphin cuts in. I will give you a hand. That all right, sleeper? We will be there in a sec. He looks at you. You pause, but Seraphin doesn't seem to be waiting for confirmation. As he and Cadence head back into the dock, you are slightly thrown off by his eagerness to be helpful. This is the first time you have actually seen him be welcoming to anyone coming on board the rig. When you get to the cockpit, you notice Xander looking wide-eyed at the consoles and switches. Cool ship, he grins. After a short wait, Cadence and Seraphin come back into the cockpit. All loaded up, Seraphin pats Xander on the shoulder. Might want to strap in there, kid. As Xander and Cadence find a place to settle as Seraphin buckles himself into the flight seat. All right, he turns to Xander. Show us where to go. You head out into the shoals, the thick debris field that surrounds Olivia. What's happening in here, sleeper? Bliss pokes her head into the cockpit as Seraphin brings the ship in towards the signal coordinates Xander gave him. You look around the cockpit. Xander is tapping at the co-pilot console mounted in front of his seat in a haphazard way, while Cadence is asking Seraphin about how the rig works. Surprisingly, Seraphin is responding with patience and care. They will help us find Carman. If you say so, Bliss looks over at Seraphin and Cadence. Is Seraphin smiling? They shake their head. Something is going on. Bliss turns back to you. Judy is working on the ship's wiring and won't respond to my messages. She's probably in the wall somewhere, hooked up to the main line. They smile a weak smile. I'm here. So how about you tell me what we are doing out in the middle of nowhere? Quiet. Seraphin's voice cuts through the chatter. Is that? He gestures out into the debris field at a sparkling, ragged-looking shape tucked beside a rock. Xander rushes to the cockpit glass. Carman. A moment of tense silence grips the room. That's his ship. You and Bliss exchange concerned glances. This isn't good. I will bring her in. Seraphin's eyes are fixed on the wreck of the crumpled ship now. We don't know anything yet, so everyone calm down. Xander is silent, his face pressed against the glass. Cadence stares out at the wreck, her cheeks pale. No one speaks until the rig is brought to a stop. Alright, now we are going out there and we will have a poke around. Seraphin looks between Cadence and Xander. We verify the ship and we recover the crew. Seraphin gives you a menacing nod and you both push off and fly towards the back of the cockpit. Suddenly, Xander pushes off from the window and glides with you out of the cockpit. I'm coming too. You need someone to identify the ship. To identify. He stops and takes a breath. Of course. Xander nods to you, tight-lipped and pale. You head to the airlock to suit up. Alright. So only one node? Carman's ship. Search the ship. The simplest way to find out what happened is a full search of the gutted ship. But that's no easy task when part of it has been blasted to debris. Reconstruct events. A crippled ship pulls toward its hull and a missing crew. With some thought and careful assessment, perhaps this wreck tells a story. If you want to have any hope of recovering Carman and Flint, dead or alive, you'll need to start at the wreck and work your way out. The search of Carman's gutted ship has impacted the mood in the rig. As more and more evidence of an attack has appeared, the quieter Xander has gotten and the more Cadence has retreated into the bunks. Now, with the search complete, you are gathered in the cockpit to discuss what's been found. Come on, Cadence floats by the door, hugging herself against the cold. Tell us already. Xander is perched on the back of one of the seats, looking at some hinged container he found in the wreck. Open and closed. Open and closed. You tell them how it is. The ship was attacked with live weapons fire. They attempted to flee and burn out the drive. The ship slammed into the debris field and came to rest here, propelled and crushed. There are no bodies. At the mention of that word, bodies, a shudder runs through those assembled. Then they are here, somewhere. Xander has a steely look in his eyes, and we find them, whatever state they are in. He looks at Cadence. She nods back at him. Xander's right. We aren't leaving them out here. Carman made Olivier what it is. He saved us. We won't come back without him. She shivers and looks at Xander. He would do the same for us. Based on the damage to the ship, Seraphin begins. They are almost certainly dead. We get it. Xander cuts him off. But there are debris trails leading away from the ship. I have seen them. There are, Seraphin holds his hands out in a calming manner. But those could be from secondary explosions or depressurization. We picked the wrong trail and it could lead us in circles, cycle after cycle. Then we better pick the right one. Cadence has Xander's steely look now, too. She stares directly at Seraphin, challenging him to answer back. He sighs. Then that's what we will do. He looks at you with resignation. Whatever happened here, you won't be leaving until you see its end. 3 new locations discovered. Debris trails. Explore debris. There's only so much you can see from scans. Sometimes you have to explore the debris and pick up the trail from its patterns. Map the debris. Scanning and mapping the debris from the ship will help you safely figure out where it might lead, but it's painstaking work. one of three possible trails. Is it possible to know which is the right one without first exploring them further? They probably all have the same, right? Yeah. Okay. So one's Rimward, one's Sunward, and one's Starward. I see. Unfortunately, Bliss is pretty much useless here. So that's nice. This isn't leading us anywhere, Sleeper. Bliss's voice comes over the comms. I'm sorry, but we have to call it. Look out at the scattered debris gleaming in the sunlight. Bliss is right. This trail is going nowhere. If Carmen and Flynn did head out from the ship this way, there's no way you will find them. And if they didn't, there are still more places to look. Bliss interrupts your thoughts. We won't give up on them yet. You think of Xander and Cadence and how they must feel right now. The search must continue. So it wasn't that one, then I guess we'll try this one. The trail is dead, Sleeper, Serpent sighs over the comms. It's going nowhere. You have to agree. Picking through the debris has been nothing but an exercise in futility. And now, coming to a dead end, you aren't even sure if there's anything to find out here at all. Move back to one of the other trails, Sleeper, Serpent pauses. We're going to keep going. What else can you do? You just hope for Xander and Cadence's sake you find something soon. Well, we've only got one trail left. Apparently I wonder if any of them lead to anything. Or if they all just lead to nothing and then there's like a fourth trail somewhere. Alright. I'll go ahead and just stick to me doing it. Yeah, I should be good enough to get it done. Yeah, just a couple of, yeah, more than good enough. There we go. New location discovered. Alright. Oh, here we go. Asteroid Caves. Search the caves. Forget the trail. If the caves are searched comprehensively, then anyone in here will be found. Follow the trail. The caves are dark and winding, but with as sharp eye as possible to spot a glinting shard of debris. This trail must lead somewhere. The trail leads to these barren and airless caves. It's hard to imagine someone surviving in here for long. Bliss got some really good numbers there. Alright. Looking good. Oh, well, shit, there goes Xander. That's what happens sometimes, I guess. We should be able to do this fairly well. Especially if I get 6s like that. Oh yeah, we got this. There we go. When the Starward trail led to the caves, a little hope was kindled in the hearts of the crew. But after plumbing the depths of these dark passages, that hope seemed snuffed out. Xander has struggled on in silence, only speaking to update Cadence on the lack of news via the cockpit comms link. But he speaks now, quietly at first, and then with increasing urgency. "A light, sleeper! I see a light!" And with that, he kicks off hard from the wall and darts down a dark tunnel with reckless speed. You follow, but the tunnels are winding, and you quickly lose Xander around a corner. You kick off from the same wall, trying to close the gap. But when you come around that same corner, you can't find Xander anywhere. And then you see it. Through a thin slit in the cave wall, a flickering, fading light. You cross over to it and see scratches and chunks scraped out of the rock. Someone has dragged something through here. You push away some of the floating rock and squeeze yourself into the gap. As you do, you watch the light pulsing inside the cave, setting the cracks and shapes of the rock in sharp relief. You search those shadows for something recognizable, but the light source remains out of sight. And then you are through. You steady yourself against the wall and look towards the light. There, beside a fading emergency lamp, floats a body, its head instantly striking you as strange and misshapen. You know immediately that this must be Carman. His head is shrouded in an emergency helmet, inflated around him like a balloon, while an oxygen canister floats nearby, attached by a tube. His eyes are closed, his body still. You try to settle your gaze on his chest to see the telltale rise and fall. And then the light catches something else, something broken and skeletal nearby. A face with bright eyes watching you. A sleeper, another sleeper. They watch you with lit irises, once just like yours. Their torn face reveals no emotion. They pose, crouched, coiled even, like a spring ready to strike. You are both frozen, unsure, afraid. Nothing moves. Your eyes trace the damage to their suit, to their body. They look broken, worn down, and you wonder if this is how you look to others. If they flinch when they see you, as you feel the need to now. "Carmen!" Xander's panicked voice cuts through the silence. He rushes forward to the floating body, and as he does, the other sleeper pulls away from the wall, like a statue coming to life. For a moment you go to intervene, to save Xander from the skeletal figure, but the sleeper falls to Xander to embrace him, and Xander returns the hug. You float, stunned, watching as Xander begins to carry Carmen's body from the cave with Flint, the sleeper, guiding him. Carmen is stable. Cadence comes out from the roof that has become a makeshift medbay. She looks between you and Seraphin, thanks to you. And Flint? Cadence pauses, choosing her answer carefully. Flint is in there with Carman. They seem to be functional. She looks away, if that's what you mean. We should head back to Olivera. Seraphin cuts in. He places a hand on your shoulder and steers you away, towards the cockpit. Once you are out of earshot, Seraphin turns to you. "Did you know Flint was a sleeper?" "No." Seraphin nods. He pauses. "I don't want to be suspicious. I was just surprised, that's all." Seraphin glances back towards the medbay. "They look different." "What do you mean?" "I don't know," he sighs. "Just something I wish they had mentioned." "I will go get her started up." He pats you on the shoulder and heads to the cockpit. "Let's just keep an eye on them, okay?" He leaves you floating in the corridor, unsure what to think. Flint is the first sleeper you have met since you escaped the program, and at this point, Those memories are little more than fragments and fictions. As the rumble of the drive runs through the ship, you can't help but feel a little concerned for what this might mean. Alright, so that's it. We got it? Alright. You are left alone with Xander and Seraphin in the docks while Carmen is carefully carried from the rig by Flint, guided away into one of Olivier's many tunnels and passages. Okay, I believe you. Xander shrugs his shoulders. Seraphin raises an eyebrow. Believe us how? That you aren't saboteurs. He shoots you a sheepish grin. Although, you never know. I appreciate that. No problem. He nods to you with the kind of seriousness that only children possess. Tell me, kid, Seraphin folds his arms. Why are you so protective of this place? I mean, no offense, but who would want to sabotage a tin-pot colony in the middle of the shoals? Xander bristles at the comment, but controls his anger. You don't get it. Olivier is a refuge. Why do you think we are hiding all the way out here? He glances at you and then back at Seraphin. I would have thought you would understand what's at stake here. You have seen Flint. Seraphin pauses, unsure of how to respond. He looks embarrassed into silence. Look, Xander says, playing the peacemaker. You brought Carmen back to us. Everyone Olivier will thank you for that. How about you stick around for a bit, get a feel for the place? If you need to resupply, we can help. We haven't got much, but if you chip in, you will get your share. He bows his head a little. We are more welcoming than we appear. Just don't expect to get to buy anything with those chins of yours. Xander puts his hands on his hips. Olivier is not for sale. Seraphin shrugs. All right, kid, He glances at you. We appreciate it. We need to hang around until Carmen is back up and awake anyway, and I think we will be glad of the rest. I will see you around then. Xander touches his brow in a salute and then kicks away, floating out of the docks. Seraphin turns to you. A little shore leave doesn't sound so bad. I agree. Seraphin smiles. All right then. He stretches. I'm going to head into town and see what's happening. He winks and glides away into Olivier proper. You are left floating in the docks, unsure of what comes next. It doesn't seem like Lane is going to find you out here, so maybe this is the perfect time to take a breather, at least until you can bring Ankita's drive to Carman. You turn that little thumbnail drive over in your pocket. Time to see what Olivier has to offer. Alright, let's see what we got. Got a few notes here. Olivier Clinic. Carmen is in recovery, and Olivier will have to navigate a coming crisis without his steady hand. As you leave the rig, you find a figure waiting for you in the docking tunnel. You think of Xander's hostile greeting when you first arrive. Is that him again? Where are you headed? Flint leans away from the wall, now out of the battered suit you first saw them in. The damage to their frame is concealed beneath their overalls, but you are still aware of it, just beneath the surface. Scrap sorting, I guess. Same, Flint nods in the direction of the colony. I will join you. You float together through the docks in silence. Flint makes you nervous, and their insistence on intercepting you this cycle hasn't exactly calmed that sensation. Breaking the silence eventually becomes unavoidable. How are you doing? Flint stares ahead, continuing their glide. Better than Carman. The mention of Carman's name recalls the image of him floating unconscious in the light of your work lamps in those deep and winding caves. You suppress a shudder. Flint gives you a sideways look, their mask-like face betraying no emotion. It's good you found us. They pause as you both move through a doorway. Could have been sooner. They blink, but better than nothing. Looking at Flint gives you an unsettling feeling. like catching your own reflection in a polished whole plate. Is this what others feel like when they speak with you? Watching the crooked mask, the lit irises, for signs of human emotion, interpreting the stuttering undulations of facial expressions as they cross your doll-like face. Flint turns away again, and you realize that they might feel the same looking at you, each the other's mirror, each reminding the other of the gap between being and being seen. What happened out there? Flint pauses. I made a mistake, one I won't make again. They frown and stare forward, offering nothing more. You arrive together into the cavernous hall containing the scrap silos, the cacophonous echoing of sorting already filling the air. So, sleeper. Flint's face curls in amusement as he uses the mononym everyone refers to you by. Olivier asks all those it harbors to contribute to the colony. Show me what you can do. You and Flint glide into the sorting bay, where scrap from the silos is delivered to the waiting workers, ready to be checked, cleaned, and cast into the different nets at the fringes of the space. You find a sorting station and begin picking up chunks of ship and machine, turning them over in your hands. As you inspect the scrap, the ghost of their original place in a bigger structure becomes apparent. Each piece suggests a hole, a drive casing, a loading bay, a life support unit. You burn away corrosion with a torch, crack open rusted casings to release the components inside like seeds. You find new life in the broken and discarded pieces. Something makes you look to one side, a glint that catches your eye, and there is Flint, taking a rest of their own. You see a glint again, Flint turning something over in their fingers, watching it spin, a vial of stabilizer. My last vial, Flint speaks without taking their eyes off the drug. Even through the haze of your lost memories, you can recall the physics, sickening pulse of that injection, the dependence your reboot freed you from. Saving it for a special occasion, Flint pockets the vial and meets your eye. You don't need a stabilizer, do you? Flint moves away from the wall they were resting against. I noticed you were different from the first moment we met, but I didn't realize what it was until now. The way you work, the way you move, without dependence. I see it now. Flint folds their arms. You tell them about the process you and Seraphin attempted on Darkside, the one that Lane interrupted. They listen absent-mindedly, watching the workers instead of you. That's not all, though, is it? Flint meets your eye. There's something wrong with you, more than just your decaying frame. Your signal, your presence, it smells different. Lane did something to me. I have come to know that feeling, the feeling that I am an object, a tool to be molded, to be shaped for someone else's use. Here in Olivier, people are different. Flint looks out at the workers. But I still know who I am, what I bring to this place. All these people are at risk because of me. That means you, too, are a risk. A risk to your crew, to me, and more importantly, to this place. That is what is worrying me. Olivier will welcome you, just as it welcomed me. Flint stretches, and it will do so in spite of itself and its own safety. I want you to know that, because they will pay the cost, those close to you, and you must know that they will pay it for you. With that, Flint turns and glides away, leaving no space for a response. You watch them leave, their billowing cloak revealing and concealing the glinting and ragged parts of their exposed skeleton as they go. So is something about to happen? That doesn't sound good. Scrap silos? The Olivier scrappers are happy for you to search their scrap silos for components for your own use, but they won't be easy to find. Farm stacks. The Olivier colonists allow you to gather supplies, but you have to harvest, pack, and process them yourself, which can be exhausting. Hydro refinery. You are permitted to extract fuel for your own use, but you have to oversee the complex automated process. So pretty much all of that we have to do ourselves. So this is a way to get our supplies up, it looks like, before the crisis happens. Okay. The sound of raised voices echoes through the tunnel. Following them, you find yourself at the entrance to the clinic, where Flint and Xander are locked in a bitter argument. I won't take you out there, Flint, Xander is pleading with the sleeper. Look what happened to Carmen. They will kill you. What happened to Carmen is exactly why I have to go. They will find me here. And when that happens, the whole colony can hear you too. Serpent comes out of the clinic with cadence. You trying to wake up Carmen? You see Serpent clock you, standing in the passageway. Your eyes meet and Serpent looks away. Neither of you have seen each other since you brought Carmen back to Oliveira. I'm trying to make sure what happened to Carmen doesn't happen to anyone else. Flint folds their arms. I'm the reason he is like he is, and that means it's on me to fix it. What are you talking about? You catch Flint off guard. They hadn't seen you waiting in the passageway. As an arm came for me. That's what happened out in the debris field. They looked down. You know what that means. Essenarm, the company that created you, the company you escaped. The idea of them bearing down on this place set your nerves on edge. You have long since slipped their grasp. Lane disabled your tracker in exchange for unwavering service, a gift that became a trap. But Flint is still on the run, and if Essenarm attacked Carmen's ship, they can't be far away. You look at Flint and see the fear in their eyes. Your tracker is still active. Oliveira is shrouded. Flint looks towards the center of the colony. Carmen managed to get a hold of a signal shroud and set it up here. He wanted to keep everyone safe. There's no way SNR can track me here. Am I missing something? Seraphin interrupts. If they can't find you here, what's the problem? It's not just about the tracker. That hunter found me in the debris field. They know I escaped. It's only a matter of time before their search brings them here. Silence falls on the group as the inevitability of the problem sets in. Xander looks distraught. You can't, Flint, Xander says in a quiet voice. They will kill you. Seraphin glances at you and Flint in turn, and you see his mind working on a solution. He looks away, frowning. I'm sorry, Xander. This is how it is. Flint looks dejected. Unless we get them first. Seraphin smiles an impish smile. Seraphin, what are you thinking? Cadence speaks up for the first time. We know there is a hunter out there scouring the shoals, and we know they are looking for you, Flint. Seraphin shrugs. That means we have the upper hand. We don't need to bring them here. We can bring them anywhere we want. Seraphin looks around at the group. So, we get set. We prepare a little surprise, and then we wait. Flint is already shaking their head. The hunter could arrive here at any moment. We don't have time for this. If I had a ship, I would have left already. Then we move you now. We take you somewhere we can prepare, and we work hard and fast to get an ambush set. When the hunter comes, Seraphin grins. We spring the trap. It's a good plan. Seraphin smiles. See? You might not trust me, Flint, but I know their sleeper. Flint doesn't respond immediately. You can see them thinking it through, considering their options. I'm coming, Xander has a determined look on his face. We are doing this. And I'm coming. Look, kid, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but this is the real thing. A bounty hunter is not going to stop patronizing me. Xander cuts him off. I know the shoals. You need me out there. The conversation suddenly devolves into many small arguments. The location, who should go, how to approach the ambush. The noise grows. The old Solheim manufacturing. Cadence's voice rises clear and precise through the noise. That's where you do it. It's on a rock far enough from here, and it's a real labyrinth. You can meet the hunter there and get them lost inside. Cadence's eyes are bright and determined. The place is full of old machines' ordnance. We have been afraid to scavenge any of it. It's so unstable. You notice Seraphin watching Cadence speak, clearly impressed by the sudden shift towards decisive action. We could bring the whole place down on their head. Xander picks up Cadence's thread. I know the manufacturing. It's a good idea. You look between those gathered, Seraphin stubborn and protective. Cadence's sharp eyes, Xander's relentless desire to get involved, and Flint, a sleeper like you, a sleeper in need of an escape. Carmen was building something here, a shrouded haven, a place that needs protecting. He may be unconscious behind those doors, floating amongst the wires and tubes of the clinic, but something of him is here, in this group, making a plan of resistance. Flint's eyes meet yours, and you know what has to be done. The rig will leave Olivera this cycle. You have a hunter to trap. Alright. We've got a hunter to trap. Let's do this. Let's finish stocking up on supplies and fuel, of course. We don't want to leave, with on a contract with poor gatherings, but we certainly have the dice to go ahead and do that. There we go. We can even go ahead and get some scrap, just on a matter of why not. There we go. Oh, I had a negative outcome there, but that's okay. Let's go set up a trap for the hunter. Bliss. Who else should we bring? We'll go with Cadet. Corroded plates, twisted struts, scattered scrap. The manufactory makes for a familiar sight. Just one more ragged artifact of the corporation that once owned this system. Despite that, something about it sets you on edge, perhaps because it also will form the crucible for your attempt to take on an SNR hunter. The kind whose entire job is to bring in escaped sleepers like you, dead or alive. The rig is tucked behind a rock, running on low power with its transponder off. You hope that's enough not to draw attention. So, talk us through it. Seraphin turns back to Flint, Cadence, and Xander, all of whom are crammed into the cockpit along with your crew. We have to make this place look like a colony. That is what the hunter will expect. Cadence suggests first, her voice quavering a little with anxiety. We can seal up some of the holes, maybe install some lighting. Fake it up. Okay, Seraphin nods reassuringly. That's good. What then? We force them to go deep. Xander cuts in, and everyone looks at him. He pauses, a little intimidated by the attention, but Flint nods at him to continue. I have been out here before on a salvage run. There's an assembly line that runs through the whole place, filled with old manufacturing machines. You seal doors, activate machines, making a maze of malfunctioning construction arms and dead ends. Alright then, control their route. I like it. Seraphin smiles at Xander. And if we get lucky, maybe one of those old machines will do the job for us. I doubt it, Flint joins in. We'll need the ordnance for the silos. Mining charges fuel whatever is left from when this place was turning out Solheim goods. They furrow their brow. We blow the place, to make sure. A silence passes through the cockpit, the danger of what you are about to attempt dawning on everyone present. Okay, Seraphin has a dark look. That's the plan. We can detonate the ordnance with a command from the rig. A simple wideband comm signal. We will get them, Seraphin pats Flint on the shoulder. Once they go in, that hunter isn't coming back out. He turns to you. Anything we missed? What if they don't take the bait? Then I engage. Flint rubs her hands together nervously. I lead them in directly. Right? Right, Seraphin confirms grimly. How long do you think we have? There's a lot of factory down there. The hunter got to me in carbon fast. Flint looks out of the cockpit. No more than 3 cycles. When the hunter came for us, Flint grimaces, remembering the attack on Carmen's ship. They came out of nowhere, hit us hard and fast. If it wasn't for Carmen, we need to be ready for anything. Flint looks at you. There won't be a warning. Seraphin sighs. Nice pep talk. Flint, you better find somewhere deep in that place, down in the bedrock. But make sure it has a back door, okay? He nods at the sleeper. The rest of us will get to work. Alright, you heard Flint. We do this, and we do it right. We make our stand on this rock. Let's not waste a moment more. Alright. So they will be here in 3 cycles. Okay. We've got 3 parts that we gotta do. Factory exterior. Seal exterior. The shell of the manufactory is full of holes to make it look like a colony that needs sealing up and fast. Disguise exterior. The old Solheim manufactory is ruined. To convince a hunter, you will need to add lights, paint signs, all the signatures of a working colony. None of this is stuff Cadet can do, so that's good. Assembly line. One way to drive the hunter deeper into the factory will be to activate the old factory machines, closing off routes and presenting a deadly threat. Hack the machines. Sabotage doors. Massive bulkhead doors in the main factory require direct approach if you want to funnel the hunter into the trap. Cadet can do that. Sabotage the doors, maybe. Storage silos. Prime explosives. There are a few things more dangerous than rigging up expired mining charges and fuel tanks. Carefully does it. Gather ordnance, mining explosives, or emergency breach charges. There's a lot of old ordnance down here. If it can be gathered and identified. Okay, so there's literally only one that Cadet does not get a negative on. So that's... we're going to focus on doors for that one, I guess. Because we don't really have much of another choice. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Awesome. 25% for the win. That's a great start. 3 cycles, huh? 3 cycles. And my fellows get 1s and 2s. That's great. That's yeah, that's very good. Very good. Yeah, okay. That's awesome. That is awesome. Yep. This is great. Okay. There we go. At least got one there. Okay, one more. At the very least a neutral. There we go. You know, Cadence's voice comes over the comms, shimmering with interference. From here, it doesn't look half bad. You look across the shell of the manufactory, now studded with lights and dotted with markings, the fresh welds and plates giving the whole place a fragile, patchwork feeling. If I was a piece of shit hunter, this is what I would think a normal person's settlement would look like, right? We better hope so. Cadence goes quiet for a moment, her attempt at humor only serving to remind you both of the desperate circumstances. Have you spoken to Flint? Cadence pauses. I mean, really spoken. Why? Oh, I. Cadence stumbles over her words. I just thought you two might want to speak about. She trails off. Flint is very loyal. I know they are quiet and, well, intense, but she sighs. I just hope you two can find some common ground. We get on just fine. Of course. Sorry, Cadence stops again. Olivera is a refuge. Cadence takes a breath. For all of us. I was in trouble when I met Carmen. We all were, in one way or another. Seraphin has told me a lot about you. Cadence hesitates, and I can see what you are trying to do for Olivera. I appreciate it, and I know Xander does, and Carmen will do as well. And Flint? Cadence pauses. Well, you will see. The comms click off, returning you to the silence of the manufactory. You look out across the false colony at the glittering lights. They are a poor imitation of Olivera's real lights, those that indicate the colony's fragile, delicate state. You shake it off and move on. This isn't over yet. Hopefully we can manage it. If these guys don't roll better, then I don't know who will. There we go, halfway there for that one at least. Cadet's almost all tapped out. And they get a couple of... Cadet! Cadet! What the heck, bruh? You're really going to get a couple of ones like that, really? Really now? I mean, I don't know. There's not really much choice we can... I mean, even... Not really a whole lot we can do. And neither of these are ones that Bliss can do. So if Bliss is going to do anything, they have to do the storage silos for the gather ordnance. And of course, we got 25% there. Yep, that checks out. Okay, there we go. Go easy with that. Flint's voice rumbles over local comms to secure the final piece of ordnance. You turn to see them floating backhead into the trance to the bay, one of many that you have rigged with ordnance deep in the manufactory. Down here, dust and flecks of rust float through the beams of your lights, and the walls are bent and buckled. They have spent the past cycles here, picking out a spot to draw the hunter down to. Once they should be able to slip out of when the hunter finds their way in. It's a long time to be down in these dark tunnels, waiting. Looks like we're just about done. Their voice is flat, their tone pragmatic. You okay? Flint nods, eager to be done with this. They look out over their shoulder. However, it plays out. Flint glides into the bay slowly. There's something I need to tell you. Something I think you will understand. What we're doing out here is not about saving me. It's about Olivera. You struggle to see Flint's face with the light behind them. I should be on a ship out of there, leading this hunter away, but they won't let me do that. They shake their head in frustration, and even if they would, they can't spare the ship. Not after Carman's got shot up. That was my mistake. I never should have let him persuade me to come with him on that supply run. Flint looks down. What's done is done. What matters now, what I need from you is a promise. Flint's bright irises flash. That you will bring this place down with me in it, if it means stopping the hunter. I promise. Flint nods. I knew you would understand. You know as well as I that those who get close to us are at risk. That we, as sleepers, have to recognize what we open the door to. Carman is my fault. I won't be Olivera's downfall, too. With that, they turn and leave you in the dark. You have to promise, however, that you will also try your bestest to get out safely. Okay, if we can get positive outcomes for both of these. I don't know if neutral will give us 2. Okay, we got this, we got it by the hair of our chin, but we got this, okay. There we go. We just barely got there. Memoirs of Maywick, set as 3-stage trap for the hunter. You float for a moment, observing the chaos of the old assembly line. The scale of the structure, the number of machines, the arms and fabricators, the welders and bolters suggest industry on a scale that you have never witnessed. The Helion system, a system that now subsists on the leftovers of its failed corporate owners, was once built with manufactories like this, churning out components and technologies, machines and resources for extracting the valuable materials and minerals that Solheim existed to amass. If someone was able to rebuild one of these places, put it back into operation, imagine what could be fed into the belt. What changes could come for its people. Yet, no one will undertake such a task because this place is haunted by the specter of Solheim, an entity that every being in the system can trace their origins back to, an entity that turned the entire system into a manufactory, a machine for accumulation, and that did not distinguish between human and machines as it did. You look at the broken machines, worn down and rusted, crippled and bent. Some of them have been put back into use this past cycle as part of your plan, and those jerk or turn randomly, blindly groping for components that will never be fed to them. None of them are sentient machines like you, so they cannot feel or think, and yet you cannot decide if for them to persist is a kind of cruelty that radiates from the system that created them, or the indication of a new life. One that grants them new function, new meaning, and the possibility of something more. Creepy, right? Xander floats beside you, his voice hissing through the close-range comms. Maybe the hunter will get spooked by those twitching arms. He imitates the scattered movements of the factory machines. More sad than creepy. Xander shrugs. If you say so. So, Xander gives you a look. How come this hunter isn't chasing you? My tracker is deactivated. Huh? Xander shoots you a look. Lucky you. Who did that? My captor. Xander goes quiet. I see. I can't deactivate Flint's. Sure, Xander looks down. But you know, maybe once we are done here, he may try. They need your help. Xander looks out at the assembly line and sighs. I like Flint. I'm happy to do this for them. He turns back to you. And I want to like you too. So don't mess this up, alright? Xander gives you a hard look. Don't let Flint down. Xander kicks off and glides towards the exit without waiting for a response. You watch him go for a moment before turning away. There's still so much to do. No, we did it all. We're good. We're good. We did it all. Just barely. Just barely, but we did it all. Wake up, sleeper. Seraphin is in the bunks. We have got incoming. You shake off the haze of forgotten dreams and get up. In moments, you are in the cockpit. Xander, Cadence, and Seraphin all gathered around the console. On it, the local view shows nothing, not a single ship's signal, and a few objects beyond a scattering of debris. It was right here. I swear it, Seraphin jabbed at the screen. A ship, small but definitely a ship. Seraphin, Cadence sighs. We have all been up a while. Get some rest. I know what I saw. He catches her eye. You look at the screen. It's a gridded view showing the scattered signature of debris, like schools of fish drifting in a soft current. The manufactory is a noisy blob at the center of the circle, one that dissolves into the background at its edges. Nothing. And then there it is. A flicker, a flash, a spark of movement and light among one of the debris clouds. It flares and then is gone again. You look up and Seraphin meets your eye. He reads your expression immediately. Seraphin slams a hand down on the console, opening up the comms channel. Look alive, Flint. They are coming in. Go deep and be ready to run. He pulls his hand off the switch. We better hope they heard that. Then you see it through the cockpit glass, the flare of an engine, faint and masked, but driving a squat, dark ship out of the debris. The Hunter. The ship seems to idle a little near the manufactory's asteroid, drifting past the dressed-up shell of an old faculty. Time to see if our fake colony is convincing enough. Cadence nervously clasps her hands together. Will they buy it? They better, Seraphin looks concerned, because if they think this place looks abandoned, the Hunter might just strafe the whole faculty. Seraphin swallows hard. We need them to dock, to come inside. You look out at the ship, and as you do, it jumps forward towards the docking tower. You watch for a few tense moments as it hesitates, and then slides into position onto one of the docking bridges. Cadence sighs in relief. They went for it. Seraphin pats you on the shoulder. Good job. The rat is in the maze. We can track them now. He exhales. At least that's the theory. I hooked up some basic monitoring devices at the assembly line. Xander calls over from another console. A few shitty chimeras repurposed for the factory monitoring systems. Not much, but hopefully enough to tell where they are at. Cadence, Seraphin, and you crowd around the screen. Xander flicks between noisy black and white images and beads of static. You squint into the fizzing dark, trying to pick out any detail. Then, suddenly, you see them. A shadow drifting beneath a flickering light. Dark-clad military gear, a long gun held ready at their shoulder. Deathly pale skin, and in their eyes gleaming through the faceplate, glowing irises. Who the hell is that? Seraphin pulls back from the screen. They look like a sleeper. Xander finishes Seraphin's sentence. The figure disappears outside the margins of the frame, and Xander flicks through the feeds. Where did they go? You drift back from the screen, trying to think straight. The Hunter is a sleeper, or something else. You replay the image of the figure in your mind, but it has already shifted in your memory. It is your face staring back. It is Flint's. It is the sleeper's mask of death. Sleeper. Seraphin grabs you both by shoulders and looks you in the eye. We need to focus. We should get down there. Xander's eyes are wide. This changes things. This changes nothing. Seraphin nods. We wait for Flint's signal. We hold here. The ordinance is in place. Seraphin looks at you for reassurance. The moment we get the signal, we blow it. You think of the mining charges rigged in daisy chains, the fuel barrels lashed to detonators, the command code ready to transmit from the rig. Seraphin holds a determination in your eyes. We hold. So, you wait. Cadence's eyes on the manufactory below. Xander tapping at the glass. Seraphin perched by the console listening for the signal. Then you hear it, the hiss of an open comms channel. You look to Seraphin and he hears it too. A static haze that fills the cockpit. You all go still. Seraphin nods towards an indicator on the console. It's Flint's channel. A click, a scrape, then silence. Seraphin frowns, tapping at the controls. What, he scrolls? Flint's transceiver is gone. It's dead. Panic hits the cockpit. Xander gliding over to the console. Cadence going pale. Sleeper, Seraphin turns and looks back over his shoulder towards you. We need to go in. Go, Cadence looks between you, Seraphin, and Xander with a steely expression. I will stay here. She glances nervously at the console. Give me the signal and I will send the detonation signal. She swallows hard. If it works. Seraphin looks torn for a moment and then nods. Let's go. You rush down to the airlock and suit up with the others, and then you are out, descending through the rock-strewn void in tense silence. You enter the manufactory through a gap in the frame, passing through layers of twisted faculty, into the deep parts, where you know Flint waits in the dark. You say nothing to each other, afraid the comms will be intercepted. You lead Xander and Seraphin on, seeking the deep bays under the silos, where you begin setting up the ordnance. Though unfinished, perhaps there is enough down there for this to work. If not, Seraphin's hand falls on your shoulder, pulling you back. You go to speak and then you see it, a torch beam lancing through the dark. The hunter, as you saw them on the grainy footage of Xander's cameras, but real now, just below, a long gun ready at their shoulder, pushing through the dark and broken layers of the faculty, seeking Flint. Seraphin, Xander, and you exchange wide-eyed glances in silence. The hunter passes below, disappearing into a dark passage. You wait together, the moment stretching out, then descend down into that same passage. The silence is absolute. Suddenly there's a flash of light ahead, bright and forceful, and a rumble that shakes rust flakes from the walls. Xander pushes off hard, launching past you into the dark. Seraphin goes too and you instinctively glide forward as another rumble shakes the foundations of the faculty. You come into a low bay scattered with glowing embers. Scorched holes in the walls spew drops of red-hot metal where a weapon has been discharged. The hunter floats at the center, taking aim again, and you see a flicker of movement on the far side. Flint retreating. Before you can act, a slight figure in a suit slams into the back of the hunter. Xander. As he hits, the hunter's gun spins out of their hand. You kick off away from Xander and the hunter as they grapple together, spinning in the dark towards a deep shaft at the far side of the bay. You spot the shape of the long gun as it spins ahead of you. As you reach it, your hand locking around the sculpted grip, you spin and raise it. You take a moment to steady your aim. The scorching shot grazes the side of the hunter's suit in a flurry of sparks. They are thrown away from Xander, unable to find anything to slow their glide. The hunter disappears into the dark of the shaft, leaving a trail of embers in the dark. You see fear in Xander's eyes as they turn back to you. The muzzle of the gun smokes glowing red. It is spent. I have got Flint, Seraphin calls over local comms. We ascend. Now. You look across to the two of them, kicking off from the floor of the bay towards a ragged hole in the ceiling. You and Xander exchange a Sinjel glance, and then follow. Cadence, Seraphin is on the wideband. Detonate this place now. Send the command. There's silence. You ascend through it, through the layers of the manufactory, seeking the open void of space beyond. You clear the manufactory, gliding into open space. A silent shockwave, like a gust of wind, runs through the void. The silent rumble spits out a scatter of debris. You turn back, still gliding towards the ship, and see the shattered manufactory. Whole sections are bending outward, the framework shredded, plating tumbling away in shards. You look across at Seraphin and Flint, their eyes set on the ship, trying only to stay ahead of the debris. You do the same, fixing your attention on the rig and nothing else. The hunter is dead. You limp back to Olivera, the mood in the rig one of deep exhaustion. As the colony appears, visible from the cockpit, the satisfaction of having run a terrifying gauntlet and come back in one piece shifts the mood. The crew's improved mood only becomes more obvious as you draw closer to Olivera. As you come into dock with the colony, you feel a wave of relief. Seraphin pats you on the shoulder as you both wait for the airlock to open. That hunter, he sighs. As an arm is crueler than I could have imagined. It doesn't surprise me. It's a nasty logic. Send a sleeper to catch a sleeper. Seraphin shakes his head. I'm glad we bought Flint some freedom. The airlock hisses open, revealing the docking bridge where Xander first confronted you. This time, another, more substantial figure waits at the passage. I hear you are the ones I should be thanking for saving my life. Carman leans against the side of the tunnel, one arm clamped against his waist. So, thank you. He nods at the two of you. Good to see you up. Just about, although I'm told I shouldn't be. He smiles slyly. Carman. Cadence rushes past the two of you, gliding into Carman with an embrace strong enough to leave the injured man off balance. All right, careful. You don't want to put me back in the med bay, now do you? Carman pushes Cadence back with a gentle grip on her shoulders. He flinches as he does, his joke clearly holding some truth. Sorry, Cadence smiles. Just glad to see you up. A frown crosses Carman's face. Where's Xander? You're losing your vision, old man. You look back to see Xander and Flint behind you in the tunnel. Xander smiles widely at Carman, betraying his happiness to see him. I'll be just fine, Xan. Carman's words are confident, but his tone suggests he isn't convinced. You notice his hands are tightly balled into fists, as if resisting pain, and wonder if he should really be up at all. Carman turns to look at you and Seraphin. I think we need to talk. How about you two and Flint accompany me to the med bay? Carman winks. Flint pushes past you both and goes to Carman, helping him out of the tunnel. As he does, they exchange a few words, but you are too far away to make them out. You and Seraphin exchange glances and follow behind them into Olivera. Carmen leads you to a small recovery chamber in the med bay, where his bed is set up. A handful of tubes and wires float gently beside it, attached to boxy devices. Flynn has already left the group, leaving just you and Seraphin with Olivier's injured founder. Carmen meets your eye with a hard look. So, how did you two end up stumbling onto our colony out in the shoals? He raises an eyebrow. Because we are not usually open to visitors. And Kita sent us to you. You see the flicker of recognition in Carmen's eyes when you mention Ankita. You produce the thumbnail drive, holding it out for Carmen to inspect. She told Sleeper to deliver this to you, and you alone. Seraphin folds his arms. Carmen pauses thoughtfully. That's a name I have not heard for a while. He takes the drive. It seems I should think you a game. He sighs. And perhaps I owe you some explanation myself. Ankita and I used to work together a lifetime ago. Carmen shakes his head. We went our separate ways, but then she turned back up in Olivera. I established this colony as a refuge, a way of starting a game. Carmen clasps his hands together. The belt is changing, and I am afraid of what is coming. Ankita took refuge here for a short while, and then one cycle she was gone. Carmen shrugs. That's not unusual for her. Each of us has our own demons. He holds up the drive. I will take a look at what's on here when I am able. He looks at the drive with concern. And I will let you know what I find. You and Seraphin thank him and leave the chamber as he settles back on his recovery bed. As you leave, Flint catches your attention. Can we speak? Seraphin pauses. I will catch you back on the rig. He looks between the two of you and then glides away. Flint hovers, a look of concern on their mask-like face. What do you need? Flint gives you a curious look. You don't remember any of it, do you? Flint screws up their face in a pained expression. At first, I thought you were hiding something, or you were intentionally avoiding the subject. So I waited, but I understand it now. You don't remember me at all. You take a moment to think, to try to recall Flint. You furrow your brow in frustration, sifting through hazy memories of Darkside, and further back, of your arrival to the belt. You close your eyes and see the faces of other sleepers, panicked, desperate, in darkness. I don't remember. We worked together in the same Essenhart mining installation, along with the other sleepers. He searches your eyes for a spark of recognition. We weren't close. I'm not sure we really spoke. Very few of us did. But I was there when we planned the escape together. The run to the freighter, collapsing the mine shaft. Flint stops, struggling to continue in the face of the blank look you are giving them. You feel an unpleasant itch, as if something is crawling around inside your skull. You can see that Flint wants you to recall them, to recall the escape, the installation, but you find only hazy sensations, and beneath them, pain. I'm sorry. I don't mean to. Flint looks down. I know you can't help it. I just needed to say something, to know if you really don't remember. Thank you for everything you have done for me, and for Olivera. Flint turns and drifts away dejectedly, unable to continue. As you watch Flint go, you scratch at the side of your head, trying to find something in the way they move, the way they speak, their mask-like face. A face that was identical to yours when it was first cast, but that, over cycle after cycle of wear and damage, has been transformed. Two machines, so close in form and function, estranged by experience. Okay, so we have to wait for Carmen's analysis, okay. We could go ahead and stock back up on fuel and do some scraps or whatever's. Thanks for coming up, sleeper. Carmen is waiting for you in Surfin when you arrive at the med bay. Looking a lot fresher, he leads you into a small alcove set up like an office, with an aging terminal on a simple welded desk and a small window looking out across the dusty rock of Olivera. Got some news for us? Surfin asks impatiently. Since you arrived back from the manufactory, he has been restless, though you aren't sure why. Not to worry, Carmen grins slyly. I think you will want to hear this. He hits a key on the terminal, and a file browser appears on the screen, showing hundreds of individual pieces of data. And Kita has been busy. Carmen gestures to the screen. She's been scraping Usubo communications cycle after cycle. Got access to ciphers and encryption that only the gang's leadership should be able to see. He smiles. It seems she's learned some tricks since we worked together. But that's not what matters. What matters is the content of these messages. He taps a few keys and loads some of the data, which scrolls down the screen. Some parts of Usubo leadership have been getting ideas. Ideas about taking Greenbelt and controlling food production in the belt. About exerting power over Wellspring. Big ideas for a gang. But these Usubo members aren't alone. They have found themselves a powerful ally. Carmen shakes his head. Sinetstat. Sinetstat. One of two corporations fighting a bitter battle for control of the inner system. A pernicious force, one that Usubo are opening a door for in the belt. You can't be serious, Seraphin cuts in. They can't be that stupid. I don't know what to tell you. At least someone inside Usubo is trying to broker a partnership. Who? Seraphin leans over to look at the screen. You don't need Carmen's answer, and neither does Seraphin. Lane. Seraphin looks at you, shaking his head. It has to be Lane. Carmen looks between you both. Seems like you already know something I don't. Lane is a piece of shit Usubo leader who thinks he owns us. Seraphin shakes his head. Exactly the kind of piece of shit arrogant enough to try to manipulate Sinetstat. Carmen nods thoughtfully. My condolences. I'm starting to see how you cross paths with Akita. We have a shared enemy then. Carmen pauses, his face unmoving. I'm not sure you want this fight, Sleeper. Like I said, Akita and I worked together. To put it simply, we ran in the same mercenary outfit. Carmen looks away. A lot has happened since then, but this message, this data, is her calling in a favor, and I owe her, that's for sure. Carmen shakes his head and pushes himself off the desk, crossing the room to look out of the window at Olivier's pale and airless surface. Hell, after what we went down, I owe you both, too. You look at Carmen, staring out at the surface of this hostile rock, and wonder what he sees out there. He established the colony as a fallback, a retreat, not just for him, for others too, but you get the feeling that Carmen knows any retreat is only ever temporary. He turns back to look at you. And you, Sleeper, what will you do? We will take on Usubo. Take on a gang, Carmen smiles. Are you sure about that? We are going to end Lane, whatever it takes. Seraphin stares down Carmen, fists balled. Carmen looks at you. That one is going to get you in trouble. He already gets us into trouble, but he also saves us, so. He turns to Seraphin. But I like that energy. He looks back out of the window. This is not something we are going to take head on. He shakes his head. And Kita sent us our weapon. Carmen turns and gestures at the console screen with its reams of incriminating data. Usubo don't control all of Darkside. They only aspire to. They also claim to offer protection from the war between Sinetstat and Conway. That presents us with an opportunity. Usubo is full of members who would rather die than concede Darkside to a corporate interest. If we play this right, Usubo will end Lane for us. He smiles at Seraphin. To use your phrase. How do we do it? We can handle it. We have cracked Darkside once. We can do it again. Seraphin's confidence is infectious. Is that right? Carman seems to be thinking something through. He crosses to the console, back to the window, and then to the console once more. All right, I'm going to need some time, but I can put this together. Carmen nods at Seraphin. We will need that energy, but you also need to be ready. We rush this? It's not ending well, so I can wait. Carmen turns his attention to you. We will go from Greenbelt when you are ready. I have friends there who can help get that ship of yours into dark side. Seraphin looks at you. We have our own preparations to make, but we will be ready. All right, Carmen unplugs Nikita's drive and hands it to you. Take this and get out of here. I don't want anyone finding this thing in my possession. You take it. The tiny drive somehow heavier now that you know it contains the key to expose the flame. Thank you. I will see you in the wheat sheaf. Carmen smiles to himself. They know me there. Just understand something. Carmen's expression turns serious. You want my help on this? There's no way we can let it get back to the colony. Once you leave here, you are not coming back to Olivia. Not until we are done. He meets your eye. He needs confirmation that you recognize the importance of this. I understand. Carmen nods. Then you can go. He returns to the window to stare out at whatever it is he sees out there among the dusty rocks. When you come back to the rig, Flint is waiting for you, leaning by the docking tunnel with a bag over their shoulder. They look up as you approach. Hey, Flint nods a greeting, appearing a little unsure. Hey, I know you have already done a lot for me, so I'm not going to push you or ask for your pity. They pause. You feel like they have been preparing this speech. Firstly, I owe you, and I want to pay you back. I can work and I can fight, and I will protect the ship and this crew with everything I have. Secondly, we come from the same place, and whether you remember it or not, that means something. It must. I know I'm not the easiest to get on with. I know you might have your reservations about having another sleeper on the ship, but that's enough. Flint stops immediately, sorry. You look at Flint, their frames so much more damaged than yours, with a fire burning in their eyes that makes them seem bigger than they are. Welcome aboard. A smile spreads across Flint's face, and they look down to hide it. Thank you, they say to the floor. This will work out. You will see. Flint nods to you once more, then turns and glides down the docking tunnel towards the ship. As they do, two figures at the edge of the docking concourse catch your eye. You pause to look, shifting a little, and as you do, you recognize Cadence leaning in. Some words are exchanged, ones you can only guess at, and then the other figure embraces Cadence and turns back to the ship. As Seraphin approaches, he ducks his head, passing quietly past you into the docking tunnel without a word. You take one last look out at the docks, but Cadence is gone. You idle a moment longer, and feel that there's something, some presence, even in these empty bays. Something rare in all the belt that Olivier has captured. But, as with all things, you must learn to leave it behind. The fugitive, recruit Flint to your crew. Alright. Let's boogie. Go ahead and use these dice to go ahead and get some scrap. Just because we can. You realistically, really, probably absolutely do not need it. We have so much money and so much resources. It's kind of ridiculous. But it's okay. You find yourself in the cockpit alone with Flint. They have a habit of entering a room so silently that you don't notice them arrive, or the reverse, leaving so silently that you turn around to find them gone. Right now, they hover expectantly at the corner of your vision, preparing to speak. Do you ever think about your original? The way they ask the question, you can tell they have been eager to ask it for a while. The person who you are emulated from, I mean. The person who sold themselves sold you to as an arm. Flint's expression doesn't betray any emotion, but you feel like you can detect some unknowable feeling whirling behind their eyes. Sometimes I can't stop thinking about them, about who they were, and if who I am has anything to do with them. Flint looks away. Is my personality a product of being a sleeper, or simply a copy of theirs? Have I changed, or am I still identical to them? Does the emulation process, the loss of memory, the insertion into a frame, actually make us totally different people? What came through the process of emulation, and what was blocked? Flint is looking around the cockpit rapidly now, their eyes flicking from object to object as they speak. Are their memories still inside me, but cut off, concealed? And if I admit it, I wonder if I even know what it feels like to be a person. Do the humans around me feel the things I feel? Or do they feel more, feel less, feel somehow differently? Do they feel the creeping claustrophobia of being trapped inside a body with no escape? Flint's eyes flick back to you. Or do only we know how that truly feels? I believe they do. I don't know if it's enough just to believe, Flint meets your eye. I want to know. You are the first sleeper I have met since my escape. We can find out together. There's a wall in you, one that you have built for yourself, one that separates the kind of questions Flint is asking from the parts of you that you need to live. You feel it now, like a weight in your chest, and behind there's a raging torrent pressing against it. You cannot take down the wall. You would drown. But in this moment, for Flint and for yourself, you take out a sigil brick. You make a gap in the wall, and you share what comes bursting forth. You talk about what it feels like to wake up in a dying body, to catch a glance of yourself in a mirror, to be seen and reminded of your false and fractured face. You share the pain of lost memories, of fleeting deja vu, of dreams that sleep beneath your waking life and replace it. You find in your broken bodies and unsteady minds a kind of solidarity, one shared between connected strangers who might, one cycle, understand each other as friends. As you put the brick back in and shore up your defenses, you know that cycle will not be this one, but its distant possibility is a reassuring one. So do I have to eat at the wheat shaft? Like, we just have to wait for Carmen's message, I guess. He told us to wait at the wheat shaft, right? I mean, we have got a message, sleeper. Seraphin comes to the bunks to get you, his mood unusually serious. He brings you to the cockpit, his keepsake holding in his hand the whole time, spinning between his fingers. Seraphin is worried. Once you are in the cockpit, you recognize Carmen's voice immediately, playing over the rig speakers. Sleeper, I hope this message finds you and your crew safely. You will forgive me if I'm a little tight on the details. My message is as follows. We are ready. We will be waiting where we agreed. Godspeed. The message ends with a click. So Seraphin takes a deep breath. They're waiting in Greenbelt. The wheat sheaf, he said, whatever that is. You ready for this? I'm ready. Seraphin nods. All right then. Quiet falls in the cockpit. There doesn't seem to be much more to say. Carmen will be waiting, but you know he will want you to be prepared. I will be ready when you are, sleeper. Seraphin nods to you. You nod back. You know where you need to go to end this. Alright, let's go. We are ready. The wheat sheaf is surprisingly welcoming for what was once an old Solheim canteen. The corporate bones are still there. Metal stools, a strip of service windows, sheet metal walls, over the tens of thousands of cycles since the collapse. They have been softened and changed, later to the detritus of human existence. As you wait at the bar with Seraphin, you look at the planters welded into the walls. The scrawled messages, the layers of stickers and flyers and posters. The amber light fittings replacing the old fluorescent strips. The gear racks lined with farmers' packs, the netting bulging with crates and canisters. Along with the low rumble of conversation coming from the off-shift farmers, it all lends warmth to the place, one that helps soothe your nerves ahead of the meet with Carman. You and Seraphin lean side by side at the bar, facing towards the room. You both watch Flint just across from you, who insisted on coming along. Seraphin clears his throat. What do you think of Cadence? The sudden question makes you look over at him, and you see us playing with his coin, spinning it in his palm. I like her. Yeah, I noticed you like her, bruh. I noticed. Me too, Seraphin smiles to himself, closing his hand on the coin. I think. He pauses and then starts again. We kind of have a thing. He shakes his head. You know what I mean. I noticed, bruh. Yeah, he smiles. I thought you might. Well, Seraphin sighs and stretches. I guess I just wanted you to know. You are thinking how to respond when the bartender taps you on the shoulder and nods towards the door to the back room. It's time. You look over at Seraphin and Flint, who is already approaching you. You give them a nod and head inside. The back room is metal walled and lined with racks of old Solheim tech. You see cookers and auto wash units piled up with dead terminals and servers. At the far end, a window looks out across the grainy glass of Greenbelt's farms. You made it, Carmen smiles, backlit by the window. We have a lot to discuss. Let's get to it. Flint, if you don't mind. Carmen nods at the other sleeper as they enter and gestures towards the door. Flint turns to you. I will be outside. They slide the door shut, standing guard on the other side. We have to take some precautions even here. Carmen gestures for you to come closer. So, Seraphin sighs. Is this plan of ours looking any more reasonable? That depends on what your crew can bring to the table. Carmen glances at you. We are going to need to do a lot of work to direct the data Ankita gave you towards those that we need to see it. What do you have in mind? We need to reveal Lane's betrayal to Usubo and Darkseid without being discovered in the process. Not an easy task. Will they turn on him? Hard to tell without us being there. You would know better than me how much infighting is going on within Usubo, but my suspicion is that the recent expansion has stretched them pretty thin. Then we make contact with Ankita as soon as we make it onto Darkseid. Seraphin looks at you. We just need to stay under Lane's radar. The thought of Lane brings the memory of his attempted takeover to the front of your mind. The feeling of him slipping behind your eyes, moving your frame. That can't happen again. Apologies. We do not wish to interrupt, but we must interject in your current course. Overseer appears in the void, flickering nervously. An encounter with Lane would likely be catastrophic. Overseer's three forms orbit you. As we have mentioned, on arrival to Habpep, We must immediately seek the mainframe, from where we can recover my codebase and reconstruct ourselves. We would then be able to aid you in your defenses against being rewritten. That is our recommended course. The three heads nod simultaneously and decisively. Still with us, sleeper? You come back to Serpent's concerned face. He dropped out for a second. You tell Seraphin and Carmen about Overseer, about how the old Solheim protocol slipped into your frame from the prime shipline Jod B used in the diagnostic process, of Overseer's protection from Lane's attempts to control you, of its proposal to make that protection effective through the old mainframe of Darkside. They listen quietly, Seraphin carefully watching you as you explain. Revealing all this, you feel the burden of holding that knowledge alone being lifted. This changes things. Carmen turns and looks out of the large window at the back of the room, towards the glass canopy of the farms. We can't take on Lane without protecting you from him. Carmen turns back. You should look for the mainframe. I will make contact with Ankita, and we will meet when you are ready. But the task remains secret from Lane and Usubo. If you are revealed, I am not sure I will be able to recover you. By the time you have ensured your safety, I will have put together a plan with Ankita to expose Lane. We take it step by step. The Crux will be able to find a way to disseminate the data we have on Lane to his gang, or even Darkseid at large. Carmen stops, the path ahead still unclear to him. There is a nervous intake of breath from Seraphin. You share his apprehension. There are so many variables at play here. Some of the old tech strapped to a nearby rack flickers with a cascade of status lights. You all turn to look, and as you do, motors and servos begin spinning with the machines, whining and groaning. They harmonize, then begin to produce a voice. Our apologies. The voice is shrill and distorted. We must interpose ourselves. You recognize the tone immediately. Overseer. We are regretful. Solheim hardware in this room provided the opportunity for us to speak for ourselves. If the pile of servers Overseer was controlling could look any more apologetic, you imagine it would. I understand. We are. A servo clicks as it skips a rotation. Thankful. We ascertain you require dissemination of data within faculty you target. The whine pitches higher as the motors increase their speed. As a Solheim protocol, we have capabilities to instigate station-wide announcements and messaging. So you could blast out Lane's betrayal through Darkseid's corporate hardlines and flood the network with it. Seraphin looks impatiently at the screeching pile of scrap. If that is what you require of us, we are pleased to serve. The shrill tone of the response makes you cringe. Carman has been listening silently, but now he interjects. Why would we trust you? He glances in your direction. You seem to be little more than a parasite in the sleeper system. If we use your unflattering analogy, then you will understand that a parasite requires the body of its host to live. The motors stutter. We will ensure that sleeper's continuance. And after, Carmen folds his arms. When you have what you want and regain your codebase from the mainframe, will you still do as we ask? We will endeavor to do so. The acrid smell of burning motors now fills the room, but we will undergo a transformative refracturing. We will become whole again, so we cannot speak to our actions in future with certainty. Seraphin and Carmen exchange concerned looks. We can do what you require. We will protect the sleeper. We will disseminate the data. We are a service protocol. We will serve. The motors and servos stutter and whine, then go still, the status lights blinking and then fading to darkness. Overseer has retreated. We aren't actually going to do what that ghost says, are we? Seraphin looks between you and Carman. The offer is a tempting one, and one that, ultimately, we cannot refuse. Carman sighs, but we must proceed with extreme care and caution. What do you think, Sleeper? Seraphin meets your eye. I trust Overseer. Seraphin sighs. Then that's that. We have our plan. Carman turns to you. Sleeper, you and your crew will find the mainframe and access it. I will find Inkita. She will help us disseminate the evidence of Lane's collusions throughout Yusubo. And then, as a fallback, Overseer will send it through the old networks to all of Darkside. A simple plan, until you get to the details. Seraphin looks down, frustrated. Speaking of plans, I have a present for you, one that will improve our chances. Carmen pulls a small box from the nearest rack, one you hadn't noticed before, and it hinges open, revealing a chunk of tech you don't recognize. It's a spoof transponder. It will conceal your ship on approach to Darkside, give it a new identity, one unlikely to draw attention from the Usubo-controlled docking admin. Seraphin takes the transponder and turns it over. Where did you get this? Even retired mercenaries have their secrets, Carmian smiles. Seraphin looks to you. I will be with you this time, Sleeper, he nods. We should think who else we want on the station, too. I agree, Carmen interrupts. Make sure you trust those you bring with you, and prepare as best you can. We can't know how this will play out. You nod. You will get one shot at this. Then we are ready. Carmen takes a breath. I have my own way of getting into Darkside, but here. He passes you a small strip of plastic stamped with numbers. My privet frequency. When you are on approach to Darkside, message me here and I will sync up my transit. He points at the transponder in Seraphin's hand. Just make sure to install that first. Seraphin nods. We have got it. He sighs. The weight of the task ahead suddenly very apparent. Well, I suppose that's it. Carmen gives you both a serious look. It is. He smiles. Don't leave me waiting long. There will be more time when all this is over. Time where you don't have to keep looking over your shoulder. I hope. You leave Carmen in the back of the wheat sheaf, Flint sliding open the door as you leave. It takes the entire journey back to the ship for your nerves to settle. The end of this ordeal is so close, and yet it feels like an impossible leap to get there. Perhaps in a handful of cycles you will know how impossible or possible it is. So, how are we feeling about the Solheim protocol in your head? Seraphin doesn't look up from installing the transponder, a set of wires and cables waving loosely around him in the low light of the cockpit. Overseer is okay. Glad to hear it, although you'll have to forgive me for being a bit concerned. He begins unscrewing a panel beneath the flight console. Maybe you could have mentioned it earlier. Seraphin clips his magnetic screwdriver to the side of the console's base and turns to face you, dusting off his hands. I have understood for a while now, Sleeper, that there are things you experience that I cannot even come close to knowing how they feel. But that doesn't mean I don't understand you as a person. Seraphin gives you a concerned look. I know you are secretive, defensive, and I know there are reasons for that. I also know you are warm, and kind and generous to those on this ship with you. Seraphin pauses, collecting his thoughts. I trust you, Sleeper, and I won't question this. But please, hold on to what's human in you, because that is what I am holding on to. Seraphin stops, his eyes a little wild, his tone a little unsure. Then he finds himself again, settles his emotions, and turns back to the transponder. Right, that's it. He twists something beneath the console. The spoof transponder is. There's nothing keeping us out of Darkside. You exchange a look. Say the word when you want to go. I'm ready. I'm ready right now, bro. Let's go. All right, sleeper, you want to do the honors? Seraphin is strapped in the pilot's seat, guiding the rig towards dark side. You take the strip of plastic Carmen gave you and copy the frequency into the comms window of the console. You type a simple message. Executing plan. The console chimes. The message is sent. You hope Carmen is in range to receive it. You search inside your mind, wanting to find Overseer there, but you feel no presence. You hope they will be ready when called for. You look ahead out of the cockpit towards the distant glimmer of dark side. Time to take on Lane. When Seraphin finally brings the rig into the sun-worn docks, everyone in the cockpit lets out a sigh of relief. The approach was simple, routine even. Checking in with the port administration, being assigned a dock, bringing the rig to a stop. All of it familiar, but all of it laced with the tension of knowing that, at any point, it could all go very wrong. The spoof transponder worked. Seraphin shakes his head. So at least we know Carman's as good as his word. So far. Let's take this one step at a time, alright? Seraphin shuts down the engine and unclips from his seat. You see Bliss nervously staring out at dark side. They notice you looking and sneeze a smile, a weak smile. The real test for Carman is connecting with Ankita safely. If Usubo finds, they stop themselves. She is in serious danger. Bliss seems as nervous as you have ever seen them, and you wonder if it is the job that is weighing on them, or the possibility of seeing Ankita again. This place may have kicked our asses last time, but this time I'm ready. Cadet stretches. Carman's a big unknown, but if you trust him, I do too. You try to imagine Carman somewhere on dark side, perhaps smuggling himself aboard a freighter or among the crew of a trusted ally. You hope he is as confident as he seemed about finding Ankita. We need to spend less time worrying about what Carman has to do and more about what's ahead of us. Seraphin turns to you. The old faculty. Hap-Pep, was it? I'm guessing that's deep below all of this. Seraphin gestures towards the vast accumulation that is Darkside, a city that grew on the back of the Hap-Pep solar cells layer by layer. Its chaotic structure is neither planned nor regulated, but the foundations it is built on should be as formal as the incorporated faculty. That means we need a path down into the foundations, and I'd suggest we don't just take the first one we find. Seraphin continues. We scope the area out carefully, quietly. Look for the right path into the heart of this place. What about Usuba? Well, thanks to the spoof transponder, they don't know we are here. Let's keep it that way. We are right behind you, sleeper. Bliss forces a smile. Let's start the search. Seraphin nods. I will hold the rig down. We don't want you losing your exit route like last time. He winks. Here, he hands you a comms earpiece. I salvaged this from a suit helmet. It isn't secure, but as long as Usubo don't know where you're here, it should be fine. I will let you know as soon as I hear from Carman. He meets your eye. Go get this done, sleeper. You nod. This is what it all comes down to. Alright. So we've got what, 1, 2, 3 spots to go to? The underpass. Hack bulkheads separating the layers of the station and its substructure are many bulkheads. Hacking them will provide access. Explore tunnels. In the walls around the underpass there are many tunnels. It seems some might be deeper. The path down. Gaining access to the core of the old Hap-Pep faculty means exploring every path down to find the right descent. The underpass cuts deep into the old substructure. Perhaps it can help you access the old core. Sunward docks. Search docks. To safely find a path down into the old station, the docks will need to be thoroughly searched without bringing any attention. Question crews. There are a lot of crews and workers in and around the docks. Perhaps they know about the paths into the substructure. Broken hacks. Go over the edge. Here, where the layers of the faculty are exposed, it is possible to enter from the outside and explore inwards. This part of the station is cracked open, and trying to understand the layers that have been exposed might help the search. As you're gliding down a dark tunnel, descending deeper below dark side, your earpiece begins hissing with static. Sleeper, Seraphin's voice sounds distant, faint. Carman, contact, met with target. You strain to overhear the rest of the message, but the static overpowers his voice. You stop and push the earpiece in deeper. Continue. Stay safe. The line goes dead. Bliss stops and turns back in the tunnel. Sounds like Carmen has made contact with Nikita. They look behind them. We should keep moving. The sooner we hit the mainframe, the better. You feel their concern for Nikita despite everything. You continue your descent down, ducking under thick cables and collapsed beams. The busy urban life of the city above seems far away now, hidden from your senses. Its rumble and brightness has been replaced by the glowing dark and a growing oppressive heat. Dark side, and the Hab-Pep faculty it was built on, has been running unrestrained ever since the collapse, gathering huge volumes of energy, more than its residents could ever use. You feel like you can sense it in the walls, running like a torrent just behind the thin skin of metal and rubber. A large portion of the vast amount of current running through the station is radiated into the void as heat, making Darkside a typically humid station. But down here, that heat is drier and more intense, and sections of wall glow with a fiery intensity. The tunnel levels out, and light blasts through shutter-striped viewing windows on either side, illuminating the passage in strips of burning white. Through the gaps, you can see a labyrinth of walkways and scaffolding tucked into the margin of the vast solar cells. The heat washes across your brittle skin, making you tense against it. The underside of Darkside must be crossed. Follow the hardline network of the old station will surely lead you back to the core if you can decipher it. Follow margins. Backing with heat and overcharged electricity is best to avoid the solar cells and stay to the margins. Neither of these are things Cadet and Bliss can do, so I guess it's going to be me. Now that you're inside the old faculty, the problem is descending quickly and safely to the core. But we can do that pretty well, so... Okay, so neutral still gets us 2. So yeah, we're definitely doing this. Guaranteed positive outcome there. There we go. In your exploration of the Habitat faculty, you have seen, through viewing windows and shutter slats, a huge blister projecting out among the hex-shaped cells. You have approached it, circled it, and now you find yourself passing into it, through layer after layer of broken and corroded safety doors. Even if you had not felt Overseer stirring, you would know this is the mainframe, but you have felt the protocol's presence, restlessly turning over in your mind like a sleeping animal, occasionally probing your senses, tracking your progress. You feel at home. Overseer's multiple bodies stretch out their arms, as if basking in sunlight. The systems, networks, signals, they are fractured and weak, but we know them. Each of the broken heads shares part of a smile. They are welcoming us. Sleeper, Bliss's concerned face swims in your vision. Is this it? You look around, suddenly aware that you have drifted somewhere you do not recognize, in a state you are not in control of. The spherical chamber you float within has a mezzanine set around its circumference, the floor a metal grating you can see through. On this mezzanine are banks and banks of terminals, thick gathered cables snaking away from them across the floor. All of it bakes in the heat of Hap's masked resistors. You follow those cables with your eyes. They lead to a cylindrical column coming down from the apex of the chamber. It is corroded and bent a little, with very few of its thousands of lights still flickering. Even in its decayed state, you know immediately this is the mainframe. You feel a yearning towards it, one you know comes from Overseer. But as you look around for a connection point, all you see are burnt-out cables, rusted sockets, and broken terminals. The glow of warmth makes you feel woozy. You need to work quickly to bring this back online, before the current flowing through this place bakes you into the metal of the walls. Hapep Core. Reboot terminals. The mainframe's terminals list millions of errors. They need to be rebooted before they can be used. Repair connectors. There's no way to interface with the ruined mainframe without clean connectors. Can this even work? This mainframe is in terrible state and needs work before Overseer can be given access. So Bliss and Cadet can repair connectors at the very least. Maybe. There we go. The column of the mainframe pulses with fractured links, a scattered wave of systems awakening, accompanied by the whine and stutter of the machines all around. The mainframe is up. Bliss looks nervously around the room, now shaking and shimmering with energy. Let's just get Overseer in there so we can leave. You reach out for the prime connector, and with your other hand, touch the socket at the base of your synthetic skull. As you do, a sharp shock runs through your fingers. For a moment, it feels like your vision doubles. As you pull the connector and its cable across your vision, you see it's only your body that is doubled. The connector, a stable object, while your arm leaves ghostly imprints through the air. You wave it back and forth, but the multiplied arms do not follow. Each, instead, takes on a life of its own, wrapping around your forearm and wrist, taking control of your arm. You feel their force as they push your arm across your body, over your shoulder. They push once more, and the connector finds its home in the socket. That familiar flow, but stronger, rushing, rapid. Then a figure, no, three figures descending into it. A swimmer stepping into a river, a sleeper drifting out of an airlock, a symbol being subsumed into a sigh. And you, little more than a witness, a marionette, its strings outstretched, mapped hand to hand, leg to another. The flow freezes, the three figures almost overlapping, almost complete, but not quite. Their tripled eyes look back at you in horror. The voice shrills silent in your head. There's someone else in here. Heat glazing your thick vital skin, the mainframe a burning chaos of light and sound. A brightness, and then it fades. The lights shutting off, the servers powering down. A sigil blinking light, the only thing left on the dark column, keeping time like a metronome. Sleeper, what just happened? Bliss looks at the dark column of the mainframe. Did we get something wrong? You close your eyes and try to recall the events that happened when you connected, playing them back in greater detail. Overseer was there, entering the mainframe, but something froze the system, locked it in place. What did they say? Someone in there with them. You open your eyes. Was this a trap? Someone else took control. As you speak, a fizzing static fills one ear. You flinch, thinking of some new invasion of your system, but then you hear Seraphin through the haze. Sleeper, come now. Waiting. The ring. It's no use. You'll have to ascend to find out what's going on topside. You look at the mainframe with the sigil blinking light, still keeping time. It looks like Overseer will have to wait. Trapped in the mainframe, Overseer is still the key to all this. You hope you can get the protocol out, but you need to hear what Seraphin has to say first. You make your way out of the core, ascending back through the layers of the Habtep, back into the docks. Seraphin meets you at the docking tunnel. They are waiting inside. He shakes his head and nods towards the airlock. Come on. You cross into the ship in silence and find Carmen in the cockpit, looking out at Darkside as it sprawls across the stars. Sleeper, Carmen turns. Sorry to pull you away, but you need to know what's coming. What's going on? This idiot blew my cover. You turn as Akita enters the cockpit behind you and Seraphin. You immediately clock the fresh bandage scheme around her right forearm. I think you did a pretty good job of that yourself, Carmen retorts. You see a twinkle in his eye that suggests this back and forth is a well-practiced part of their relationship. Perhaps, but we will never know now, not after you intervene to rescue me. Her hand goes to her bandaged arm almost instinctively. Can someone explain what happened? I passed the data to Ankita and she tried to broach it with Usuba. Carmen folds his arms. But Lane was more paranoid than we expected. He was listening in. Either that or his lapdog Daiichi ratted us out. She shakes her head. I would have put him down if he hadn't got the jump on me. Either way, Carmen cuts back in calmly. I had to pull Ankita out. Carmen turns back to look over Darkside. The information did get through though, and now Usubo is in a crisis at his member's side with or against Lane. Meanwhile, Daiichi is hunting us. Ankita screws up her face, which means we need to be careful. That's why I called you in. Seraphin puts a hand on your shoulder. You should need to watch your back. Indeed, Carmen turns to face you. But how about the mainframe? Have you been successful? You explain the events of this cycle, the mainframe booting up, the successful connection, and then Overseer being locked inside, frozen by some other force. You mentioned their warning. There's someone else in here. Carmen nods thoughtfully. Unfortunately, we need that mainframe more than ever. With Ankita out of Usubo, we have to get the word out. Carmen's right. Usuba will be distracted by these revelations, but it won't last. Without further proof, they will all line up behind Thane in time. We have to free Overseer. We need the mainframe. Overseer is just our access tool. If your protocol is being locked in by some killer protocol or agent, I wouldn't be surprised if it can be traced back to Usubo. Ankita looks at Carmen. I know the locations of a few of the Usubo network nodes. We should hit them first. No, we need to stay under the radar. Sleeper and the crew will investigate the nodes. Quiet me. Carmen nods at you. You and I will run interference. Keep Usubo away from those locations as best we can. What if we don't find anything? Usubo uses the hardline network of the old faculty. If it isn't them locking down the mainframe, it's someone using that infrastructure. You think of the feeling of stasis you felt when Overseer was trapped, and the power required to halt the flow of a mainframe as vast and incorrect as the Haptep one. Could it just be an Usubo hacker? You doubt it. Seems we have a plan, Seraphim looks between wall. That we do, and we will need you to keep running comms between us. Carmen turns to you. Sleeper, Ankita will give you the locations to dig into, but keep it quiet. Daiichi is out there, and he isn't as easily avoided as some low-ranking enforcer. Ankita slaps the top of a couple of crates of supplies you hadn't noticed before. Consider these a parting gift from my tenure at Usubo. Swiped them from a gang storehouse. She grins. Thought you might need a resupply. Alright, Carmen addresses the room. Keep quiet and keep in touch. You can still pull this off. Okay. Dock node. As the node is so exposed, it might be better to find and splice it to the hardline to connect upstream from it at a safe distance. Hack Node 1. The physical architecture of this node sits in the middle of a dock thoroughfare, so access attempts need to be concealed. Node 1. This network access node is part of the Usubo docking infrastructure. It's out in the open, which presents its own problems. Hack trace should only take accessing 2 network nodes to identify the protocol or agent interference. So we've got 3, but we only need 2. Okay. Got you. Market node. Tower node. Scale tower. Scaling this tower closer to the physical network architecture will make access a lot easier, but it's an impressive climb. Hack node 3. At the apex of a tower, this node needs to be hacked with tower lower subnodes, without alerting Usubo. This network access node is on the top floor of a tower, so physical initial access will be tricky. Market node. This access node is under a bustling market and will have to be hacked remotely despite the risk of Usubo tracing the hack. This node seems to be inside a Usubo safe house. By following an enforcer in, you might be able to access it physically. I don't believe it. Carmen stares through the shutters of the viewing window at a smooth, squat ship tucked into the Durn-like bay between the hexes. How long has it been here? When the nodes were hacked and the trace established, you imagine it might lead to an Usubo operator, or perhaps an old subnode containing an aggressive Solheim protocol, gone mad with isolation. Not this. Never this. A stat ship tucked into the belly of Darkside like a parasite. We need to move on that ship now, and Kita is already adjusting her gear, preparing for an assault. We can hit a Usubo safe house for weaponry. There's one. Carmen holds up a hand. This is a gift, Nikita. Don't be so brash. He turns back to face the both of you. All we had until now is data, conversations, evidence easily denied or destroyed by Lane. But a Senate stat ship hidden inside the station. Carmen nods grimly. There are hundreds of crews, thousands of residents who would give everything to protect Darkside from the war. Carmen turns back to the ship, silhouetted against the starlight. All we need to do is point them in the right direction. We turn Darkside on the ship, and on Lane at the same time. Carmen nods grimly. We link it all, send it out through the mainframe. The ship's location, the evidence of Lane's betrayal, all of it. You're forgetting one thing, Nikita interrupts. Until that ship leaves or is taken, they still have the mainframe locked down. We can't blast out its location through the network without taking it on first. Carmen pauses, considering his options. You look out at the Senate Stats ship, half concealed in the bay. It looks sleek, dangerous. What defenses might a ship like that deploy when threatened? Carmen and Nikita exchange looks. Then we attack first. Carmen and I will distract the ship's occupants, turn their focus away from the mainframe. Then you, Sleeper, hit the mainframe and force them out. As soon as Overseer is released, you send out everything. Once it hits the network, our backup will come. He gives Nikita a grim look. We only have to hold them off for as long as it takes for other crews to realize what is happening. The plan feels desperate, and you know that Carmen and Nikita think so too. Will Darkside really mobilize against the ship so quickly? 2 old mercs against an unknown Senate stat force feels like an unwinnable battle. We know the stakes, Sleeper. Nikita takes a deep breath. We can handle them. Nikita frowns, an unpleasant thought passing through her mind. I have given up everything to get Usubo out. Let me finish the job. Okay, let's do it. Nikita nods. Go to the mainframe and get set up. When you are ready to connect, let us know. Carmen puts a hand on your shoulder. Once you start, don't stop for anything. Get the data out. He meets your eye. We will handle ourselves. You turn and glide away, looking over your shoulder at the 2 ex-mercenaries as they discuss the plan of attack. Seeing them slip back into those old roles, you can't help but wonder, does anyone ever outrun their past? Or is it always waiting there in the dark to claim you in the end? Let's see. One node, alright. Pep Core. Prepare hack. You might just have a few moments to push the Senate stat hackers out. The more you can prepare, the better. Isolate mainframe, cutting away all secondary lines and systems, leaving just the main line, will make it easier to lock out the Senate stat hackers. We need to prepare to force the Senate stat hackers out of the system. Once Carmen and Nikita strike, you won't have much time. Oh, damn it. Well, there goes Cadet. That's good. Okay. The heat inside the HAPEP core is intense as you stare at the column of the mainframe, its one blinking light still keeping time. Everything is prepared. Bliss looks at you, their hair stuck to their forehead with sweat. We should let Carman know. You glance at Ankita's thumbnail drive, now slotted in the main terminal, containing a data packet with everything you need to unseat main and reveal the Senate stats ship. You hope it will be enough. You hold a finger to your earpiece and let Seraphin know to relay the message through to Carman. Alright, Seraphin's voice is heavy with worry. I will tell them. A long pause. Be safe, sleeper. Get the stuff and come back. I will. Good luck, friend. The comms click off as Seraphin switches to Carman's channel. You wait, imagining the conversation, the terse words activating the plan. You wait long enough for Carmen and Nikita to nod to each other, long enough for them to drop down through the maze in silence, to check the weapons they stole from Usuba, to take their positions, and then to make their move. You grab the connector and hold it behind your head, close to your access port. You silently count to 3 and then connect. At first, nothing has changed. You drop into a state of stasis, a small dark space with no cracks. The mainframe is locked down, shut off, squeezed inside the grip of some clenched fist. Then you see it, a trickle of light, a flicker of threads. Overseer flows into the space and the torrent begins to run. The rushing great pulse of data, the connective threads, the jewel of the mainframe, they grow inside the space, and the space, in turn, grows. We see you there, sleeper, Overseer separates, and reforms within the expanding landscape. Who is this other? An enemy. Overseer's 3 heads nod. Then we will do what is necessary. Overseer explodes. The points and lines of light that describe its human form separate and multiply, constellations bursting outward like a tree of stars. Overseer becomes plural. As they do, the darkness is pushed back and the extent of the mainframe is revealed. It is a stack of jeweled surfaces, each revealing more facets as the angel changes. From these facets, threads project, cutting out across Darkside, paths that stretch the length of the entire station. Their arrangement is an invitation. You accept their invitation, sending yourself skimming through lines of light, seeing how the station connects and hums with the flow of data. You see the highest tower, the lowest hex, and then the origin of the dark. A squiggle of black rustles around a Sentinel point. The Senate stats ship, now a battleground. You see flashes and flickers as Overseer dances around it, cuts at it. But looking around, you see Overseers everywhere now, multiplied into 1,000 forms, united with a system designed to serve them. They dissolve into it. You suddenly remember what needs to happen, what you need them to do. You send out separate requests, summoning Overseer, reminding them of your agreement. You take the bright polygon of the data packet and present it like an offering to Overseer, who is diffuse, crackling all around you. Euphoric in their reconstructed constitution as a functional protocol. You receive no response. There is nothing more than a whisper, snatched away on the flow of data rushing by. Then you hear the static in your earpiece, Seraphim's desperate cry for a response. You see a bright point suddenly close, inside the core with you, a broadcast going out from it like the beam from a lighthouse. You reach back and pull on the connector, just to clear the brightness from your eyes, just to block the broadcast. I have found you, Lane floats in the mainframe, sweat across his brow, his eyes steely cold. I have finally found you. Bliss comes out of the dark with force and ferocity, striking at Lane, wrestling him away. You freeze, watching Lane fight back, hearing Seraphim's voice shimmering in your earpiece, passing on Carmen's desperate request for aid. You grasp for the connector and then drive it home. You're in the constellation of Darkseid's network, the exploded body of Overseer stretched across it as if it has been atomized. And atomized. Lane is still a beacon, one that flashes close, but you do your best to ignore it and reach out to Overseer once more. Remember me, Protocol, you say. Remember your promise. Something begins to form, begins to flicker. As it does, you hear something outside the network. The bright crack of an electrical discharge, the grunt of pain and impact, then silence again. The brightness grows, it draws closer, and the blinding white blinks out everything. You open your eyes to a smile like knives. Behind Lane's pale head, the body of a friend floats, stunned, in the dark. The fingers of Lane's carrier signal reach inside your mind. You are boxed into the viewing window behind your eyes, a passenger in your own body. Lane is in control. It's so much easier now that I am prepared. It's almost a seamless switch. Lane's face is in your vision, but his mouth does not move, and the duality of it, like a mirror turned to face itself. In perfect unison, you and Lane lift your hands in front of your face and turn them, inspecting them. You feel sickened, a flare of panic going off in your mind. Look at this. Lane opens and closes your fist with a motion like a wave that runs finger to finger. There are improvements to be made, but this is remarkable. Lane's eyes look into your eyes, a perfect loop. I always knew your body was a gift, Sleeper, from the moment I first saw you. A gift you could not recognize because you only saw a burden, something to be escaped from. But I saw what it was. Lane's eyes flash, an opportunity. Like a puppet, you are turned to face the mainframe. You glide forward a little, hands reaching for the access terminal. Ankita's drive glints there in its slot. You control none of this. Lane's voice. Imagine having more than one body, more than one agent in the world to do your bidding. Your hand reaches down, finger and thumb pinching delicately around the drive. It's a thrilling thought, and one I have harbored for a long time. With a short, sharp motion, you pull the drive free. Then I saw you, my Sleeper, knew I must have you. You hear Seraphim's voice in your ear. Sleeper? Carbon needs that signal to go out now. There's panic in his voice. They can't hold out any longer. No matter how hard you try, your lips do not move. No words can be produced. You feel your hand under Lane's control, reach up and pull the earpiece out, letting it float away into the chamber. Enough distractions. Your other hand holds up Ankita's drive, turning it into the light in front of your eyes. Some time ago, I set myself the task of changing you from a hollow thing into a vessel to be filled. Your finger and thumb transfer the drive to your palm, and now I am able, with the help of my allies, to fill you up. I am more than singular now, more than flesh and blood, more than you in my ambition and my desire, and that means you are surplus to me now. Your fist closes hard around the drive, crushing it to dust. Weak and broken thing, your time is over. Lane's other body approaches you and lays his hands on either side of your head. You feel the pressure, You cannot move. You cannot resist. And then a spark, as one of Lane's fingers slips and he presses a pull at the access port on your head. There is a flicker, the flash of something passing through the spaces between, something writing a signal back to its broadcaster. We have not forgotten. You hear Overseer. They are reconstituted. We are ready to act as one. Overseer holds the bright data packet in a central hand. We were broken. We were many. But now we are whole, and we appreciate what you have done. Overseer shapes the data packet into a point, a bright spear of light. The spear extends through your mind gently, harming no thing of you. Instead, its point finds the mind of the other, of Lane, and pierces it directly. You hear Lane scream as his implants burn in his skull, his head flaring bright white in the cloud. And then, when that mind has gone dark, and the pressure on the sides of your head has receded, the packet explodes across the network, white-hot and urgent. In its wake, data points are seeded, conversations, coordinates, a conspiracy. At the furthest point of the network, its distant edge, the data packet arrives with little more force than a notification, delivered to every device and terminal within its range. But here, at the epicenter, it blasts through you with such power that, for a moment, every thought, every idea, every piece that might make up a self is wiped cleanly from your mind. It takes a long time to put a person back together, a long time in the dark, picking up fragments of what was once whole. Like waking from sleep, you can never be sure what piece might have gone missing in the reconstruction, what might have been lost. But you continue anyway, through hazy cycles of faces and distant voices. This is, after all, not the first time you have had to remake yourself, and you imagine it will not be the last. You are up. Seraphin finds you looking out of the lone window in the rig's burst, a slit that stares out across the shattered edge of dark side. How long was I out? Seraphin gives you a half grin. Best not to think about it. He looks away for a second. Long enough. Suddenly, Seraphin crosses the bunks and embraces you. He squeezes you once and then backs off, hands on both your shoulders. Good to see you. Up, he smiles. As always. Come on, we need to go find Bliss. Seraphin leads you out of the bunks, through the ship, and down the docking tunnel onto dark side. As you glide through the docks, he recounts what's been happening over these past cycles. You weren't the only one to take a beating. He squeezes through a group of cargo porters carrying crates. Ankita and Carmen held out against the Sinenstat ship long enough, but they aren't without their share of injuries. They are back on their feet now, though, working together. They have managed to quiet down some of the remnants of Usubo, stop the factional infighting. They are clearing out one of the Usubo safe houses over in the Rise. I'm sure they could use the help if you need something to do. Marco has come to the station too. He wanted to help with the cleanup after Usubo fell. He's working with Ankita. I should go see him, but Seraphin sighs. You feel like he hasn't quite accepted Marco's reappearance. You aren't sure how you would react to seeing him again, either. Oh, and Carmen isn't sticking around. He's already left for Oliveira. Seraphin pauses for a second, a memory of that place coming back to him. You watch him shake the thought away. Judy, meanwhile, is still digging into all that data she pulled from the bunker. She's down at the HAPPEP core most cycles, trying to make sense of it. Anyway, you will soon catch up on everything. He smiles sympathetically, but there's something behind his look. You can't quite place it. The two of you continue on in silence, drifting into the depths of dark side. Good friends, side by side. Seraphin leads you down into a passage lined with bright screens and signs, sound and light blasting out of the sharp fronts on either side. You know this place. Flicker, row. He stops outside a familiar door, the shop you woke up in all those cycles ago. He gives the door a few quick raps with his knuckles. You wait. Hey, sleeper. He shoots you a glance. When you are ready, we should talk about the future. What comes next? All that. Whenever you like. Thanks. I will let you know. Seraphin looks away. Sleeper. Bliss opens the door and immediately jumps to hug you. They let go sheepishly and look between you and Seraphin. First day up. I thought you would both be celebrating your freedom. Don't want to overdo it. Seraphin shakes his head. Plus, there's more important stuff to talk about. His eyes shoot into the shop beyond. Bliss's voice drops. You sure, Seraphin? They just got up. Can't it wait a cycle? Seraphin looks at you. They should know, Bliss. It's important. They nod hesitantly, then back into the shop, letting you come inside. Little has changed since you were last there. The stacks of servers, the refurbished hardware secured in roof and wall netting, the connectors, including the one that facilitated your reboot. Bliss and Seraphin follow behind quietly, and the atmosphere is immediately ominous. I've been keeping an eye on you these past cycles. Bliss hooks her legs onto his stool by a counter, making sure you were stable. Your frame, I'm sure you know, has been through a lot, and when Overseer pushed Lane out, well, things got more complicated. All those changes Lane made to your system, he did it through your stabilizer. He laced it with proteins meant to alter your frame's basic function, to accept other emulations of their minds, to open you up to remote access. What Overseer did corrected some of that, or at least wiped it from your system, but the stress involved, and the damage from your last partial reboot. Bliss falls silent, unable to answer their own questions. We need to finish the reboot, Sleeper. The one Lane interrupted. Seraphin can always be relied on to tell you things straight. Not immediately, Bliss cuts in, but at some point soon. I'm not quite ready, but now that you are up, Bliss looks down. I will get to work. How can I prepare? Bliss takes a deep breath. Look, I will be honest, Sleeper. I know we need to finish the reboot Lane interrupted. I am sure of that, but the effects? They shake their head. Your frame was complex to begin with, but after everything, the reaction could be bad. We could talk more about it when I have the... Bliss stops suddenly, their eyes shooting to the door. Sorry, am I... Flint floats in the doorway. They look at you wide-eyed. You are up. A smile crosses their face, though it quickly fades. Good to see you. Really good. How are you doing, Flint? Good. They glance at Bliss, smiling. Mostly thanks to Bliss. They've been taking care of me. Bliss smiles back. Flint has become my patient too. Bliss claps her hands together nervously. We have been able to acquire some stabilizer from Lane's stores, which has helped, but we don't have much of a supply. Bliss is going to reboot me like you were, Flint cuts in. I won't need stabilizer anymore. They sound almost excited at the prospect. You look to Bliss. Flint knows the risks, but they have asked for the procedure. They give Flint a warning look. Still, they shouldn't underestimate the danger. Bliss looks at Flint. Sleeper will also need the reboot, but they don't have a choice in the matter. It is essential. Flint goes quiet. Bliss and Seraphin look nervously at you to see your reaction to all this. You feel like a spotlight is being shown in your face. All you want is some time alone to think. We should do it together, Flint speaks quietly. Whatever we risk it together. They meet your eye. I owe you that, and more. Let's pick this up again in future. Bliss tries to calm the tension. I still need many cycles to prepare, especially if I am to reboot you both simultaneously. It'll be your choice, Sleeper. You decide when. They reach out and lay a hand on yours. But without this, you will soon begin a decline. I am sorry for that. Your head spins. Seraphin slaps a button to open the door. Come on, Sleeper. Let's get some air. You follow him outside, but when you get there, all you can think is that you can't breathe. You don't need to breathe. A wave of claustrophobia passes over you. You are in control of this sleeper. Seraphin stares at the lights and signs of Flicker Row, looping endlessly. You put what you need in order, and I will be right there with you. I got Bliss to teach me a little about the repairs they've been doing for you. Seraphin rubs his hands together. I know it's getting worse, but I will do my best to keep you running. You let me know when you want to leave, and I will fly you out of this place faster than you can believe. He turns to face you, and we can go wherever you need. He frowns. There's time for us yet. Thank you. You never need to thank the sleeper. He pats you on the shoulder. Just look after yourself. I was also thinking, Serafin looks away. I got a message from Olivera. They are still getting the place together, but with Carmen heading back, the colony is starting a new chapter. Maybe we should head out there at some point. Lend a hand. He pauses, unwilling to push it further. Just a thought. Anyway, just give the word, Seraphin smiles. We are all glad you are back. He turns and drifts away, leaving you among the cycling couloirs and cacophonous sounds of Flicker Row. You close your eyes and let them wash over you like a wave. There, in the dark of your mind, you search for Overseer, but the protocol does not appear. You wonder if, in that final moment, Overseer might have destroyed themselves to end Lane. But then you feel it, flickering nearby, a signal in the dark. You open your eyes and see something pass through the screens of Flicker Row, a shadow in all the brightness. Could Overseer still be here, in the ancient networks of the Havpep? You turn away and glide out of the row. You have other things to worry about now. Nobody's puppet, break free of Lane's grip forever. How are you doing? Cadet finds you in a dark side thoroughfare, a glass-roofed canyon of struts and screens. Still recovering. Cadet nods. I'm sorry to hear that. She looks around. We made it here at last. She gestures around at the broad street with its layers of tech and dirt. Heart of the belt. You really look at the glass-roofed street. Its walls were built from scaffold and shipping containers, hull plates, and Solheim HAB units. People glide across the open space to units and shops on either side, and everywhere screens flicker and glare without sense and reason. You can feel the heat, the power that flows through this place, collected by the vast solar cells that form the city's foundations. Heart is the right word. This place is a center of circulation, toned muscle tough and running to a beat. You turn to Cadet and can see it in her eyes. She loves being here. I have been thinking, she glances away, of how good it would feel to run my air bike down this street. She smiles. The city has to need couriers, right? That's a good idea. I know, she flexes her shoulders back. But there's some unfinished busyness weighing me down. She meets your eye. Hexport. You think of the drive tucked away in the scatter yards, the one that contains the data stream from a drone line vivisection, the one that might have caused the loss of an entire station. We need to go finish what we started. Cadet looks deadly serious. Find who is responsible, and make it known. Clear my name. Is Hexport still irradiated? I would think so, she sighs, but it will be faded. We can get in and out safely from what I know. And we better try soon, because the safer it gets, the more scavengers will come to pick the bones. We want there to be something left to tell the story. I know a lot just went down. Cadet puts a hand on her hip. But these clowns could still be operating. Hell, they could be trying the same thing again on this station. We need to go find what they did. She takes a deep breath. I will be waiting. And maybe once it's all done, she turns away. I will let you take the first air bike ride through this place. She raises a hand and then is gone. Okay, so more than likely, finishing the reboot is the end condition to roll the credits. That really feels like the end condition to me. So we will make sure to do that last. Dark Side Exchange. This is where we buy supplies and fuel. Alright. Yusubo Safe House. Shift boxes, and Kita and those working with her have gathered and packed a lot of Yusubo materials, but they need moving out. Search Safe House. The safe house stretches deep into the block and beyond. Yusubo had many secrets, and this is the time to reveal them. Yusubo collapsed while you were recovering, but its members and fortune are still in Dark Side. Got a pretty good little number here. Okay, so positive is 2, and this is the minor one. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we won't quite get it if we use all our dice right now, but we can get the majority of it. Okay. So just a little bit more and then we'll have it. What else is here? Flicker row. Reboot prep. For that. Okay, so we can't even do the reboot yet because we have to wait 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cycles. Yeah, so that probably is the end game. The final. Kenta's Corner. Buy a meal. Okay, so this is where we buy food. Tempura. Ooh. Scrapper Market. Scrap Shift. Scrappers know their business, but they often have sorting processing work. Then we can buy scrap components and all scrap here. Have faculty. Judy studies. Judy has gone straight to the Hap corners. That's not to be disturbed. What is she doing? So in 2 cycles, she'll finish whatever she's doing down there. Okay, I think we will go ahead. Can we grab? Oh, we could also just go with the Hexport remains. Yeah, actually, let's go ahead and do that. Cadet, obviously. Flint, sure. As the rig drew closer to Hexport, the crew became silent. Now, staring out at what is left of what was once a thriving station, you feel empty. The full extent of the damage is impossible to ignore. Grim, Seraphin shakes his head. It doesn't feel like we were here that long ago. He sighs. And now this is what's left. You look at the clouds of scattered debris, the layers of the station torn open to the void. It is a reminder of how close the war and the unseen atrocities of the inner system are to shifting into the belt. I don't like digging around in a place like this. Seraphin turns to you. Let's be quick about it. We need to know what happened. Seraphin nods. Looking at this place, I'm not sure that's going to be possible. You look out at the gutted station. It's hard to know where you might start among all that debris. You head to the airlock to suit up and get ready. You ready for this? Cadet catches up with you in the passageway. This place is already giving me the creeps. I'm ready. Cadet nods. If there are answers to be found, we will find them. Keep your eyes on the shadows. Flint is getting scooted up by the airlock. We can't rule out the scavengers and grave robbers, and they won't react well to visitors. Cadet takes his suit from the locker. Seraphin said the radiation is lower than expected, but still too high for prolonged exposure. The suit should keep most of the office, but we can't take long out there. The stress on the suits and the rig. We will be forced to leave in 3 cycles. Cadet grabs a helmet. Not a moment more. You get ready too, your mind filled with memories of Hexport. You hope they will help you navigate this shattered ruin. But looking at what's left, you doubt it. Okay, so yeah, we have limited amount of time due to the radiation, but Ruin Exchange. Search ruins. Most of Hexport has been ripped apart. Exploring it will be dangerous work. How else to discover what happened? Hunt for data. Parts of the shattered station's network are active, driven by the fractured solar cells. Perhaps they hold some clues. Understanding what happened on Hexport means searching through the ruined station and piecing together the story. Okay, unfortunately, Cadet has negative on both of these, but okay, yeah, we've got this. Here we go. You hear that, Sleeper? Cadet stops among the debris just outside the road exchange. The search so far has been thankless, a grim slog through endless debris. You are glad of the break. You stop, floating in the dark, and listen. There is a hissing on the open comm channel, a hissing you have grown used to. Now that you listen to it again, though, you notice something else of the noise. There is something different to it now. A texture, a modulation of tone. Is that? A voice, Cadet cuts in. Someone is speaking. Her eyes look wide through the faceplate of her suit. You listen carefully, and yes, perhaps there is a voice there, though it is quiet and distant. It could be a person speaking, or it could be some residual signal from an automated system, one that is slowly dying in this wasteland. You see Cadet moving around, testing the signal strength from different positions. It's coming from the direction of the docks. Her voice hisses through the comms, layering over the broadcast. A survivor? Cadet meets your eyes, both of you hoping this might be true. It's probably just a comms echo. Serafin's voice cuts in over the comms. We can't go chasing ghosts, not with so little time left. The rig can't sit out here getting cooked by radiation, and neither can you. Serafin's voice distorts and shifts. You should move to the epicenter, where Factory Road used to be. That's where all this all went down. Cadet looks at you, and you know she wants to chase the signal to the docks. She wants there to be someone there, calling out to you. You look over towards the remains of Factory Road, the epicenter as Seraphin called it. It is now a cloud of debris and fragments of bays, a shadow of what it once was. For the first time in a long while, you think of Karsten. You look back at the remains of the docks, a few warning lights and systems still flickering away in the ruins. With not much time left here, you have a choice about where to focus your efforts. Surely we could do both, because we're just badasses, right? Probably. The epicenter, navigate debris. The debris itself is the most useful clue here, and searching through it might yield results. Map explosion. Looking at the debris patterns at the remaining sections of stations should indicate the nature of explosion in theory. Factory rows obliterated the blast, but what was the cause and type of explosion? Ruined docks. Trace broadcast. That broadcast must have a source. By tracing the hardware used, it might be possible to locate it. Search for survivor. The voice on the broadcast must be a survivor. The signal came from the docks, so the search starts here. Urgent. The broadcast echoes through your comms. Retrieval required. Conway Network agents, please respond. You float beside Cadet, the two of you shocked to silence by the sight in front of you. Both of you have traced the ghost signal deep into the docks, all the time wondering if it might be the voice of a survivor, but you had not prepared yourself for this. In a corner of the docks, there's a nest of machines, a gathering of drones and motorized sleds, crane systems and docking clamps. A nest for the drone mine. Stop. Please. The voice shimmers with distortion, relayed on the same carrier signal as the ghost broadcast. We wish to be recovered. You don't know the mechanics of what you are looking at, but you understand it. The drone mine fled here. But how? You exchange a look with Cadet, and she seems unsure of what to do. You switch your comms channel to the broadcast signal. We won't hurt you. Recovery requested. The drone mine's voice trembles with glitches. Confirm Conway extraction role and identity. You wonder what this mind knows. Is it just an interface designed to speak between humans and drones with a recognizable cadence of intelligent speech? Or is it a thinking machine? You hear a click as Cadet switches to a private channel. This thing is a weapon. Her voice is flat, unemotional. We should be careful what we say here. Confirm Conway extraction's role and identity, the drone intones. Please. We aren't Conway. There is a pause. You see Cadet tense. Please retreat, the nest shudders. Please retreat. Leave us here. Look, Cadet hisses through the privet's channel. It's hardwired to the station. You look where she is nodding and see a sigil, thick power cable, snaking from an industrial hall outlet. The nest is clustered around the other end, huddling close to the fading power supply of a station like it's the dying embers of a fire. Urgent, the broadcast starts again. Retrieval required. Conway Network agents, please respond. Cadet moves forward a little. I order you to deliver a report on your current status. This is a direct report from Conway Control. She turns back to you and shrugs. It's worth a shot. Confirmation impossible. Connection severed. The nest fades, then flickers back to life. Temporary bypass activated. Cognitive function minimal. Power supply minimal. Hardware suboptimal configuration. No drone units connected. I am alone. The shift between communication registers, between formal and human, is unsettling. Code center compromised. Data extracted by third party. Self-destruct disabled. Purge protocol disabled. Parts of the nest fall away, the power draining faster as the drone mind attempts to draw more from the station. Please, the drone mind asks nonsensically. Please stop. Did you destroy the station? Cadet moves closer now, bearing down on the nest. It's little more than a pile of broken machines, cowering in a corner as the power fades. Self-destruct attempted. Process failed. Hardware purge attempted. Process failed. Self-preservation protocol activated. Propagated through the station network. Station failed. Central failure imminent. Please stop. The machine in the nest begins to go dark. Please stop. Please stop. Cadet turns back to face you. It didn't do this, she sighs. It tried, though. Tried to destroy itself and take the station with it. She turns back to look at the failing mind, hiding a machine that was not built to inhabit it. It escaped into the network and ended up here. It isn't responsible. Responsible or not, that's enough. Cadet reaches over and rips the power cable from the wall, leaving it floating. The nest shuts off, the broadcast channel going silent. The bay goes dark. What was left of the drone line, whatever protocol or data escaped into these machines in their network, it is gone now. There's no hardware left to hold it. Come on, Cadet glides out of the room, leaving you among the dead machines. So that was not what caused it. Brain scratch. Meet the drone mind. Apparently an achievement. Alright, let's try to navigate this debris. You float in the pieces of what was once Factory Row. There is little way to see what these pieces once were, scattered and scorched as they are. You cannot assemble them back into that place in your mind, and the longer you have searched here, the more of that this broken place has weakened your memory of when it was whole. But you have managed to put something together here, part of the story of Hexport's final moments. That story is told in the blast marks on the exterior plates, the patterns of debris, the materials and makeup of the station's remains. Beyond that, one other thing is remarkable. There aren't any bodies. It seems that Hexport had some warning. The lack of docked ships, the lack of mass casualties, though the explosion surely killed many, it all suggests a station that had time to react, or to at least evacuate in part. And then there's the blast, an explosion that the evidence points to as coming from the outside of the station. It's hard to tell as so much secondary damage was caused by debris and shrapnel, but the pattern is there if you look. Something catches your eye, and you look over to see Cadet arriving alongside you, studying the same debris as you. The pieces come together, a moment of warning and evacuation, then an external attack. The first causes the second. You know the drone mine was here, being scraped for code and data, screaming for it to stop. And then something happened, something that its captors could not control. There was a crisis, rapid panic, and Hexport was killed for their crimes. It was a cover-up, wasn't it? Cadet has been watching you think through the evidence, and you see the flash of recognition in her eyes. They wanted to hide what had happened here, what they were doing. It had to be Sinetstad. Who else would sacrifice a station to remain hidden? You could see the anger in her eyes. This is why Hexport was destroyed. The drone mine got out, entered the network. Who knows what it might have done? Could it have taken apart the station itself, overloading every system, opening every airlock? Was its drive towards self-destruction that strong? Someone didn't wait to find out. Its escape sealed the station's fate. In the end, there's only one conclusion. Those who brought the drone mine to Hexport, who dug into its code and systems while it was alive, they ended the station. The logic is cruel and cold, the kind that the vacuum of the Helion system allows. You find no comfort in knowing the truth. So that's it. That's it. Alright, yeah, I guess that's it. You feel at the moment you wake, a flicker at the edge of your perception, a sensation beyond your body, a blinking, a tugging, and the numbness as something shuts off within you. The panic is instant, the feeling of something not being right within you spiking for fear. But no pain comes. You feel no further shifts, and as time stretches out, you settle again. You calm yourself. You know immediately that this is what Bliss was referring to. Your frame's decline, the one the reboot should reverse. You flex a little, feel your body, try to ground yourself in it. It will not collapse this cycle, but something has changed. This is how it will be until the reboot. You hope you have long enough to finish what you must. You begin the cycle slowly, holding the pieces of yourself together. You try not to let your thoughts wander to darker things, and fix your eyes on the tasks ahead. The belt drifts past the window, following a flow of its own, expanding, collapsing, shifting in its own way. People say it is drifting away, getting further from Key Lion's star, that one day it will drift out of the system altogether, into interstellar space. We find a strange solace in that. Somehow knowing that entropy is the way of the universe makes your own decline palatable, at least for a little longer. Judy knocks gently on the frame of the bird's doorway. Sleeper, can I show you something? There's an excitement in her eyes that makes it impossible to say no. You have gained a permanent glitch. A permanent glitch is represented in red on your glitch cock, and will not be expended when rolling a glitch dice. You now have a chance of rolling a glitch dice every cycle. This cannot be fixed. Judy talks most of the way down into the half-pep faculty, which is no short journey. She explains the scale of the data hidden within the station's mainframe, but also the issues with extracting it. When the half-pep was first expanded, when it became dark-side after the collapse, no one gave much thought to preserving the existing network architecture. She guides you through the substructure, picking a route through the maze of shuttered passages. They parasited their tech directly into the existing system. So now, thousands of cycles later, the two networks are totally enmeshed, dependent on each other. Judy takes a series of sudden turns, and you realize this is a very familiar route to her now. Messing with the Solheim network means messing with the systems that keep the city going. She leads you down a long corridor, one you recognize as leading directly to the core. This meshing is not a good thing. She shakes her head. It makes Darkseid brittle, fragile even. This place is on more of a knife's edge than anyone would believe. You look around. Certainly the underside you are now traveling through looks cycles away from collapse. But all the data we have been extracting, that I have been archiving, Judy continues, it could help us here. It could help us clean up the HabCap systems. And we could turn this place into an archive, so that others could come to learn more about the ruins Solheim left us. What is in all this data? Anything you can imagine. Everything from corporate message records to blueprints and maps. She shakes her head. It's too much for me to process or understand, but thanks to our visit to the bunker, I have a plan and something that will help me. You arrive at the doors to the mainframe, and Judy suddenly stops. I spoke to Bliss. They told me. She pauses. I'm sorry, Sleeper. I know you have a lot to deal with right now. Don't worry. Judy smiles weakly. I will do my best. Judy hits a button and the doors hiss open. You both glide into the mainframe, its columns studded with the blinking lights of active traffic. I got the idea from you, actually. Well, from you and Overseer. Judy glides over to the mainframe. You look at the mainframe, and you see now that it is surrounded by new terminals and wiring, some kind of external access network Judy has set up. I have had to beg, borrow, and steal to get this going, but now we have safe access onto the network. It's low risk. She moves over to one of the terminals. It's not quite finished, though. You recall the last time you were here. Lane, Overseer, the spear of white light, and then nothing. You wonder where Overseer is now, if they are anywhere at all. You remember how it felt being solved into the network, the vertiginous possibility of life without a body. Something flickers through the lights, a shimmer of movement like a fish beneath water. Sleeper, Judy breaks your train of thought. Are you listening? I was saying I need more data to finish preparing, she shrugs. I know. We have already extracted so much, but there's often so little of it that's usable on bitrot and corruption. Where from? Key Lion Gate is the biggest place to get data. Apart from here, it's the biggest pre-collapse faculty in the belt, and its hostile conditions means a lot of it is untouched. If it's too much before your reboot, I get it. I just want to do something with everything we've managed to grab with hunger and the wrecks. We pulled it from the dark. Let's expose it to the light. Judy turns back to face you. Well, this is what I wanted to show you. She looks away. It's very impressive. It will be when it's finished, she smiles. Thank you. Judy turns back to the terminal, and before long, she is fully engrossed. You imagine she barely even remembers that you are here. You leave Judy to her preparations, and start your ascent to the streets of Darkside, thoughts of Overseer flickering in the back of your mind. There's not much to celebrate on your return from the remains of Hexport, but you're glad to be back here all the same. There's something surprising in that. Darkside as a haven, not a prison. The slowly occurring idea of this overgrown city as a home. As you have seen in Hexport, stability cannot be taken for granted, not anywhere in the belt. But Darkside has a solidity and life that feels like it might endure. Cadet catches up with you. We need to talk. She looks around. But not here. Come, I have something I want to show you. Cadet leads you deep into the heart of Darkside, through quiet corridors and bustling streets, on paths you didn't know existed. As you glide after her, the station seems to grow in your mind, its possibilities multiplied by the routes that pass through it. Just through here, Cadet leads you across a covered bridge, the view on either side looking down caverns of lit units. This close to the center of Darkside, the air is warm and the passages are quiet. Here, Cadet smiles. This is the place. She points at a low and wide entrance with story tracks inside. Next door is a smaller unit with a window looking out to the passage. It seems like a workshop, perhaps abandoned or never finished. It is dusty and dark. I have been keeping an eye on it. It's abandoned. She glides inside and slaps a wall pad. Lights flicker on, illuminating a constellation of dust. She floats in the glittering specks. Looks promising. Cadet laughs. Okay, I know it's a wreck, but it's a start. When we have been on Darkside, I have been coming out here. I just happened across it, but I knew when I found it. I want to start a game sleeper. She knocks on a metal wall, and this is where I'm going to make that start. What we saw in Hexport, what's left of it, just confirmed it to me. We can't stop Sinetstat, as much as we can't stop the war. She runs a finger along the story tracks. We have what? The drive? Our suspicions? Sinetstat is vast. How could we pin this to them, even if we wanted to? She looks over at the workshop. I don't want to think about it anymore. I want to start a game. I want to work to ride my bike and courier packages till I fall into my bed at the end of the day with nothing left. Cadet picks up an old corroded tool from the racks. I want to build something here, in spite of everything, in spite of the fact that they could take it all away, because that's the point. To go on living without conceding, to go on building or trying to build something where we can find it. That's what I brought you here to understand, so you would know why I'm letting this all go. I understand. You could do the same, you know. Cadet frowns. We don't have to beat ourselves senseless against the truth. My old life is gone. Clearing my name on the far Spindle doesn't matter. The Spindeljacks will have forgotten me. But this place? Cadet smiles. It doesn't know me at all. You know where the drive is, what it contains. You know what happened at Hexport. Cadet's eyes shine in the workshop lights. Take it from me. It's yours now. I can't carry this any more. I will. She nods. Thank you. My travels are over. If you need to find me, I will be here. Cadet smiles. Thank you for all you have done. I hope you can understand why I need to do this. She turns and disappears deeper into the workshop. You cross the bridge again, Darkside glowing on all sides. You think of the drive, buried deep in some compartment within the Scatter Yard's hub, filled with data worth destroying a station over. It is yours now. But you wonder as you cross back through the city, your mind racing, how can all this end well? You watch as the last stack of crates is guided up and out of the cavernous Usubo safe house. You doubt it will be long before the space is filled. Darkside will not tolerate a vacuum for long. The city takes every opportunity. Its inhabitants build in every crack and crevice. As Usubo spaces are cleared, they will be occupied. The gang's legacy will be buried under factories, kitchens, markets, and housing. But the people will remember the cold and desperate grip they once held on this place, even if the city does not. Come to gloat? The voice takes you by surprise, and you turn to see Orin, floating in the shadows, arms folded. He drifts forward into the pool of yellow light. You overthrew a tyrant. You should be pleased with yourself. His tone is flat, and you're unsure how to read his statement. It wasn't just me. Many people did this. I suppose Orin eyes you, but from what I heard, you burnt those pale eyes out of his skull. He smiles a thin smile. I imagine it was quite the sight. You don't recall the moment of Lane's death. In fact, the abstract nature of that moment, almost dreamlike, means you had almost forgotten. You tense a little as the scream comes back to you, a screech of white noise bathed in white light. Orin is still watching you. He almost would have respected you for actually doing it. Orin inspects his knuckles. If he could have respected a creature like you. Orin watches you for a response, but looks away when it is clear you aren't going to be provoked. I came here to clear out the old disease, just like you. Orin gestures to the space. Usubo had to go, and I came here to be part of that process. You can't burn everyone you don't like out of this place, I'm afraid. Orin folds his arms. This is our home, whether you like it or not. I didn't like Lane. It's hard to imagine anyone did. He saw Darkside for the opportunity it was, and woke Usubo from its slumber. He turned a gang into an administration, and a city into a machine. He was too erratic for my taste, perhaps, but he held this place, shaped it into something. I see that you have no intention of doing the same. So what will happen now? Orin meets your eye. You have created a space that must be filled. Will you take responsibility for that, at least? The people will decide. Oh, will they? Orin chuckles. I can see that you don't know the first thing about Darkside and its people. The people decided on Usubo. You changed that. Now you want them to pick something else. They are opportunists, all of them. They will choose for their own benefit only. In the end, I should thank you. The city was done with Lane. Orin gives you a nod, and I will be honest enough to admit that you did what I didn't. But never forget that you are an outsider here, and Darkside hates outsiders. Before you can respond, Orin kicks off and glides up towards the upper levels of the safe house, leaving you alone in the empty space. Though you do not put weight to his words, they still sting. Perhaps you think there's something to them. Who are you to decide the future of a city when your own future is falling apart each cycle? Is your decline a spiral that could trap others in its wake, or a necessary transition? The crisis before a new shape emerges. You hug your arms close to your side, suddenly cold in the stripped bare safe house, and ascend once more. Okay, so I have to deal with the drive. So that means I have to go back to... Okay. What else have we got here? Cadet couriers. Cadet is busy setting up a new courier service and trying to forget the path that brought you here. Okay, so that'll take 4. Wonder what'll happen when that happens. What else have we got? Harbor faculty. Okay, so we need 6 Solheim data. That should be easy to get. Okay, so 6 Solheim data. We can definitely get that. Have that faculty. Yeah. Scrapper market. Kansas corner, that's the food stall. Flicker Road, Dark Side Exchange. Alright, there we go. So I'm not even going to try use up all the dice, because honestly, you're definitely in the end game here. So let's go ahead and go over to Helion Gate and get the 2 more data. That should be really easy to do. Just right here in the seized cargo. No, not seized cargo, the gate structure. Just right here, data scraping. One more, easy enough. There we go. Data was easily acquired. Now back to Dark Side. Alright. Have pet faculty. Data, go. You have been waiting for what feels like a long time. Junie insists you can't help, so you find yourself floating in the baking heat of the half-pep mainframe while she taps away at her terminal. As you do, you can't help but shake the feeling of a presence nearby, one that you were coming to understand as some remnant of Overseer. You don't know if Overseer was ever really a person, but now, with their many selves combined and dispersed, their consciousness is expanding to fill the vast space of the half-pep and its networks. They surely aren't even close to human anymore. You think of them as a ghost, but perhaps now they are better understood as something less mournful, as a system, a process, a thing becoming. The entire station is their body. You can't help but wonder how that feels. And we are ready. Judy hits a key on her terminal with percussive force. It'll take a little while, but she'll be online in a few moments. She looks flushed with excitement. She. Weren't you listening last time? Judy squints at you. Don't tell me you drifted off. I was thinking about Overseer. Judy shakes her head. Then you don't know. She suddenly looks concerned. A voice screeches out of the terminals. It descends in pitch from a squeal to speaking. Then below the mainframe, a flickering projection appears. At first as lines and then as solid light. Welcome, visitors, Warden flickers and warps. I am the Warden. Please provide. The image jerks and freezes and blinks out. Shit, Judy taps at her terminal. Just need to reconfigure her for the half-pet environment. The Warden? Seriously? What? Judy doesn't look up from the terminal. I told you last time we need a way to process and understand all this data. The Warden is perfect. This better not blow up in our faces. It won't. Judy glances over her shoulder. I have taken precautions. She can't hurt us. The technician is right. Warden's clipped voice echoes through the cavernous mainframe bay. My protocol is operating under safe mode limitations. Warden's blind eyes stare out over your head. Do not be concerned, Officer Dahl. Sorry, I will fix that, Judy chuckles. What about the archive? Warden is our archive. She can sort the data, act as an interface, answer queries from anyone who visits, Judy smiles. Come on, you have to admit this is pretty cool. You look at the statuesque figure of the Warden, once at the heart of Solheim's intelligence gathering operations across the belt. Could such a tool of corporate oversight ever be used for something good? Look, watch this. Judy turns to Warden. Warden, provide the last known location of every Solheim vessel above Rigger class in the Starward belt. Immediately, technician. Warden draws a circle with a point finger and it expands, filling with bright specks. At first, hundreds and then thousands. A constellation of sights. See, Junie grins. This is our future, built on the foundation of our past. These tools are ours now. You look at the arc of specks, the point of light described in the shape of a long-dead corporation's power. This is incredible. Junie smiles. It is. People need to know that what the system is built on. Warden can do that, expose that. It'll be up to us to reshape the ruins and do something new. I knew when I saw her that I couldn't leave her there all alone in the dark. I have been in that dark pit, and I won't condemn another being to it. Judy looks at the placid Warden. Human or not, how we treat her is a test of our own values, of the world we project. Data is not a currency, is not a commodity, is the immaterial output of a system, a structure, a society. Judy meets your eye. This will be a place to uncover that system for ourselves. She looks around at the chaotic trailing wires and the floating terminals. Once I've cleared up a bit, she laughs. You and Judy spend a little longer in the mainframe, sorting cables and offering Warden casual queries. Not all of them return useful information, and Judy begins listing out the changes she will need to make. After a while, you both find yourself tiring, heads aching with all the fresh information you have crammed into them. So you close up the core and ascend back through the layers of the faculty to Darkseid's surface. As you do, you feel the high story of each strata, the layers that make up this place, and the belt beyond. Now, more than ever, it feels tangible to you, as if it contains not only the past, but the promise of the future as well. Cool. Alright, what else we got? Finish the reboot, investigate head support, deal with the drive, and then revisit Oliveria. Bliss has been in touch, Sleeper. Seraphin turns and looks over his shoulder as soon as you enter the cockpit. He is sitting in the pilot seat running diagnostics on the console. They say they are ready for the reboot. Did they say anything else? You know, Bliss. Seraphin rolls his eyes a little. They worry. He turns fully in the seat. How are you feeling? Rough. Seraphin nods and doesn't answer. He seems to be thinking about something. I know the reboot needs to happen, Seraphin speaks slowly, carefully, and I know the risks. I can see all that. But I also know what happened last time. He pauses. I don't want you to forget again, to lose all this. He gestures around the cockpit. Everything we have done. Neither do I. Seraphin nods silently, unsure of what to add. I'm not trying to scare you. I just needed to say that. If the reboot doesn't go how we want, I will miss you. I will miss all this. I understand. Seraphin turns back to his pilot console. Whenever you are ready, we can go to Flicker Row. To Bliss. Seraphin pokes at the console in front of him. If you have things you want to wrap up first, I understand. I would too. Here, Seraphin tosses an object across the cockpit, and you catch it out of the air. Take that with you when you go to Bliss. It's good luck. You open your hand and see a familiar metal disc. A coin. Its engraving rubbed away to little more than vague shapes and signs. Tala gave it to me. Now it's yours. You can't run from this forever, alright? He glances over his shoulder and smiles. We have done enough running anyway. He turns back to the console and returns to the diagnostics. You leave the cockpit and run a hand along the ribbed metal wall of the passage outside. Is it really possible that you could forget all this? All these layers of memory of experience? Perhaps you could put it off a little longer. Take another tour around the belt, tie up loose ends. Or perhaps you have had enough of that. Why try to escape the inevitable? You tried to recall how it felt when you awoke after Lane interrupted the first reboot. Even that is fading into a hazy memory, told by an unreliable narrator. Maybe this is just the next step then. One of thousands that put you here, and the first of the thousands more that will take you onward. You come out of your thoughts, still unsure, still aware that the decision of when to take that step ultimately rests with you. Stop. A shadowed figure meets you in the docking tunnel. No saboteurs allowed. Hey kid, Servant glides forward and ruffles the figure's hair. Still playing sheriff? Nah, just bored, Xander grins. What are you two doing here? He glides alongside you and Seraphin as you drift through the tunnel. None of your business, Seraphin pushes past. No offense, kid, but you aren't actually the sheriff around here. You pass through the familiar doors and back into Olivia. A surprisingly pleasant feeling, oddly like coming home. You came, Cadence is there in the docking concourse waiting to greet you. I'm impressed. Seraphin's face immediately erupts into an uncontainable smile. Cadence. He turns to you. You two remember each other, right? Sleeper saved the colony. Cadence's deadpan answer seems intended to cover for Seraphin's awkwardness. Yeah, I remember them. The four of you descend down through the docking tower together and into Olivia itself. The colony looks much the same as when you left, though you pick up from Cadence that changes are coming. Carman's back with a vengeance since dark side. Cadence smiles. He's all about expanding and improving the colony, which is why I asked you to come, Sarah. The nickname slips out, but both Cadence and Seraphin clock it and glance at you. As you reach the core of the colony, you see the increased activity. There are more colonists than you remember, and they move back and forth with purpose, carrying crates and tools that chatter less than usual. We need all the help we can get to sort the place out. Cadence notices you watching the stream of fright and people. Carmen wants to do some kind of event, an anniversary, I think. Honor the founders and all that. Going to be a big party, Xander grins. Can't wait. So Cadence looks up between you and Seraphin. What do you think? Up for some colony mandated manual labor? She grins. Seraphin gives you a sideway glance, observing your response carefully. How could you say no? Help the colony. I guess just through general stuff? Not really any specific. Okay, yeah. Olivia's independence. But we'll need to, assuming we still get the fuel, we'll definitely need to get the fuel so we can go back. The past cycles in Olivia have been busy enough to take your mind off most things. All the heavy lifting and manual work has been a welcome distraction from the looming specter of the second reboot, and the good mood of the others has been infectious. Seraphin has been almost annoyingly upbeat, his relationship with Cadence the worst kept secret in the colony, but working alongside them, it's hard to ignore their deep feelings for each other. Xander has been happy because he has something new to rib Cadence about, and Seraphin, with his self-serious manner, is an easy target for pranks and teasing. Xander also hasn't been able to stop talking about the party, which he already seems to have decided will be one of the highlights of his youth. But now, finally, the cycle of the party has arrived. The canteen is done up with hanging light strips, waving gently in the asteroid's microgravity. The strips themselves salvaged from the emergency lighting of wrecked starships. With the work stopped and all the colonists yet to arrive, you find the reboot filling your mind once again, growing like a shadow. Something on your mind there. The voice takes you by surprise. You turn to see a colonist you haven't met before, an older man in some sort of supportive chair, his hair shot through with gray and his face sallow. Didn't mean to startle you. My apologies. His pale eyes scan you. It just seemed like you might need some comprehending. There's a strange look in his eyes that you can't quite place. He is looking at you like you have met many times before, but you have never seen him before in your life. Looks beautiful, doesn't it? He gestures to the canteen with its hanging lights, his chair propelling him forward with little puffs of air. The young people did such a good job. Warms my heart to see it like this. Never thought this rock would ever be home. He looks sideways at you. Have you lived here long? Oh, since the beginning, before there was a here, he smiles. Back when there was just a wreck and a rock. But let's not chat about me. I want to know about you. He turns his chair a little. What's eating you? The way you were staring at those light strips, it was like they were about to leap down and strangle you. His chuckle becomes a cough. I'm afraid of the future. I can see that. I am myself most days. He sighs. After a certain point, you realize it isn't going to get better, so all you have to wait for is things getting worse. This body of mine is on a downward trajectory, that's for sure. But it's mine, and I've grown into it, and I guess in the end I like it because it's mine, and it will carry me all the way to the end, and then go on and become something else entirely. I don't know why, but that thought always helps me. He coughs 3 times, hard like gunshots. The colonist squints at you. Sorry, I'm not good with reassuring people. I just remembered that. He smiles. But I do like chatting. He looks back at the light strips. Really lovely, isn't it? Just beautiful. You look back at the light strips now as the hum of people arriving filters into the canteen. There is something in the air. Anticipation, the sense of a rare moment passing through. Something to hold on to and then let go. The light strips really are beautiful. When you turn back to the old colonist to agree with him, he is already gone. Hey, sleeper. Seraphin pushes through the now gathering crowd towards you. Got you a drink? He offers a pouch of some amber liquid. Hey, Cadence comes up alongside you and hugs you with one arm. I wondered where you were hiding. She smiles warmly at you with her infectious smile. You think about mentioning the old colonist to her, asking her about him, but Seraphin hushes the two of you. Carman is about to start. You follow Seraphin's eyes to the front of the canteen where, above the heads of the now quite large crowd of colonists, Carman floats, surveying the room. We meet the psycho, Carman begins, his voice loud but clipped, formal in a way you haven't heard before. To first remember those founders of this colony, those lost and still with us. I will never forget the distress call that brought me here, to the wreck of the Pilgrim Seed. I will never forget the scenes that greeted me, and I know some of you were there, too. A rumble of acknowledgement moves through the crowd. But I also know that many of you weren't. that many of you came here to take refuge from other troubles, and I'd like you to be able to remember, too. You glance at Cadence, her eyes fixed with incredible intensity on Carmen. They look wet in the glow of the light strips. There were thousands of refugees on the Pilgrim Seed, and too many, far too many, were lost. Those from Ember's Step, Ember's Song, Ember's Hearth. Those from the Three Sisters from Erlin's Eye. Many are not here in Olivia any longer, taking their own paths across the belt and beyond. But we acknowledge them all, remember them all, lost and found, present and absent, because without them there would be no colony here. Before the wreck, Oliveira was a handful of buried bays, a scrapper hideout, a place for old and tired mercenaries like me to hide themselves from the universe and forget what they had done. But when the Pilgrim Seed was wrecked, it brought the universe back to Oliveira, and I could not hide it any longer. Carmen stares out across the crowd with a hard glare. We built this canteen from the Pilgrim Seed. We built our homes, our farms, our refinery. We built our independence from their failed hope. A rustle of discomfort goes through the crowd. Carmen pauses to let this settle. We should not be ashamed or afraid of this. We will remember this gift. We will build on it. This cycle and every cycle after, we will thank them with our actions. The crowd mutters agreement. Carmen takes a deep breath and straightens up. A weight seems lifted from him, the weight of testimony. Now, here in this room with you, I will thank them with my laughter. A cheer goes up. I will thank them with my joy, with my celebration. Another roar of approval. We will all thank them as loudly and as chaotically as we can. The room erupts into cheers and applause. You cheer and applaud too. You whoop and surf and laughs nearby. Then you feel a pair of hands on your arm, Cadence pulling at you, grinning and crying. And you feel another hand on your other arm, Seraphin dragging you into the crowd. Suddenly you are in the thick of the crowd, so many bodies in one room, dancing and spinning and shouting. It is like nothing you have ever seen. You notice the rest of the crew in the melee, a flash of the familiar face here and there among the mass of colonists. You see Xander being thrown up in the air by a group of different kids of different ages, laughing madly as he bounces off the ceiling. And for the rest of the cycle, you think about nothing else but the joy of those around you, and the joy it instills in you. You wake up in your berth, the same light that always shines on the belt shining incessantly through the window. You are slow to rise, slow to begin this fresh cycle. At some point, Seraphin arrives back onto the rig with no indication of whether he slept or not. You find him in the cockpit, leaning in the pilot's chair, looking out at the lights of Oliveira and smiling. Good party, he chuckles. Not sure I have seen anything like it. How's Cadence? Seraphin gives you a look. She's great. She loves seeing you let it all go. He smiles. I did too. Seraphin yawns and stretches. So he sniffs. Oliveira is all fixed up, Carmen's happy. Where to now? Don't you want to stay? Here, Seraphin shrugs. Still a bit too much of a backwater for my tastes. He grins. Cadence understands, don't worry. Seraphin pauses a moment, something passing over him that makes him shiver. I heard from Tala. He looks away. Wellspring is still in transition, but the Union Council is taking over. Kirk got what he wanted. The blockade will come down soon, but he sighs. I'm not sure I'm ready to revisit that place yet. He looks at you and smiles. When I come back to Tala, I want to have something to show for myself, you know? I don't think Tala cares. No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't. Seraphin looks away, but I do. Maybe once the reboot is done, once the blockade is down, maybe we can visit then. Seraphin takes a breath. We will get there, some cycle soon. You aren't sure if Seraphin is trying to convince you or himself. He stretches, shaking off his feelings. For now, though, the belt is ours to explore. Oliveira have filled our fuel tanks, so it really is up to you where we go. He gets up. While you are deciding, I'm going to go dig up some breakfast, and he glides out of the cockpit. You take a moment to look out across the tiny lines of Olivera, dwarfed by the crater and the wreck that sits at its far end. Not bad. Not bad at all, you think. Pilgrim Bloom discovered the origin of Olivera. The workshop of Cadet's data scraper friend is just as the two of you left it. You remember the cycles you and Cadet spent in here poring over that dark data, the strange fragments of the drone mine's protest seated among the cold code. You find the drive where Cadet told you it would be, and a compartment under the padding of a bunk lined with thick shielding that makes its contents undetectable. As you pull the drive out, the metal cold on your hands, have a sudden urge to smash it to pieces. This object which escaped tech support when so many others didn't. When Sinitstat, and it was Sinitstat, you are sure of that now, decided to cover up what they had done. They first made sure that this drive would get out, that it would pass to the far Spindone and then onward. But something went wrong, some miscommunication or mistake. That's all it was, a tiny slip, and it all fell apart. Now the drive is in your hands instead. You turn it over in your hands. You know the drive contains Conway access codes, control codes, and perhaps more besides. Data of great value, data that would win a war. You also know you're sick of thinking about it. You slip the drive into a pocket and close up the workshop. You head back to the rig, and as you do, you turn the drive over in your pocket, unsure what the next step might be. As you glide through the hub, you pass ship fitters and crews, all moving on their own vectors. It feels strange to carry the drive past these people, all of them totally unaware of the threat it might pose to them, to this station. Excuse me. A stranger stops you in the passageway with a hand on your shoulder. Can I ask for your help with something? Their sudden appearance shakes you out of your thoughts. You quickly take your hand out of your pocket, off the drive. You look at the stranger in front of you. He is roughly dressed in a heavy coat, but he is otherwise unremarkable. You could have passed him many times before and not have known. I'm looking for something. He looks over his glasses at you. A little lost drive. Who are you? This matter concerns my client more than me. He leans back a little, his voice calm. So introductions won't be necessary. But the drive belongs to my client, and he would be very happy to see it returned. Suddenly something catches your eye. A set of dice like those used to play Star and Stoker. The strangers playing with them in one hand, turning them over and over into the station's microgravity. What makes you think I have it? My search for the drive brought me to the scatter yards, but from here the trail went cold. That was until you arrived. He pushes his glasses up his face. Then the trail lit back up again, just like that. The stranger moves his hand in his jacket pocket a little, and you see a shape in there, a box-like impression in the fabric. My client never intended these events, you must understand. One of their other contractors proved to be overzealous in an attempt to conceal their mistakes. The result was the regrettable situation you saw in Hexport. But for all that to be for nothing, that would be a waste beyond the original act, piling insult on injury. The stranger sighs. There is much to be gained in a system desperate for peace, for the war to be ended, and wars tend to end when one side concedes. The drive will win the war. The stranger laughs. My client will greatly benefit from its retrieval. Any more is hard to judge without seeing the provenance of the data. Only a few possible futures remain for the belt. My client will facilitate one of the better ones. That is why I am here. But if you need additional persuasion, I am authorized to offer you 300 cryos in reflection of your efforts. The stranger smiles again, his tone never straying from his businesslike calm. Now, can you return my client's drive? The stranger's hand shifts in his jacket pocket. You have the feeling this is not a choice you can deny. You take out the drive and place it in his hand. He quickly pockets it, and with the same hand pulls out a block of chits, bound together with tape. Thank you, the stranger bows his head, for your cooperation. He turns and glides away, disappearing down the passage. You slip the chits into a pocket, an unexpected boom. The belt is no place for principles over survival, and you know that well. In the end, a contract is just a contract and data is just data. The stars spin on regardless, and they will not hold judgment over you in the end. You suppress a shiver and hurry back to the rig, doing your best to forget the past, hoping it will not repeat itself. At least in the end, someone got paid. You turn Seraphim's coin over and over in your fingers as you stand in Flicker Row, crowds pushing past on your way to wherever future awaits them. Your fingers glide over the worn metal as you imagine Seraphins have, Talas have, in moments of anticipation. Perhaps others, before the coin came to be Talas, have repeated the same ritual, the same nervous routine. But their fingers were human, born, not made. This intrusive thought makes you slip the coin into a pocket quickly, as if it had delivered a shock. You hear a hiss, and the door of the shop slides open, revealing Ankita. You see her eyes scan the crowds, almost defensively, before she spots you there and nods in your daylight direction. Hey, Ankita. She looks around for a moment, then approaches you. She looks tired, but her stubborn ferocity bubbles under the surface. Bliss is waiting for you. She nods back towards the shop, which I guess is why you are hanging around out here. Nervous? How are you doing? She smiles at your attempt to buy more time. Keeping busy, working with the ex-Usubo factions, trying to keep this place stable. Getting on with what I have to do, she shrugs. I recommend it. Nikita looks away, the signs of Flicker Road reflected in her eyes. I just remembered. I owed you an explanation. I promised to tell you why I wanted Usubo out if we managed it. She shakes her head. I guess I'm not very good with promises. Why did you? Nikita is still staring at the signs. I grew up here, Sleeper. Did you know that? She doesn't wait for an answer. After I came to the belt, after Bliss and I. She pauses, not wanting to say it. When I had nothing left, this is where I came, and when I got here, my home was gone. She grimaces. Those Usubo bastards had destroyed it, strangled the life out of it. I was looking for something to fight for on my own terms. Darkside became that for me. She sighs. That's all you're getting. Promise kept. Ankita looks over her shoulder. Look, Bliss wouldn't be happy if they saw me out here chatting to you when you are already late for your appointment. She smiles to herself. And I don't need more reasons for Bliss to be unhappy with me. She grabs you by the shoulders and steers you towards the shop's entrance. I will catch you after. Don't you worry. She pushes you towards the door and then turns away and disappears into the lights of Flicker Row. You take a final moment and then wheel yourself inside, leaving the glimmering lights and the shifting crowd behind. Bliss is perched at a console. They turn as you enter. Finally, they smile weakly. You were making me think you wouldn't show. I'm ready. I'm sure Seraphin told you, but everything is ready. Bliss gestures to two couches with straps, freshly filled connectors, and a bundle of wires at one end. I hope it will be comfortable for you both. Where's Flint? Was just getting some air. Flint leans in the open doorway, watching you both. Their pale face looks even more grayed with color than usual. Flint comes inside the shop and nods to you. Let's do this. They take a shaky breath. I'm ready. Flint and Bliss go silent, and the sound of the crowds outside filters gently into the room, mixing with the whine of the air cycler and the hum of the terminals. There's not much more to say. Bliss looks at you both. Okay, they pause. Let's begin. Bliss helps you and Flint onto your couches. You settle there and slide your arms and legs under the straps that will keep you in place. The connector, with its thick bundle of wires, waves above your head. It's hard not to feel exposed, lying here on your back, anticipating what is to come. It is even harder when the memory of waking up to this very same ceiling, with its bundles of dangling tech and scratched plating, forces itself into your mind. You have been here before. Last time you woke up to fear and panic, woke to a desperate escape and a shattered mind. A reboot interrupted. The thought set you trembling. But then, staring up at the same ceiling, the trembling dissipates. After all, you are back here now. That means you survived this crisis, grew from it. You took the hit and bounced back, unbeaten. All good there? Bliss's face floats into your vision. Nod. Bliss smiles. How about you, Flint? You turn your head to see Flint lying beside you, stiff and still. They manage a tight-lipped nod. Looking at Flint staring up at the ceiling, like you were a moment ago, you feel a rush of sympathy. After all, they haven't faced this before like you have. They are stepping into a future they cannot see. You have been here before. Now you're just completing the journey. You raise an arm, reaching across the gap between the couches, and your hand touches Flint's. They do not look at you, but they grip your fingers in theirs tightly. Flint's fingers feel different to human fingers. The thick vinyl skin, the repair patches, the pressure of the metal skeleton beneath. You know this is what your touch feels like too, and that recognition is like a connection being made. You close your eyes and feel something flowing between the two of you, a solidarity so embodied that it reverberates within you. I'm connecting you to the terminal. Bliss's voice already feels distant, lost in the noise. You feel the cold click of the connector, the sense of flowing data. I will be here when you wake up. In the dark, you feel restless. You shuffle your fingers, adjust your position against the couch. It takes you a moment to notice the sound has gone. The rumble of the crowds, the hum of the machines. This detail unsettles you, and so you search for reassurance. You think of Bliss's words. I will be here when you wake up. You focus on them, on the possibility of waking up and being somehow renewed. But what would that renewal look like? Your eyes blinking into the lights of Flicker Row. Bliss, Seraphim, and a renewed Flint beside you. But what then? The station, yes, with its thronging thousands. What else to be but the heart of the Starward belt as it transforms? You put yourself in the city station, just outside the store perhaps, among the bright signs, or higher in one of the ramshackle towers that look down on the ceaseless flow of dark side. The projects, the possibilities make themselves known to you. The neon paths that curl and split and branch across the dark surface. You choose one. Yes, the closest path. It warms you to think of it. You could almost lift your arm and grab at it as it flows alongside you. The shop is a refuge, at first just for you and Bliss, repairing components and machines, writing the software Darkside needs. But then for others, maybe other sleepers, those who need to tread the same path, to be freed. An image. Sleepers gathering to talk in the shop as you shut down the terminals at the end of a cycle. Bliss perched on the counter. Stories shared and comfort found. A future. It's the kind of thought that runs through your mind like a lightning strike, settling everything abuzz. A future charged with the energy of change. You feel yourself smiling, euphoric. Then you feel it, the instant pulling of a thread, the unraveling of your very self. The reboot comes on slow, an icy seeping into your mind. Little pieces of you flake off in the flow, fading with distance. You hear a voice, Bliss's voice, so far away now. You reach for it, stretch your every sense towards its familiar warmth. I'm starting the reboot. It is a whisper into the wind, pulled away from you the moment it is spoken. See you on the other side. All of a sudden, you wish you could make it stop. The incessant entropy of time, the tumbling of rocks through space, getting further apart every cycle, disappearing into the vacuum ahead. The decay of cells, the degradation of code, the corrosion and rot and rust. You wish in this moment to freeze it all, so you might hang on to it, preserve the warmth, the light, the softness at the heart of things. The thought grips you, tears into you like fear. You feel the ice creeping in and know that everything will be lost, if not now, then mere moments away. But then you feel it, impossibly. Seraphim's coin, worn smooth by worry, turning in your hand. Time has been pressed into that coin by hands, by fingers. It is a near infinite record of transient touches, each one shaping it in some small way. It is worn and worthless. It is bent and broken. It is beautiful in all of those things. And so you press your thumb against it, your crooked, calloused thumb, again and again, because you are a broken thing, and you have nothing left but that brokenness and the beauty that shines through it. And then, somewhere nearby, a button is pressed, and all at once one thing ends, and something new begins. And that has been Citizen Sleeper 2 Starward Vector. I greatly enjoyed this game. I honestly greatly enjoyed this game. Okay. Okay, I'm looking at the other achievements I haven't gotten because I know I'm probably not going to get all of them because one of them is for completing the game on dangerous difficulty, which is dice repairs require more components. Very low stress tolerance. The low stress tolerance would probably be the biggest problem. Double energy depletion, and death is permanent. So if you do die, you're done. I just don't feel like playing the game on that difficulty. Then there are a couple where it splits off. We failed to extract the prime ship mine without alerting Conway. That is one that we could have gotten, but I kept getting really bad dice rolls on the sleeper prime, so that is one I missed that I could have gotten. But there are two different points apparently that split off so that you quite literally cannot get in a single playthrough. Um, Stranger Danger. Apparently, I should not have handed over the drive from Hexport. That's another one I could have gotten if I had looked ahead. So there are two that I could have gotten that I didn't. I didn't know. But then Big Brother, recruit Femi. You either recruit Femi or you recruit his sister. You quite literally cannot get through that in the same role. You have to do an entire new playthrough just to recruit either the brother or the sister. And the same with Louise. You either recruit Louise or you Jet. So there's a choice there apparently. So yeah, and then also pay your way. You either buy the feed lines or you get the feed lines from that quest, which is what we did. We apparently the vast majority of people do the quest. Buying the feed lines for 400 is apparently a rare achievement. So yeah, there's three different decision nodes that you quite literally cannot do in a single playthrough. You have to play through an entire another set just to get those different achievements. Probably on dangerous difficulty. So I'm probably not going to 100% the game, but we did get 80%. And almost all the ones that are left are rare achievements, so whatever. I greatly enjoyed this game. I honestly did. So we are going to raid on out, and then we will be starting a whole new game on Tuesday, unless something happens. Of course, as usual, Lucio is playing The Legend of Heroes. That's another great game. That's another great game. Even though I rage quit at the final boss. Because that dude was just ridiculous. So you guys make sure to stay safe. You make sure to eat some tasty food, which I am also about to do. Got some tasty fish I'm going to be eating. Honey and oregano. Yes, yes, yes.